My lights on. Yeah, they are. Welcome, internet, to Aurora Adventures. And the dungeon master doesn't have his water, so I'm gonna fix that in a little bit. We are gathered here today to play dungeons with dragons, literal dragons. Although I think last time we had a literal dungeon without a
We did.
dragon. Now we have literal dragons. No
That
dungeon.
dungeon.
It's like a George Carlin stand up. One time I was finding Danny, but no one asked.
Rest in peace.
Rip Carlin, right. Anyway. So, normally what we'd go through format-wise is we would do a quick hello, we'll go through trivia, we'll do a recap, and we'll jump in. Instead of doing trivia, we concluded one very interesting fact that it's been a bit, and a lot happened, and almost the recap is trivia. So, instead, what I'm going to have everyone do is walk round robin down through what they recall not only from last session, which was the last session we had in the vault, but also the text RPs that occurred between now and the start of that session. And I don't want to call anyone out, but I believe someone said they were going to take first stab at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go grab water because you want to hydrate a dungeon master for all the talking he does. So go ahead and kick off, and I'll be right back.
Must water your DM.
I think the is to kind of separate out into. So the only thing that I want to focus on is the session, the RP, talk about her RP, etc. Couple basic to our last session. So the first one, chapter 1, right? Chapter 2.
You're so roboty.
Yeah, I heard about 1 out of every 5 syllables, I'd say.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Oh no.
That's like a Pokemon move. Capdios uses stare. It's
Aptios uses scary faces.
yeah, there you go. It's not that scary though. It's like just
What, is it Lear then?
Lear.
Is he
There you
lowering
go.
our
It's Lear.
attack?
Yeah. Lear. Capdios uses internet uses knockout. Very effective.
Luckily, he was the last one in, so it'll be the same video configuration when he pops back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Now, he is a chair.
He is a chair.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We
I'm
have
sorry
movement.
about that, guys. I'm
It's
sorry.
Okay. Our one viewer is like the fuck. I'm pretty sure that's just me.
Hey,
It's me.
hey,
Oh.
I'm in
I'm on my
there.
way.
Let me go buck hype this.
The buckla hype. Everyone buckla hype.
All right. So I'm dividing this up into a couple chapters. First one is the naked man.
Good.
Second one,
Aurora quality.
I appreciate that we're making
Aurora.
it sure it's naked man.
All right, naked
Yes.
man.
the second one is the treasure room.
Treasure room. Okay.
Mhm.
Third one is
Death of a champion.
death of a champion.
The footnote.
The fourth one is rescuing the naked man.
Good.
And then the fifth one is the escape.
Fifth one is the
So
escape.
I think that'll just make it easy for everyone to kind of remember. That's fine,
Yeah.
right?
If we can remember the 5, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the third one?
But-
Maybe we should write these down. All right, so the first one is the naked man.
Third one was the death.
All right, so naked man.
Man.
Okay. What was the second one?
Treasure room.
Treasure room. TR. Got it. What's the third one? Is death of a champion.
Death
Death of a champion.
Okay, Dell. Got it. The fourth one was
Saving naked man.
saving naked man. Okay, saving the naked man. NM. And 5 is the escape. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I have these down. Go ahead. All you.
So, the naked man. So, scene opens. Captios is in front of this like giant bubble, which we find out is the gem of Pisces. And there is a naked man, half tiefling, white or tiefling-ish, white hair, just kind of floating. And Captios goes up, kind of in the bubble. The thing doesn't really know where it is or what it's doing. doesn't even know what a friend doesn't know words, right? And
Words.
so Captius is like, I'll be right back.
There was a good quote there. Well, didn't we skip that? Like, Coast that was like, let's start with words you do know.
Yeah, I clipped it.
Yeah, hilarious moment there. Go ahead.
Just to the study room, and right. So then,
No, this is like theater acting. We're improvising in how many words Jimmy did know.
Yeah.
Just pop, so that you know you're digitized, and you were losing about 2/3 of what you're saying.
His
think
face
he's
also
frozen.
went back to the same face as before.
door.
That's just
and then,
impressive.
No, sorry, Panger doesn't go and unlock the door. Sorry. Panger. I'm like,
This is wonderful.
This is the best!
So informative.
So we unlock the door.
We do.
Come out. At the same time, Alexa is in the other room with the big fire and is like, we need to get out of here right now. And the minute she says that, Captios unlocks the door. Everyone is now. So basically says, you guys got to see this thing. It's crazy.
Indeed.
All run and all like, what the fuck, man? Like, why did you bring me to see this thing? And
This naked man.
Naked man continue to have a conversation.
Covered in tinfoil boots.
Yeah, you did forget that. Yeah, tinfoil boots, important.
Right, Captain to see people has was like, and
Yes.
they're like, why are we here? We decide we're going to come back because I really. That's the end of chapter.
That's the end of 1. Well, let's stop on 1 for just a second. Is there anything that anyone wants to add to the Naked Man saga? Such as anything that...
His name is Jimmy Livingston.
Well, that's the name we gave him.
Gave him Jimmy Livingston.
That's his name.
His name
and so, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, we're doing anything that we want to add into chapter 1.
Okay, so Dante is has basically boarded up one of the doors. We break it down, go into the treasure room. Dante has basically stolen everything from the treasure room except for like a couple weapons. really and there's like 1,500 gold pieces on the ground. Oh, and a bag of like farm animals or some shit.
Rust.
And so
bag of rust, right? Which is a bag of farm animals.
So then happens. So starts picking up all the take armor.
Yes, that's exactly how that happened.
Pickaxe, and short chapter, end of chapter 2.
Coast, I have a request. Can we sample some of this and turn it into a techno song?
Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna jump on.
No. You're gonna be fucking YouTube
reasonable?
bucks.
I'm
YouTube
sorry,
bucks
yes.
everywhere, man. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
We're having a good time with it.
I think I can take over a bit.
Well, let's start back from the beginning, right? Because I think that I don't know about everyone else's brain, but mine on a Saturday is like is going somewhere. So let's start with the topic of the last session started when Captain was seeing the naked man. Would someone like to go from the part of the naked man to Dante in the treasure room?
Yeah, I'll take over.
Sure, go ahead.
So, Bubble Boy is floating in a gem of Pisces, and we're not exactly sure what he is. Captius covers his boots in tinfoil so he could walk over, unlocks the door after a series of unfortunate questions that, we turned into a joke that we can't talk about anymore.
We can't. Terms of service, thank you.
Terms of service. So, joke happens, and we're in a room that's apparently there's a mimic in. We found that out after the fact that we just didn't go over it. It was like a rug or something. I forget what it was exactly, Buck. But we decided that this control room with a gigantic flame that was hot wasn't worth like going through, we decide to go back out, and Captius unlocks the door, and we continue on our path. We go back through into the portal room with the teleportation circle on the floor and like the bench and all the books and stuff like that, and we find that Time and Dante are missing, and Jacob's brother's just there chilling type of thing. He's just hanging out. He does his weird things. Panger says hello. We try and open up the door, and we find that Dante covered it with bits and pieces of broken golem. So we kind of smash our way through, push things to the side, strength check, success, and we find that Dante absconded with, everything of value functionally. Inside the treasure room, there's 1,500 gold pieces scattered about. There's a couple different types of gems, some mithril armor, magic sword, bag of rust, and a ton of reagents that are extremely valuable, such as dragon's blood. And Ozzy finds a pickaxe. And the pickaxe is no bueno. Well, it's bueno for
very bueno for everyone except for Del. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is where Death of a Champion takes over. Del.
So if we are covering gaps.
Yes, gaps.
So the first question that was asked was, what happened in between, basically why Dante and Time are no longer there. So when what happened the session before was there was like the wall that moved, and everyone thought that Alexa got smashed by a wall, but she was safe in another room. And everyone decided, once they were able to defeat the magical wall, to go into the room where they realized that Alexa was, and they left behind Dante, Time, and Icarus.
Icky.
Which are like the three sketchiest people in the group. So They got left behind, and Dante essentially was like trying to figure out where Time's stance was with the group, and if she'd be willing to just kind of like leave and take the stuff and leave these people behind. And Time essentially failed the test and was like, well, let's just see what happens. And he's like,
fail's a strong word. Expressed a stance. Might be more accurate.
So he decided to close her into the room with the portal into Jacob White's area, his threshold, whatever. And he left and took the stuff from the treasure room and left. And in this time, Time went through the portal and actually helped negate the amount of soldiers and everything that would have come through, because she was there and she was able to talk to them. So it made it so that we were actually able to accomplish what we were planning on doing, but that's also why stuff was gone out of the treasure room, why we no longer have Dante and Time with us. And why like the golem was taken and all that stuff, kind of like what was going on with the alarms. Yeah.
Yes, because the alarms were tripped very high by the end.
I think 8.
I think it was 8
10.
or 9. No,
Yeah,
it was pretty close to max. Yeah.
Yeah, like the max was 11, and we got real close to it, but yet we weren't getting stormed by people, and there's like a lot of hints going towards the fact that that was going to happen.
Yeah, the traps got smarter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
And
then
people
the
would
little
start
girl
going
told us she was going to call people in.
Yeah.
Well, that was the previous session before the last session.
Yeah.
Yes. Leading up to the current one that allowed us to go to the result of in the current one.
Yeah.
Naked man, Gem of Pisces, large pool of water, Captios with tinfoil boots.
It's the right thing to do.
Dante Time missing, treasure room looted.
Treasure room looted, Dante Time missing. There was, I think, one thing we didn't hit on gap-wise was the talking face.
That was in, I think that was because that was,
session.
Yeah, session before that, which was, we realized was Luna. Majority of the time, the room that we went into that had the fire, Alexa kind of realized that if we actually walked in front of any of them, that they were kind of like activation things that we did, like the longer we stayed there, like an explosion was going to happen, and that the fire was almost like a fuel source.
Mm.
And so that's why she was like, we need to not mess with this room at all. Let's just back away and not do anything with this room. And then that is when Captios came in, because he was smart to get, he got the key ring from the study, which I'm sure you said in there at some point, Puck. Unfortunately, it was in a lot of jumble of roboticness, so I'm assuming it was in there.
That said, you appear to be very clear now. Like,
yeah, you seem to be moving like a human.
Yeah, I'm streaming on my tablet, which is always fun, but it is what it is.
Jeez. Yeah, like he got a key ring, and he used the very first time we got into the vault, we used Panger to kind of like turn into a key to get us through one of the rooms. And since there's so many keys, Captios actually remembered what the shape was that
I think there was
Panger tuned in for one of them. So then he was able to find the key. And so then he was able to have Panger kind of like look into the key ring and point to the key so that we knew which was the right one. Turn into a little tiny Panger.
okay. So in our chapters 1 through 5 of Naked Man, Treasured Room, Death of a Champion, Saving the Naked Man, and Escaping, we're around like 1 and 2, like explaining the Naked Man and the Treasure Room situation. We're broaching towards Dell's, we'll call it heroic death, his pincushion explosion.
Tragic.
Tragic. There was violence playing, everything happened in slow motion. He's like totally like, don't you challenge me. Like, I will challenge you. And it was like this long DBZ 3-episode thing that went through his entire life story, and then he exploded. So let's go through the Treasure Room and Dell situation.
So Dell spent a lot of time picking up gold pieces, got magical items, used detect magic, figured out what was magical. Asked Dante what his payment was sarcastically. Not Dante. Ozzy. Sorry. Wrong name. Ozzy, where his payment was, because, he was promised payment to go in there, but sarcastic. He was okay with what he picked up. And Ozzy's like, no, fuck you. And then nat 20, and Dell's impaled with this pickaxe, gives him a countdown to drop the gold pieces. Dell not wanting to drop his gold pieces that he just spent literal, like, forever picking up off the ground.
Solid 30 minutes of his life, yeah.
Literally just spent 30 minutes picking them up. It's like, oh, like, hold on. Then countdown, and then it starts glowing red, and then he tries to protect himself by casting Sanctuary and, like, stopping damage from going out, and then he just goes pop like a balloon, and Bits and Dell go everywhere, and Sin decides, gonna pick up the arm and start waving it at people, like talking about it.
Yeah.
She's having a
You
conversation.
need a hand.
Yeah.
But
Dell was very handy, and just in the afterlife he remains handy. Yeah.
So that is the death of our champion, Delandris. Hardly knew him. He's gone, though. He's not coming back. At least now. He's not coming back with me. I'm Rolf now. Yeah. And then, Robin is kind of like, the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And then it's time to go rescue Jimmy from his bubble.
Who wants to take Jimmy? Well, not literally. I think there's a lot there. Like, Kos, you want to take the Jimmy saga? Or not? So I think...
Well, we talked about it, right? Like,
I can help.
Rescuing. Alexa, would you like to take the Jimmy saga?
Yeah, I can take a little bit, because there was, I think, a little, like, timed stuff wobbled around.
It's true. It's like reading a book at random chapters, but...
Yeah, so when we were grabbing all the loot and everything, that's when Alexa and Sin were talking to Icarus about, hey, like, what actually is going on here? Like, what is Jacob Boyd actually doing, and what is his whole plan? And what is Jimmy? And he essentially put it into terms that we can't just assume that this is his only kind of like experiment going out, that he has been trying with multiple things. And he hasn't been here in a very long time. So it's either assumed that Jimmy was a past experiment that he now has other plans for, or he has evolved past that. and he went into kind of the process of what it would take, the things that we need, like the 3 things that we knew already had to be there, like an infernal, a celestial, and draconic power to get Jimmy there. And during this time was when Del was grabbing all of the gems. I think Captius and Robin at that time, I think they were also going through stuff a little bit and going through like the reagents and stuff like that.
Yeah, Captius grabbed Warforged reagents, I believe.
Little bits of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we talked about like, well, how do we get him free? And they essentially, and Icarus said like, well, you have to he has to be born. It's not really much a freeing thing. Like everything will be new to him. That's what's safe. So we realized like, okay, we're gonna like birth Jimmy out of there.
Birth a Jimmy.
Yep,
Okay.
birth a grown man out of a bubble. And he kind of went through the process for what it would look like, how we would do that. I think it was certain words had to be said, if I remember correctly, to release the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds right.
Virtually, Alexis said it had to be in Celestial, which is what the writing was in.
Yeah.
It was not Banana Soup Sky Bean, at least.
It was not Banana Soup Sky Bean.
I hate you.
Yeah, because Alexa, you said something in Latin. I remember.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in Latin.
You just made
Right,
something
yeah,
up.
because it's like in
Celestial.
Celestial, so I figured it sounds something similar to Latin, so I did that, yeah. But essentially, like, had to tell him to give birth, and then we had the whole thing of like, well, how we're going to get him out of there, so we had a whole solution with that, where people would be carrying him out. And during this process, Del was kind of like, hey, I already got what I came here for, so why are we saving this guy? And Alexa's like, well, if you've got what you came here for, then you can just go. We want to save this guy. And so he was leaving, and then Robin went after him to bring him back.
Oh, yeah. We forgot about that with Death of the Champion, that he was going to leave with all of his money, all of his stuff, and Robin convinced him to come back. And then Ozzy went like...
Yeah, but because he was like, I got what I came here for. And she's like, then why are you even here? Like, you don't want to help us, you don't have to. There's nothing keeping you here. Go ahead. He's like, fine. So when he leave, Robin convinced him to stay. He came back, and then Ozzy was like, hey, give me my stuff. And you're like, well, like, isn't this partially mine? Like, I don't have to give you all the stuff. And then Ozzy's like, it's all mine now, because he said that. Then I think Del just like paused in his reaction, and that's when weapon. And everyone just
then on top of that, he asked for his payment on top of it. And I think the intent was to be sarcastic, like, well, not only is this my money, but don't you owe me money?
And he didn't ask for any of my money. I asked, like, so Ozzy, like, when am I gonna get paid for this?
Yeah, it was bad timing. Regardless, Ozzy is a very short-tempered tiefling, and then he went to test out his new weapon. And then it became like a test to be a crit, so...
Yeah, and then everyone in the party kind of like saw what was going on here, and we're like, we don't know what his weapon's gonna do, and like Alexis like, oh, it's gonna explode, and now everyone's terrified of Ozzy, just a little bit.
People not terrified of Ozzy before?
More terrified. Like before, it was like, oh, he's like a moody teenager. Now it's like, oh, he's like a murderous teenager. It's like it's a line. There's a line. He just went over it a bit.
He did fight to be clear, like in the last arc, he did fight a dragon and didn't die.
But has he fought any of us in like a I'm going to kill you
That's
kind
true.
of way?
Yeah, he has not gone like kill the party.
He's like punched. Like
he does fight sin, but I think that's just what tieflings do.
Yeah, like that's like wrestling versus murder.
Yeah.
He did the murder parts, and now it's like, oh shit, like we're just going.
He's crossed a line, so to speak.
Yeah, like that line has been crossed, and it's happening. So that's cool.
Yes, Sin.
Hey, Pac, can you like not have your fan rotating onto your mic?
Done.
Was that what this was?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that was for the Ozzy thing. The other thing was
yes, Rolf. Oh,
I was just practicing.
You're practicing it. It's like, teacher, senpai, notice me? Yeah, I got
it. It worked, didn't it?
It did work.
Anyway.
Things we learn from like when you're children, like, teacher, I crave violence.
Ozzy sucks. What?
Yeah, well, that's the universal. Ironically, someone dragged him along. He wasn't even supposed to be with the party from like the very first
That's
session.
right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah,
Who
he
do I
was
have to
supposed to
blame?
be here.
Yeah, so to go on the idea of like player agency from like the very first session, he was going to go off and hunt a dragon with a completely different group. Someone convinced him to join the party.
Yep.
I wonder who.
It was literally not any of us.
It was
No one
yeah,
here. Literally no one here.
Wow.
Literally no one here.
My
No.
guess was Pac.
No,
No.
No.
he's just tagging along at this point, and I'm too afraid to say like, "Why are you still here?" It's
Yeah.
really what it comes
I don't think
down to.
I don't
That is a good thought.
Yeah.
Do not antagonize Ozzy.
Where are you going? I'm going where you're going. Well then, I guess we're going there
Welcome
together. Guess we'll be at the Starbucks, just sitting at different tables. No, I'm sitting at your table. Okay,
I'm
guess
going to
you
the
will-
bathroom.
I'm going to the bathroom with you. Like, Ozzy, there's a line. He's holding the pickaxe. What line? There is no line, Ozzy.
You're not even close to it. It's okay.
I'm just observing that there are two-dimensional shapes such as lines. Let's piss together.
Like, would you like to use the same urinal? Like, I don't, where is the
Yeah.
It's like, Hips, do you want to go first?
You want to
However-
shake it for good luck?
Yeah. What is this going on here? Ozzy's like, yes, this is good. Yeah, so Ozzy has quickly become that guy, the boundaryless tiefling, which I think is most tieflings. All right, so where were we? Besides our tangent on Ozzy shenanigans, I think we're elaborating the perspectives of the death of the hero. I stand by that we'll have to create a prose that goes through the flashing lights of his moments before he explodes. But we'll have to contract like Dragon Ball Z to do it properly.
Good. And then I think after that was going to be us freeing the naked man.
So we're on 4, which is saving Naked Man. Okay.
Yep. And I can cover that. So Sin was having, a conversation with everyone about what we're going to do while holding Dell's hand and talking to people with it. And so she decided, like, hey, let's hold on to his arm just in case. So now we've just got Dell's arm in a bag. We realized
Gotta
that...
keep it preserved with salt. Just you don't want that thing fucking decaying.
Especially with the plant area that we had left, like in the very beginning of the season. At least Sin and Alexa and Captio, so I kind of realized, like, hey, once we free like this man, like the alarms are going to go off crazy. Like we have to be prepared just to bolt out of here. And we kind of looked at the path, like going back the way we came is going to be pretty difficult, just maneuvering around. Like we're actually pretty close to the front. So Alexa had Nuru go and kind of case the area to see, like, okay, how close are we to the front? And we had the idea that we're going to create a portal so we can get past all these statues. And we weren't sure which ones were going to come to life, but we had an idea that if we ran in front of them, they would. And that we would, make the portal, go through, and pretty much just run as fast as we can to get past there. And we did have the problem of the naked man. So I think, Sin, you carried him?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was like the smartest thing to do because she was the heaviest. So, just had to Sin carrying a naked man.
Good.
Mm-hmm. So, Alexa went up and she said the celestial words that would make him be birthed. And, Sin immediately put him on his back and they just booked it out of there. Like, no, hey, how you doing? Anything like that. We're just like, we got the naked guy. Let's go. We also took a shit ton of books because knowledge is power. And so
True.
we've got also a shit ton of books and a naked man. And that was a whole big conundrum of how do we carry both the naked man and the books. But we got it. Don't worry. We figured it out. We were able to go through. Robin opened up a portal that made us be able to get past all of the statues. We booked it past there. And we then ran to the woods pretty much as fast as we could, and we could hear soldiers coming from behind, and then we got to the woods. That should be the end of chapter 4.
Which leads
Part
to the
4.
escape.
Escape, and then after that, it's the chase. So I don't know if I missed anything in there, like any big parts that we want to go over.
Yeah, anyone want to cover down on any gaps regarding saving the naked man, Jimmy? to the part where you guys decide it's time to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
I can't think of anything that you missed. Any nuances to cover down on to appreciate. So let's go with the escape. Rounding it out, that got you out and away from the vault because you ran into a couple complications.
Just a few. I'll get to a bit. And I can finish that up unless Pock, if you want to take it back over.
Yeah. Now, Pock, why don't you finish it strong? Why don't you take the escape?
Yeah.
Great. So, like Alexa said, Robin created a portal on the ground, which is actually pretty smart because everyone could just kind of jump through and then just pop out on the other side of the room. And then it was clear sailing to the front of the vault. We were able to just escape. At that point, there were 8 soldiers, like heavily armed soldiers, I think, that Alexa saw that were kind of patrolling. And we got far out into the forest line, but like we had to come back for Ford, right? Because we had basically covered up Ford very close, and it was one of those situations where if we did not come back for him, they would find him. So Captios and Sin went to go get Ford because Sin was going to lift Ford onto the disc. Captios starts the whole like ritual thing, and I think it was like a couple minutes in, or I can't remember exactly what happened, but at some point there were soldiers that like realized there was stuff going on. And at this point, we kind of came back when all the search party had died down, like the search party in terms of like the mercenaries. There were only about 2 of them left. So we were able to load Ford onto the disc, but then we had to basically book it out of there. And because Captios is like not athletic at all and like is just tripping over his own feet, we burned 2 inspiration in order to escape like reasonably with our lives intact. And so we got away with Ford. Jimmy's chilling, has no doesn't know what anything is. It's like basically a newborn foal, right?
We just threw him into the woods. Hey, do
Trees.
So that's kind of where we are. We're just like, we're done, and now we're just like chilling.
Yeah, and a couple things we discussed was, hey, we've got this like man that now we have to take care of. Like, what are we going to do? And they had the conversation of like, well, can we really trust the candles? Like the idea that with everything going on, Jacob Boyd is bound to have connections inside the candles. So like, it's not like we can turn him over to them, and we can't really take care of him while we're trying to go off and kill Shirley. Like it would just be irresponsible to take care of him like that. Like he deserves something better. And so Alexa brought up the idea of Clyde, who is a candle that she's worked with and she knows she can trust, and he has a family, and like, well, I can reach out to him and see if he can take care of Jimmy, which is the name that we have given him now, so that she at least knows that he's with someone that she can trust, and that he will like raise him correctly, like won't corrupt him or won't like let him get like into any kind of corruption, because Clyde has a family of his own and is overall a good being, a murderous being, but a good being.
Good murderous being.
Mm-hmm. He murders because he has to, not because he wants to.
Does he?
I assume so. He probably enjoys it a little bit.
He enjoys his job.
Yeah.
Because keep in mind, he did like someone that was like Instagram posting his kids.
That's true.
Yeah.
But did he want to do that, or did he feel like he had to do that?
I mean,
I think as like a dad, kind of goes a little bit both ways. Like, I don't really want to, but
I am a master assassin.
Yeah.
I literally do.
That upload did not make its way out. I am so sorry.
Just the ultimate DDoS.
Yeah, right. I would like to sell these photos here. Like, well, they've been purchased, and so have you. All right, so there was a lot of text RP that occurred.
Yep.
We have covered the recap. That was the session. which was Vault of Eternity, because we were doing lots of memes off of video games for the Vault, because Dungeon. Obviously, that was based off of Pillars of Eternity. So there's lots of text RP that occurred in the past 2 weeks. Let's start by categorizing it, because we had quite a few things. So I'm going to take a stab of like what, in broad strokes, text RP wise, occurred in the past 2 weeks.
Well, I know at least one was definitely between Sin and Gig.
All right, there definitely was a Sin and Gig one. That one was super recent. There was one that involved like Robin's apprehension with traveling with a murderer, and so there was a Robin, and that was like Robin, Sin, Captios, I believe,
and Alexa and Solus were in there too because they were talking about T.
So there was Alexa and Solus. So it looks like 1, 2, 3 different text RPs, and there was one that kind of went off with like Captios, Sin, and Alexa.
We kind of just
it's spliced in. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll focus on that. There were 3 text RPs to cover for recap, and this is why we're not doing trivia, because we have a lot to cover.
There's a lot. It's been a while.
I think the one that's the most relevant, because it will cover like why Robin is leaving your party very early in the session, was Robin, Sin, and Captios. Like, Sin or Cap, do you want to cover the points in that text RP? Because it was a campfire conversation.
Yeah, Sin, if you want to do it. Otherwise, I can do it.
Fuck. Can you do it?
Yeah, sure. It's all good. So basically, Captios was talking to Sin and Alexa, like, what should we do next? Going up Shirley, talking about Jacob, and then Robin basically is like upset. Captios goes over and is like, what's up? You know, why are you upset? Robin talks about how can you be with Ozzy when he's a murderer? All that good stuff. And, you know, Captios kind of tries to rationalize it a little bit, which is interesting, right? I don't think he would have rationalized it before, but now he's willing to rationalize this sort of thing.
Character growth. The world's crazy.
And basically, Robin's like, if Ozzy should pray that like his fate's never in my hands, because I don't forget that he killed Del. Ozzy's just over in the corner, just like swinging his axe at like fake enemies. Like he's like literally like a teenager with a new toy, right?
Yeah, like a kid with a chainsaw. Yeah, it's like, I got a power tool for Christmas.
Just smashing needles.
Yeah. And then Sin, you know, is overhearing this. Oh, and then, you know, Robin's like, thank you for trying to make me feel better, hugs Captios. Super awkward moment, because Captios is like,
most human contact Captios has had in months.
Had in like forever, right? Like most of his, it's
books
a lot
don't
for
hug.
him.
Knowledge hugs.
Books don't hug.
There's a line there.
And
hugs.
Yeah. And so
Question mark?
Sin sees this and is like, hey, Robin, don't worry. Like, if Ozzy comes after you, I'll kick his ass. And Robin goes, you know, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. Captios comes over and is like, you know, if there's one person I'm excited to go on this, not excited, but like I'm glad I'm going on this adventure with, it's Sin, because she can hold her own. And then Sin goes, well, it's either sink or swim. We just got to keep going. And that's the end of that conversation.
Which I feel is a good segue into the Sin Gig one. Because I mean, I think the Alexa Solus one could be summed up in like 3 whole sentences. It didn't get very far. Do you want to do that one, Alexa? And we'll just go right into our final text RP, which was Sin and Gig.
Yeah. You know, Alexa was talking to the group, but then Captious got distracted by Robin being depressed in a corner.
Concerned for like party murder, but please continue. Yeah.
And she's saying like, with everything going on, how do we know that we're like? She just had a feeling that we were a pawn in someone else's plan, but they don't know whose plan. That they're furthering someone's agenda, but they don't know whose. After everything's kind of been going on, and Solus came up behind her and was like, "Do you like tea?" And
That sounds exactly how that went. Actually, got nothing to add there.
And so, and she mentioned, like, why don't you ask Paolo if this is like a question that you have? And so Alexa kind of went over with Solus about how she doesn't really want to ask Paolo those kind of questions anymore because she made Paolo look into the future and she feels like she really fucked up with that, and she just doesn't want to feed into the desires that she has to know as much as possible. And talk about how like Paolo seems to like there always needs to be the right question, and you don't know what the right question is until it's too late to ask it. But of course, like I'm sure
Very
that
Vikings.
she was like I'm sure that like that she was very familiar with it being with Paolo, and she's like, well, Paolo likes tea, so I'm sure when he comes you can sit down and have some tea, and then you'll find the right answers because you're smart. And that's where that conversation ended. I'm like, cool. So Paolo's coming, I'm assuming, and we're gonna have tea.
I don't know if you're gonna have tea.
Well, we always talk about the tea party.
Well, it's a good segue too because someone had tea.
Someone had a tea party.
Someone had an Alice in Wonderland moment in the woods, and that would have been Sin. So,
remember that?
Much acid.
yeah. What's that show called? Dory no Hero, wherever the hell it is, the lizard? Yeah, it's basically that, but in the woods. Go ahead.
So Sin's out gathering firewood for the campfire, and branch breaks, and there's like this big arrow, and just in gig style, there's also a squirrel that's dead on the ground that's also pointing in a direction, saying like, "Hey, go this way." So Sin already knows who it is because of the carvings and stuff on the tree. It was like red and blue, I summon you, which was something that he had said to her forever ago in Avernus with their first conversation. So she's walking through this forest, yada yada yada, and
It's true.
and it's getting like thicker, and she's having like cut through branches and stuff, and then she stumbles into this open area in this forest, and there is a dinner party happening with this big long table and some curious people also there. Like, and by people I mean stuffed animals, a headless elf, and this like dude in like black armor who's just sitting there.
You forgot the most important person, Mr. Butternutter.
That was the fox. That's not fox. Mr. Butternutter is not amused.
Yes, Mr. Butternutter, and of course the great and wonderful Gig at this table. So she shows. Oh, and all the grass and stuff was like painted with red paint. I don't know what it was.
It was blood, but continue.
Okay.
Like, it was blood. Don't worry.
It was definitely painted. It wasn't meant to be. It's like, oh, it's a nice verdant grove painted red. Like, no, literally painted red.
It's amazing. So, blood everywhere, and Sin's like, what do you want? I want to go back to my group. Like, what is all this? Blah, blah, blah. And Gig's basically, well, we have a lot of time and nothing to talk about. So join me for a dinner party. And she's like, I want nothing to do with your dinner party. And then he snaps his fingers, and Sin's wearing the most hideous dress you've ever seen. A tiefling barbarian wearing a red frilly dress. And so she's like, just and then joins him at this table where the first kind of conversation starts off with him making jabs about the whole Ford situation, in which case Sin tries to defend herself, saying that he wanted to do that, and it's not that I'm not trying to help him, it's more that I just need time to do so. And then she calls him out on his bullshit because Paul had mentioned that Gig would mention a deal thing with her, and she's like, I already know what you're gonna say thing. And then just word fighting at the table, and then it shifts to a conversation about Sin still kind of being constrained with a metaphor of like being a puppet still. And this is following a lot of visual gig flashiness of like the table burning and the entire forest burning, and just it was intense. It really was an Alice in Wonderland moment. But essentially, the conversation was that Sin still has not cut the last of her strings, and she's blaming a lot of other things, like Jacob and her mom and all this stuff. When like essentially she's the worst enemy. And so towards the end, she kind of like realizes this, and then also kind of realizes that she just wants to fucking kill everything. Pure chaos. Yeah. I think I covered it all.
Mm-hmm.
You
Chaos
have
in.
two pure chaos people.
Well,
I mean, who's the other pure chaos person? Like, Rolf isn't pure chaos.
Ozzy.
Oh, it's true. Yeah. I mean,
Like
you
the
basically
one that
have
just
you've
killed
established
a
that there are
man.
two breakers.
Yeah, like,
The
He
only
is an
thing-
NPC though.
He is an NPC, which is a completely different set. Like, they're totally not people. They don't have agendas, feelings, thoughts, stats. They don't kill other people at all. They're just there for color. That said, I think the one analogy that was used a lot had to do with free will, which was an
Yeah.
important point. Because, like, it kind of parallels very well with the Alexa conversation, saying, like, hey, I'm a puppet in someone else's game. I'm the pawn. I just need to find out, like, whose game I'm playing. Versus the conversation Sin had with Gig was a lot of, there are rules. And to, like, Captios's point to tie that in, it's like, well, what are these rules? Which was something that was in the Excel spreadsheet. Like, what are the rules that they're playing by? And it's like, well, an angel can deny you a direction, forcing you to go somewhere else as a result. And a devil, and the analogy of that was if sin is fire, that it would be like a pane of glass so it can't hit the firewall, literally the firewall, and have to go somewhere else. Versus Gig was like, well, I'll show you another direction, and the fire would go three-dimensionally. It's like, well, you're not constrained to a plane, right? You can go up and down if you wish as well. It's like, and those are the rules. I can show you can go a different dimension, different way, and a celestial can stop you. So the person, and then the point that he was making was, at that point, like, the person that you can be blaming is yourself, because you have paths. Like, you can blame the wall, you can blame the air and gravity, you might as well blame, like, the fabric of reality while you're at it. And the fire analogy is what they used for Sin. Sin came out of the Huntar conversation slightly more chaotic than before, a little bit more pure to her ideals, which has a lot of ties into Alexa's current struggles, some of Captios's struggles, and also in a very odd NPC-ish way, like a lot of Ozzy's struggles, possibly Solus's struggles too, because of the Nova thing. But there was a lot of molten metal forging up between all of them. If you think about Rolf's backstory, which we'll tie into before we start, a lot of his struggles as well. So before we kick off, which will be the next morning of, I'd imagine, Sin, you'll have to describe your dress situation and what you did with it from the night of to the morning of. But Rolf, we had an entire one shot for your character. You want to sum up that situation?
So, Rolf is just freshly coming off a blood ritual where he basically just died but showed heroic traits, and Landsight says, like, oh, you're not just all talk, let me actually help you out. Basically his blood fills up where my blood would have been. I come back functionally alive. I now have scales. I'm a sorcerer now instead of just some pleb who's really like weak and not dexterous or really wise. Rolf wanted to be a wizard, but he couldn't really afford it. He was the third son and wasn't given much things. And he decides that he's going to go in on his family's venture that was dangerous because it promised a good payout, and it sunk. It's at the bottom of the ocean now. His father's lost at sea. Many of the people he was with are dead, and that's where he almost dies with Lance afterwards. And Lance, to give him a little bit of an acclimation to being an adventurer, takes him to an elven ritual where Clyde and Alcina have their children take part, Maple and Anna. And there's also a person who sells memories there. We touched on that a little bit. Clyde murders her later. But they go through a set of 3 trials.
It does.
The first one involves getting a wisdom, I guess you'd call it, pendant from deer. Doesn't work out
Oh, well.
according to plan. We meet Eeyore the deer, or affectionately known as Zoloft.
Zoloft.
And that's the first test. Rolf gets tangled up in the antlers, gets bucked around a bit, gets dragged around, literally stuck in these antlers, can't really do much. The memory merchant slaps the deer a couple times and then, slowly makes friends with it. What was it? Anna had the easiest time. She just literally went up, talked to the deers like, oh, like, let me help you type of thing. Like, you're worthy. And the deer's like, no, I'm not.
No, I'm not. You're just gonna leave me here.
Very factual. We did, in fact, just leave the deer there.
It's true.
Even though he's depressed, he's very, very self-aware.
Very self-aware deer.
And that goes on the second test is frogs ate some pixies, and the frogs are fucking her day up. Maple almost dies. Anna turns into a wolf.
Fox.
Fox.
Yeah. Dire wolf
Dire
stat
fox.
fox.
Golf stat fox.
Yeah. Rolf, very fresh to being adventured. Does not really know what the fuck he's doing. Ends up closing his eyes, aiming, missing. Rolled terrible. Couple nat ones, couple of 3s.
So many ones. 3 ones, yeah.
I literally rolled 1-3, 1-1-3. Horrific.
Statistically improbable. Jail this
Statistically improbable. But fits for the narrative,
Does.
Fits for the narrative. Eventually gets angry and shouts at a frog till it's basically paralyzed and then blows it up with lightning. Completely pulps this frog. Turns out great. We pass the second test. We all get our pendants because, the fairies were supposed to devise a test, but the frogs ruined it. From there, we run out of time, basically. The third test would have been a test of courage. We all pass it. There's a log, and then there's a super, super deep river that goes down farther than you can breathe. My brother's down there. Silas, the youngest, is down there. I'm blanking on the third person down there.
There was someone that Robin didn't know.
Yes.
That was down there. Not Robin. The memory merchant.
Penny.
Penny knew, but she didn't know. And we all pass. And then, slice and dice happens. Penny leaves. And Clyde's like, oh, no, you don't, type of thing. But not like actually, no, don't. He just murders her and enslaves her soul or whatever for all eternity. Effectiveness.
Thorough. Yeah.
And then there's a little bit of text RP for after it where I'm explaining more of my backstory and kind of just honoring a promise I made to Maple to explain who I am, why I am, what my goals are. Rolf is a third son and the forgotten person. It's like, what the fuck is he useful for? Nothing. That's why, he's Rolf.
Polar opposite from Dell's like, I'm amazing. It's like, I came after the spare, so like, if I do anything, it better be profitable to the family.
Yeah. So
I am breathing.
I am breathing, and that is a gift for my family.
Yeah. You're welcome.
I was not left for the dire foxes to eat,
Yeah. So that puts us at like an hour in. So first off, everyone can grab a 200 experience bonus if you're doubled if you're not top level. Per usual, which will come up as though everyone did a recap and answered some trivia questions to keep pace with that. We will not do trivia again. We did put like an hour into getting us into the right state here. A lot of recap. I'll give out an inspiration for Pock for like soldiering through all those technical difficulties and a great recovery. So Pock, either yourself or someone else can get experience. Oh yeah, like it's great recovery. And let's see, so that's 1 inspiration, 200 experience, no arcanas. We'll kick off, and I will smooth over some some of the mortar on these bricks, because you have two groups converging. We're going to start with getting... I don't know where Rolf... Is your token teleporting again? Because I had you next to Lance.
I actually am looking at your stream, so I guess it is. I'm now next to Alcina. So I just moved it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, I had you down back, like a big old...
Triangle.
Yeah, triangle. I think it's called like a wedge formation, but yeah.
Triangle formation with Paolo in front doing Paolo things.
Well, you're joining up Palo. So, Chipotle chips, they're so good. Something
They
about
are
their
really
salt.
good.
I don't know.
Well, they
I
did salt
digress.
To put lime on it.
Oh, and a burrito.
Dude.
Well, so it'll be brief. There won't be a whole lot of like RP because people are going to converge the exact same time, so that everyone can interact with each other at the exact same time. So we'll call it the Team Mason. So Team Mason has been traveling
Mason Squad.
The M Squad, right? Has been traveling in the woods. It's not a very fast adventure, as Rolf gets a basic education on what traveling in the woods looks like with experienced adventurers. And he could not ask for better mentors at his steed than Clyde and Alcina and Lance. One who like literally is like the embodiment of adventure in a dragon form, gone humanoid, who looks touched like this schmuck right here. Although it doesn't very show well in this whole entire hi, I'm a samurai with a ponytail look. He is extremely tall. He is extremely buff. Like he is like pure freaking muscles. He definitely looks like the person that like more of a Goliath than he looks like a human. Very tall. Whereas Clyde is definitely not. He is more high. I rogue good. I probably do backflips and stuff. And Alcina, who's noticeably by having red hair. So the three of them plus like Rolf and their kids would be traveling several days in the forest with the idea that Lance is letting Rolf know that there is something that they have to go do, and it's a great adventure for the idea of Lance's personality. He's loud, he's very boisterous. He only has like one thunderous sound quality, which is dear God, I need to step back a little bit. Whereas Clyde's very not quite daunting, but he's quietly witty. Alcina is just quietly quiet. She's den mom, so the conversation's interesting. It's their kids that are a bit more active. Anna takes after her mother, is also like quiet, so like two of them are like peas in a pod, whereas like Maple is the tomboy of the group, so the constant troublemaker of doing things, but trying not to like look bad in her father's eyes, since they have a lot in common. So two peas in a pod, two troublemakers in a pod. And then two dragons in a pod. So there's like three pods that are making their way westward, of which things come to a stop when they notice that they have reached the edge of what Clyde and Alcina explain as this is the edge of the domain of Bile, which is the immortal black dragon. Something Alcina, as a druid, is very well aware of and does not fuck with, for lack of better terms. It's like that is his domain. Unless you want to wage war on Bile, this is where you stop. This is also where Lance wants to be. As Rolf at this point felt as sort of a pull or like a calling, kind of like a siren song, like I need to go, that because like I want to go on vacation. It's like I don't know where, but I need to go. I need to do something. That pull, of which Lance explains that too. It's part of draconic heritage that he's now happy part of. Like the dragons have their own thing going on, which is why Lance is going in that direction. They meet a guy there, which is this dude who's just chilling. He's just leaned up against a tree, just reading a rather large book in total hi, I'm a badass fashion, because he's not holding it with his hand. It's just in front of him, as large as his like chest, and is flipping through pages, reading it.
No, can they all see him?
They can all see him. And, interesting fact, it is not dawn. It is past dawn.
Oh.
Does that mean we're late?
It does mean you're late. Of course, Lance would never agree to that statement. Anytime he's here, he's on time.
Everyone else is simply early.
At the exact same time, to make life significantly easier, the other party is also coming along, but they've had a different route. So much as they know that they need to travel, but they've been besieged by this this river that seems to naturally demark Bile's lands. It's very deep. It seems to be very acidic, but there hasn't been an easy or narrow place to cross this green river that you've surmised is a very bad idea to jump through and difficult to build things over like a raft. So you've been traveling down along this river looking for a place to cross. And at that point, Ozzy, who's, again, completely over it, he has not murdered nearly as much dragons or heroes in the past week. His quota is totally slipping in the tiefling leaderboard, that he's out in front, walking south when he sees Paolo in the book. At which point, the two sets of groups can see, and I did not put tokens down for Nuru, I did not put one down for Panger or Jimmy, but they all are all present. So now we're in. Welcome to Dungeons & Dragons, episode 12.
I just
the
like that
Festered
Jimmy,
Lands.
I just like that Jimmy has the same treatment as the pets. Like, Jimmy does not have a token.
Jimmy's about to go bye-bye, so I'm not making a fucking token for him.
I know. I just
You're
like
just
you're
put a
like
white
I
orb.
didn't make one for the cat, the bird, or the naked man. He's in the same area.
I'm pretty sure he has pants now.
He does. That's
Everyone with clothes gets a token. No
Yeah.
clothes, no token.
You just sewed together what's left of that, red dress, and he's just wearing a gaudy tunic.
Some very nice tool.
All right, so who would like to go ahead and start off with seeing there are two groups. They will converge, as you're converging effectively on the very hard to miss Paolo.
Yeah.
Can everyone see Paolo? Like
Everyone can see Paolo as you're approaching. Like he does not make himself hidden. He is standing by a tree, just out in the open. This shining beam of silver, gold, and white, in a land where everything is brown and like this sickly green color and wisps. So he very vividly stands out.
So Alexa will see him and kind of be a little ashamed, like want to approach him, but at the same time be like, this might not be the right step. So she'll kind of look to Solus to see her reaction, because I know that they've been traveling together for a while. To see if it helps her at all.
Yeah, so Solus is like just like seeing there, and she's like big and wide-eyed, and this is Solus, right? So this is the purple-eyed bean here. She's excited. She's like, if her favorite character is Mickey Mouse, she's like seeing Mickey Mouse. She's like, yes, Paolo. Whereas Ozzy is having the exact opposite, like how I feel about unicorns. Like, oh, Paolo.
So after seeing like Solus all excited, Alexa will start to approach Paolo and be like, I'm weirdly not surprised that you're here. Solus seemed to know that you were close, or at least going to be joining us soon.
So Paolo, who's flipping through a big ass book, just looks at Alexa. He's a pretty tall bean, but he's like gangly, not like Lance. Looks to Alexa. I've been here for quite some time. Just literally does the hand gesture, like just on the periphery.
Have there been any changes? Have you seen the green dragons make any moves?
Have there been changes? There have been changes. Have the green dragons been doing any moves? Yes, they have.
What were those moves that the green dragon made? It's like, huh? All right.
Forgot how literal he was.
Yep. It's like, there it is.
So for Team Mason, I guess you would say Team Rolf. That's the only PC of that group. Team Rolf, they would see a blonde woman. Actually, you know what, Alexa? It's been a while since we've described our characters. What does Alexa look like?
So she's about like 5'6" and a half. Very slender. Like a little bit more muscular tone now that she's been traveling through the woods for so long. She wears a purple and blue outfit that has like just a very defined collar. She carries a book by her side that she typically will write in, that has a pen that looks like it could stab a bitch, essentially, if necessary. And she always has her hair up, and she is very beautiful. She is 20 charisma, so she's very almost enchanting in certain lights.
Very Morgana Le Fay, yeah. Okay. Whereas Paolo is this tall, like, majestic being. I think the best way to put that is like you feel like you're in the presence of divinity, like you can't shake it in some way, shape, or form. So Paolo and Alexa are talking. Let me go down the wonderful list. Rolf, you would be seeing this with your wonderful party. How would Rolf react to, like, one, the fuck is this person? And two, there's another conversation happening. So you're in this mix between, are you eavesdropping or are you engaging?
Rolf would definitely be eavesdropping for now. He's still new to this whole, like, adventure thing. He sees this mystical kind of man and this blonde woman talking as if they know each other. So he'd probably ask Lance, like, who are these people?
Lance, who now everyone will hear because everyone within like a mile radius gets to hear Lance. These are the people!
Oh my gosh.
As everyone hears this, like a bird flies away, that we've come to meet!
Oh my gosh.
And then, like, even Clyde, who's kind of on the Rolf, and these are experienced adventurers, and Alcina give, like, Lance the side eye. Like, if there was an element of surprise, we've lost it.
So then I'd probably, like, go up and kind of look and, like, kind of get a better vantage point to listen about what they're talking about.
Okay, so as you, like, let me just see if I find, like, a little tree to hide behind. Go give me a stealth just to see how well that, like, plays out thematically. As you find a place to hide, so you think you're being stealthy. Like, you're like, you know what?
Good.
If I'm a small enough profile, I can kind of, like, get down this stump, but, you know, you're actually wider than the stump is.
So at the very loud sound of Lance, and Alexa already being incredibly perceptive as she is, and that you can't
really
help
hide from
but to
her.
hear
Right.
Lance. I know you already kind of described what Lance looked like, but can you describe Rolf a little bit?
Describe Rolf.
Sure. So Rolf kind of looks a little bit like Lance, similar hair. He is tall but very slender. If we're going off of charisma as looks, he's also a natural 20, or not natural, just a 20 in charisma. So he's very good looking, objectively. He is definitely not used to it. He looks a little bit worse for wear right now, considering he just traveled for 2 weeks, and it's probably the only time he's ever walked for more than like 4 hours in a row without having to take a break. So he's probably definitely not like looking his best, but he's definitely wearing like robes so you can't really see his arms. He has gloves on, full length robes. You could kind of see like he's a little bit bronzed skin tone right now because, you know, draconic heritage.
Mm-hmm. Whereas Lance is like very bronze, like an Olympian. Like he just like what's up.
His robes are very fine. He obviously comes from wealth. Even if he's not exactly wealthy in the moment, it's still a pedigree and a demeanor that is about him.
So does he carries himself like he's from wealth?
Yeah, definitely. He's not like really. I wasn't trying to like hide like behind a tree. I was just more like not trying to interrupt the conversation and understand what.
Be more like try to be in the background as opposed to like being covert. Okay, so so you find like a nice place that you feel is to stand. So you're not like, my intentions are to be deceptive, but my intentions are not to be in the front.
Not to fuck things up yet.
Yeah, it's like you see a lot to talk about. Alexa's talking to Paolo, so not to interrupt how that would affect Alexa's flow, but she asked Paolo a question. The question was like, oh, what has that been? And Paolo begins as like, the Green Dragons have left the village, and they are approaching along with, and then you hear Lance's booming ass voice. These people are to meet, and he just like looks over in time for Lance to just come over and just give Paolo this like huge crushing hug. Like they're of similar height, but one is very I'm a librarian, and one is very I am like an Olympic wrestler. So it looks very dichotomic. Like there's some contrast there. The book remains floating as like Lance like lifts him up. It is good to see you. And Paolo's just like, Put me down. This is not necessary. I disagree! It has been just swing around like right now. It has been too long! Palos. It has been a little over 100 years, which is not a long time for you.
What's Panger doing? Like, Panger's on my shoulder.
Panger is like freaking out. Like he's like doing the cat like thing. Like you have like the things
Like,
and the tail goes up. Like he's like just excited,
Like,
excited, and like what
He's
the
like,
fuck?
He can recognize both of them.
He does. He's like,
Kind of. Okay.
It's kind of like, have you ever seen like the cat where like their tail starts like vibrating almost because there's like a lot going on and they're like, hold on.
He's an overstimulated cat-like creature at the moment.
Got it. And we can see all this stuff that's happening.
That
right?
is correct.
yeah.
Everyone can see everyone, for lack of better terms.
Given the fact that I've been reading all these dragon books and everything that I know, what are the chances I could recognize that this is the immortal bronze dragon?
Pretty high. Give me a perception check to see what features you recognize. I think of all the dragons, the person who conceals his identity the least is Lance.
It's like, did you know that I am bronze in color right now? And
It's like, is it really wise to announce yourself as an immortal dragon? Fuck it!
like, it's happening anyway.
Yes.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
like, you notice enough of the features and, like, the style of his garb and his skin and his voice, which is very thunderous. Yeah, like, this looks like the humanoid form of Lancite, the bronze spear.
So immediately Captios is going to freeze up, right? Because it's like, this is, like, obviously he's in the back, so people probably wouldn't notice, but he's just, like, speechless at this point. Because Paulo, the mortal bronze dragon, like, how many wizards that are, like, 22 years old get to see all this? Like, this is...
Kanye and Beyonce
Exactly.
shaking hands? Where am I?
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's also scared. Like, I'm just going to, like, Captios would probably be not frightened, but what's the word I'm looking for? Like, overwhelmed. Very
Weird,
similar
yeah.
to Panger, actually.
Yeah. So you mimic Panger. It's just overstimulated.
I do want to know, because if like Captios is able to figure out that it's the bronze dragon, would Captios also know the information that he was responsible for keeping Skyport from floating?
Yeah, he would.
Just for you to have in your head, and like, and now he's here, like, just know what his duty was, and Skyport's definitely now in the sky.
Yep.
Got it.
Same, and also the elder elemental Leviathan, and a minor deity, Ishtia, which is a sea goddess.
Right.
Got it.
And yep, Skyport's up there.
Like, and Skyport's now in the sky.
Okay, so Captios freezes. Alexa does question. What is? Let me get for people I don't have a response to. What is Sin up to? What is Sin doing?
You're still in your dress, by the way.
Yeah, well, let's cover that down, because I think we need at least that visual. Is Sin still in a frilly Lydia Dietz red dress?
No.
No.
Really?
I would imagine prior to getting to this point, she would have come back to the campfire, and just like angrily dug around in her bag and just like ripped it off. She's naked, just rips it off in front of the campfire, and it's just like puts on her. Don't ask, don't fucking ask.
And that's
Don't
where everyone
ask.
left it that night. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like we understand in Tiefling culture that could be a dick move, and I don't want to find out how like Sin to Ozzy is, right?
I mean, Alexa's gonna look and be like, I'm gonna ask.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
We'll have to do that later because we move it forward like momentum. So it's been a day since that happened, and now
Right.
she's in her normal clothes. And how does she react to the Palo, Lance, Alexa, Rolf, Captios, the whole entire shebang?
Well, she's carrying Wraith over her shoulder. She's kind of seeing this all go down. There's a lot of like just this guy, like just eye rolls. She's kind
This
of
guy.
watching this all unfold, and she's kind of scanning to see like who else is in this party.
Yes.
Like, just kind of seeing what's going on. It's
Yep,
just
because they make no effort to be like super stealth at the
No.
moment. Like Clyde walks up, and it's been a while for both Alexa and
been a while.
it's been a while since I have been in Avernus. So it's been a while. But the two of you did spend short of like a
Recognize.
year or more with Clyde, like
Mm-hmm.
in Avernus. So you
Yeah.
instantly recognize Clyde. I think at some point you've met Alcina, at the very least in the Gate series, so you would also recognize Alcina. You wouldn't recognize the two redheads that are with Alcina. But yeah, you would spot them. They begin to stand out. I guess Clyde stands out less than the other because his natural lack of presence as an assassin, but he makes himself known.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be kind of hanging out next to Ozzy, and do I sense him like Ozzy being like extra Ozzy right now?
He definitely has more murderous intent
Extra
since he
Ozzy.
like murdered Dell.
Okay.
Like he is
But he's
extra.
not-
He's extra Ozzy. Like he's always been Ozzy. Now
But,
he
like,
is
more on edge.
Ozzy. Like
Okay. I'm kind of gonna keep an eye on Ozzy, just because I don't want him to do something stupid here, because there's a lot of powerful people.
oh yeah. He's been even more reckless ever since he got his new chainsaw, his
good.
pickaxe.
It's like, have you seen it? It's my murder stick.
My boom staff.
She's gonna look over to him. Dude, don't do anything stupid right now. Just-
I never do anything stupid, Sin. Shut up.
Well, that's extremely questionable, but
Well, that's an extremely question we don't have to fucking answer because we don't ask questions. We get shit done.
Oh.
that's true. But we have to see what happens here first. before we-
Seeing is for losers, doing is for winners, Sin.
Look, I just gotta say, of all the characters you play, Ozzy is by far like it's a masterpiece.
Everyone's got an NPC favorite. It's like, I would like to
Yeah.
nominate Gig and Ozzy. Fuck off.
It's
Gig.
just a force of.
Go ahead, Sin. Ozzy's not a wordsmith. He's a do-smith. Go ahead.
Good.
Man, I just lost my.
So Sin, we'll play that forward. So Sin's like, I'm stunned by your stupidity. Got it.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll circle back as we reconvene the series of topics
Yeah.
with Alexa and potentially Rolf. So Alexa, how are you reacting to Lance? Gives Paolo a big hug. Paolo is not, doesn't see it as offensive, more than uncomfortable or perhaps inconvenient. And you do see the Mason squad and Rolf.
Yeah. So she'll kind of look to Lance and then to Clyde to see like how Clyde's reacting to Lance's existence.
Just
Clyde's just like, eh. So then she'll kind of go up to Lance, and be like, "Hi, I don't think we've met. My name is Alexa. What is yours?"
So he at this point like rolls Paolo around. She's just hugging him with one arm to his like huge chest, and it's like still like holding him like child. And Paolo's just like, I am not amused by this.
I think Alexa's also kind of hoping that it'll make him drop Paolo.
Nope.
Nope. It's not like no.
It's like
Kinda,
he
like,
basically is like,
extends your
I've got
hand
100
out,
years
like-
of hugs to get out, and he extends like huge hands that could probably like palm Alexa's head and like just throw it. Like he's huge. He's like Goliath. He's Goliath sized, and it's like, hello, little one.
Oh gosh. Hello. Oh. You seem to be very, just have a very large presence about you. What was your name?
Why should I not have a large? He's literally wide open. So then, like Paolo, like I wouldn't say drops, like gravity just feather falls him down. It's like, why would I not? You are in the presence of a great being, an adventurer that has seen shore to shore, mountains on high, the depths below. And my new apprentice, he points to Rolf. Rolf the Mighty! Name pending. I am Lancite! The Bronze Spear! And he's like waiting as though there should be applause. And like Paolo just knowing that he's just like,
and like, yeah, Alexa like catching on to like what like he's expecting to be like,
just,
well, I've definitely heard of your great feats. It is something I'd never imagined to meet you in person.
oh, but it has happened. Tribute. But you also remember that all dragons are extremely arrogant.
Absolutely. That's why she clapped, knowing that he would want. So he wants a tribute?
Yeah, it's like I will now accept your tribute.
What would she know that he would want?
Like all
What do you think
dragons
of
like
this?
money, just as a general hoard thing, and objects. They're very material world oriented. But you're not Captios, right? So you don't have this huge lore to pull upon. If you'd like,
Right.
you can roll history to help you.
Well, like, my first reaction, because I knew he was in the water, was fish. But then you're like,
Have a trout.
but I think she would just go
Carpe
with gold.
diem, Lance.
Like, I think she would just go with, like, knowing that he's a dragon, like, gold would be the safe go-to
Yeah.
thing to get him. So she would go into her bag and pull out a gold coin. She's like, I apologize, I do not have much, but let me present you with this. And hands him a gold coin.
He takes the gold coin. Does this coin have a story behind it?
Yes. It is
Tell me the story of this coin!
It is one that I carried with myself from my childhood as I left Duodecim and as I traveled through Avernus and back. It has traveled through many different realms and gotten its way here because it was destined to be in your hands.
You have come far, coin. From hell itself to my hand. I accept your tributes. And he looks to you. What is your name, little one?
Alexa Stone.
Alexa Stone! It's a very common name, Alexa Stone.
Yes. Yes.
That turned on my Alexa one second. I yelled so loud as this dragon that went to a different room.
It's like, I turned off this Alexa. Like, it's time.
Alexa, stop.
I can't
Now I
stop.
soundproof my room.
I mean, only when you're talking like Lance.
Or mute all the Alexas in my house.
Only when Lance is around. Oh.
Yeah. All right. So his last was a quip saying you have a very common name.
Yes. She's like, yes. Unfortunately, I didn't really have a family to give me a better one.
We're all about family here. He points out to the Masons and over to Rolf. Have you met my #1 fan, apprentice, adventure and training, the one, the mighty? And he flips a coin to Rolf, the coin you gave him. Rolf.
I'm Rolf Sievert. Nice to meet you, Alexa Stone. Apologize for how boisterous Lance can be. He can't help it.
Hands on hip laughter.
It's just who he is, and I love him for it.
And Alexa kind of like looks at him, like his like style of dress, and kind of knowing where at least Lancite was from. And she's like, ah, yes, from Freeport, I assume.
Ah, yes, you've heard of my family, have you? The Great Merchant
Yes.
Clan?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have.
Good.
How are they doing?
Pretty terrible, actually. I'm pretty sure we're in ruin. I mean, my dad's probably dead, which is this half glass full type of thing.
And I'm sorry.
Glass half full.
My
Wait,
dad said it gets worked
half-
out.
Half glass full as in you wanted him to die?
No, I do not wish death upon my father, but let's just say my life is a little bit more peaceful with him not around.
Oh.
But
And I'm
with
an
Lance
adventurer
instead.
So I put it this way, Alexa. Traveling with Lance is a more quiet existence than living around my father.
Wow.
Does Sin actually say that in the background, like
Yeah.
from the peanut gallery, like several paces away? Wow.
It's like, oh, I am surprised if your father was louder than Lance that you still have the ability to hear. But
It's an evolutionary advantage, I think. All my family have amazing hearing and selective hearing at the same time.
How long have you been under Lansite's great tutelage?
What day is today?
Who knows?
The 25th.
The 25th.
Probably like 14 days, 15 days maybe. No, it depends on where the sun is right now. It's a little bit darker.
And you are his #1 fan.
He likes to think so.
Yes. Are there any others that have been training alongside you to follow in Lansite's great shadow?
I'm pretty sure I'm his first vassal. I don't think he has anyone else.
That's like, ha ha ha! They die quick. Adventure is not one for long-lived lives, but great lives, Alexa Stone. We live in quality, not quantity.
I'm hoping for both.
He's hoping for both.
He's essentially yelling, he's going to die soon. They all, it's like, well, you must be great if the Great Land site has deemed you worthy.
Let's hope so.
Are you here to help take down Shirley?
Lance, are we here for Shirley?
I am not here for Shirley. I am here for Boyle, the nefarious black dragon. We have been summoned. The council has been called. The judgment has been rendered. And I, Lancites, the Bronze Spear, respond to these calls. With Rolf, who will be with you, handling this Shirley thing.
I'd like to go by Rolf Lanside Spark.
The Spark. I like it. He's already good at making his name. Make sure that there is a scribe to write this down. He looks at Paolo, and Paolo just...
Alexa turns around to look to Captios to kind of see, like, hey, Captios, like, because she wants to start a conversation with Lansite about Jacob White. She kind of wants to, like, because Captios knows everything. So she turns around, like, how's Captios doing? How is he?
Captios is, at this point, he's over his, like, overwhelmedness, right? This is such an exciting, it's just changed from, it's so exciting. He's about to, like basically talk to the immortal bronze dragon. Like, so he takes out like a small measuring tape from his, because like no one's seen this dragon in like, oh my god, no one's seen this dragon. In,
Jimmy
like,
just looks like no.
In like 100 years, no one's seen this dragon. This is the first time we get to like see it in its natural habitat, like in the wild, right?
This is his natural habitat, not the ocean. Miles domain.
Please continue.
So Captios first is going to message Sin, and is basically pointing at Sin, and goes, "Watch Ozzy. We're literally we're standing with the immortal bronze dragon, right? So like Sin, I'm sure can realize what that means, and then it's just literally gonna."
He's announced his name to the.
Oh, Ozzy's like, well, time for murder.
Yeah, he's like, and Captios is like pushing past Ozzy and Sin, and is like taking out his notebook, right, and is like furiously scribing stuff, and goes up to Lance and is like, "Holy shit!"
Hello, holy shit! I am Lancite! The Bronze Spear!
Lancite, the Bronze Spear. This is an amazing opportunity. Do you mind if I get like your height, weight, get your vital? Like this
Of course, Mr. Shit, I can do that! Ask away! May I call you holy?
The wrong fucking name. And I like pull it out, and I'm like literally busy like fucking measuring his like bicep and like his.
Oh
and,
yeah,
like, trying to calculate how many stones he is based on his like appearance.
he
and
basically
I'm like,
acts like a someone who's never been fitted for a suit before. He's just like making all these poses for you as you measure him from like top
I
to
have
bottom.
a question, Cap. Are you going to correct him on your name?
absolutely not.
You do not correct him on your.
That is not someone that I'm correcting right now.
Well, while this is
That's
happening,
literally what I'm doing. I'm just like, it's literally like in like the animes where they're like bouncing around and like doing a bunch of
He has
stuff.
to appear
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like over the shoulder and then underneath the leg. Like, okay, getting all these measurements. And, like while it's going on, like Alex was hoping to have like Captious' assistance and
Oh, you're getting his assistance already.
the conversation. And, like Captious just like boom, measures something. She's like, not quite what I was looking for. Okay. And she's like, well, Lanza, you say that you are here for, the Black Dragon. Have you heard or have you sensed anything about a man named Jacob White that seems to be trying to harness the power of dragons?
Jacob White. He does like this. It's like Captios gets his wrist. Gets his finger length. No. Should I know this man?
Yes,
He's an asshole.
he is trying to harness the power of the dragons.
What a villain!
Yes.
Wide stance, then he gets like, the
Yeah.
shoulder to shoulder outstretched arms.
I was hoping that if you were here to take down the Black Dragon, that there may have been some communication amongst the dragons to try to stop him, because we do not know how.
So at this point, like, meanwhile, like, Lance is yelling something, but Paolo, like, speaks, and it seems to help reduce his volume levels, like speaking in a tunnel. So
It like creates like a bubble, like you can
it's
still
like,
hear
I
him.
cast, not quite silence, how about soften? Just whisper. I cast whisper
Nice.
on you. Paolo looks to Alexa. The dragons are not here to address matters of mortals. They are here to address dragon matters.
I just assumed that Jacob White might have been a dragon matter. We're a little lost with what to do, so just knowing who may be an ally.
Lancite is as much of an ally as you can consider Lancite an ally right now. If your question is that you're not asking, will Lancite help you take down Jacob White? The answer is not until he addresses situations with Bile.
Right. I wouldn't have assumed it any other way. I know that Shirley and Bile is our primary objective currently.
Shirley would be your objective, as a matter between Infernals and the mortal races of Aurora. But they are not matters of the dragons, which is Bile.
Does Lance also want to deal with the green dragon, or does he want the green dragon to be released?
By that you mean Vine.
Yes.
The dragons are summoned here because of Vine's treatment. By that nature, yes, but only by outcome. Effectively, Alexa Stone, think of it as inhumane treatment of a prisoner, regardless of who the prisoner is. And they are freeing the prisoner
Like
from
a
its
war
jail.
crime.
Correct. So the green dragons have assembled. The bronze dragon has assembled. The silver and blue dragon have assembled to address this issue.
Okay.
And while I'm doing this, I'm like, so is this the council you're talking about, Sir Lance? Like, all of these dragons coming together to make decisions?
Ah! You ask good questions, Mr. Shit!
Gosh.
We have convened already in our minds and come to this conclusion together to meet in this physical place to settle matters as dragons do through, and he just like birds fly. The one bird that remained. Handle it as dragons. Let the challenge be met for the outcome that is truly just.
So are you saying that the blue, the silver, all these dragons are gonna all descend on this same place?
That is correct! He points to the sky as though it means something. It doesn't.
Look up. I look up. I'm like,
Nothing there.
It's like, oh,
It's
no.
just the aurora just casually rippling through the sky.
Not like two dragons just like flattened away here.
Just a cloud.
Just like a cloud. What does that cloud mean? Banana soup.
Fuck off.
It's the sky bean! We found the sky bean! A bean falls from
It's
the sky.
new, yeah. He's just...
I hate you all.
After that, just very loud, everything going on, and Captios essentially fangirling over
Immortal dragons.
a mortal
Yeah.
dragon. Alex was kind of like sad step over to Clyde, like, let's go to more quiet, less you have to know the exact right question to ask me to get any kind of answer type of beings.
So there's Clyde and Alcina who have taken very sin approach to this of noted, but I'm back here.
Mm,
Like we're here to pick up Jimmy.
yeah. She'll go to both Clyde and Alcina. It's like it's good to see you both again. You look well.
Yeah, we're very proud right now. As you can see, our kids are here. Anna, say hi. Yeah, she waves. Maple, say hi. She like does her. Yeah, she does that.
Yeah.
Right.
Like Anna kind of like nods, like, hey, hi.
We recently came back from our first trials. They did quite well, so we are in very good spirits.
Alex looks to both of them like, it's been a while since I've seen you, but congratulations.
Thank you. And I wish I could say the same, but it's really hard to tell if congratulations are in order for that. Clyde points to everything behind her.
I heard that.
What's up?
Yeah. She isn't being sin.
Yeah.
Like, hey.
Yeah.
And looks like kind of like turns around to the naked man.
He's got clothes now, doesn't he?
Yes,
He
Yeah.
does.
Pair of pants.
He's
wearing
got
a pair of
pants.
Yes.
shirtless man.
Shirtless man.
And seeing, Rolf and mainly just Rolf because she doesn't know him yet.
Mm-hmm.
Lancite, who knows what his whole thing is. So she'll start to kind of go into, isn't it like thieves can't, whatever the language between candles is for them?
Yeah, thieves can't. So it's something that you and Captios and Clyde, and that's about it, can go through.
Yeah,
What
to
about
kind of go
Maple?
over,
What?
to talk, huh?
And
Oh,
Maple.
Maple. Yeah, Maple would be like, oh, I've seen this. I've heard about this. Other than
But,
practice
like-
with Dad? Is it actually in practice?
Yep.
But she's going to use that to start talking about Jimmy because she doesn't know how much about Jacob White and Jimmy's existence she can kind of trust to say out loud
Yeah.
in front of.
So in Thieves' Cant, which to describe what Thieves' Cant is, it's not a language so much as a cipher. So it takes 10 times as long to say anything. So it seems like they're talking about the weather.
I think we've been doing apples,
Yeah.
how to properly
Yeah.
plant an apple tree, how to care
Right.
for it, what
So-
is the right
so for the
weather
rest
to
of the
deal
world,
with the
They're starting
apples.
going into a conversation about their deep love of apples. But
Mhm.
they're really talking about is what?
is Jimmy. So Alex will start, essentially the idea is that, this is Jimmy. We found him in one of Jacob White's vaults. It appears that Jacob White is trying to become powerful enough to take on Elo and win. And this was one of his many experiments. I'm sure he has thousands more. But it's the one cut that we could do to him was to get rid of him. He looks old, but it's as if his mind is that of a newborn child.
Clyde goes through the quantity of apples and different types of apples and the sweetness, the bitter, which effectively is that, well, fortunately, I now have some experience dealing with children, so that's good.
Uh, Jacob might come looking for him.
Well, he's welcome to try.
Yeah, it's like, I trust you to keep him safe, but I reached out specifically to you because I worry that there are deeper ties in the candles that Jacob has than I would have hoped. So if they actually catch any wind of him, I am worried for what's going to happen.
To him?
To him, to us. I don't know how deep Jacob White's ties are. He's a very powerful person.
Yeah, he's very politically involved.
Yes. So I at least knew I could trust you.
Well, it's good to rely on the people you know and trust and the devils you know. So, I have room in my home, my tribe. We're looking to expand anyway, so it really works out. You know, a tribe needs a certain level to sustain itself over a period of time, since the Fox tribe got greatly diminished.
Yes, you guys have been working with the Wolf tribe, correct?
Yeah,
Still?
they've been good partners.
Good. Well, I'm glad it at least seems to be at a good time, and I hope that while we're about to gear up for a big fight, hopefully you guys can stay out of this one.
Oh yes.
It's like, absolutely stay away from this.
We have a number one priority, and we are going to reduce our world-saving efforts down to a bare necessity. I think the Crabber incident was a bit of an exception.
I trust your judgment, and you're one
You
of
should.
the
It's
few...
great judgment. It's like
like,
top judgment.
You're one of the few candles I know I can reach out to. Are there any others that you know may be safe to talk to if information is necessary?
The only one that comes to mind is my old partner, Evelyn.
Evelyn, okay. I have talked to her a couple times. She was a great spy.
She's very ethical. Yeah.
Yes.
A bit to the point. But her allegiance
Rigid?
is not to you. Frigid, yeah, that's a good way of describing her. But her allegiance is to the realm and to the crown. So keep that in mind too, that if you become a threat, she's not loyal to you. She's loyal to the realm.
I'm just hoping that loyalty to the realm will make her not loyal to Jacob.
Well, if Jacob's a threat to the realm, makes her, a pretty clear enemy to Jacob and an ally to you. The question is he a threat to the realm?
I think so.
Do you have proof?
I talked with his brother, and the information he provided, and the journals that we have.
Journals are good.
Would prove otherwise, but it may be a long read. But we did gather a good amount of books and journals from his study.
Okay, I mean, that's a start for people that can be reasoned with.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to... he was studying things about becoming like a lich, splitting his soul in certain parts.
Yeah, so, I mean, keep in mind, like, I don't know if you remember Clyde Kellamvor, Undead Hunter.
Yeah, so that's like probably like oh no.
Yeah, so you say the lich is like, you mean literally a lich?
There were a lot of books about it, and he was writing in journals. It seems like if he's trying to split his souls into multiple parts, there were also...
that sounds like a lich's phylactery.
Yeah, and...
Is he practicing necromancy?
I didn't see any practice of necromancy. There was this chart, and she'll hold up the, like in her book, what she wrote out about how he made the chimeras. Like there was this that he was putting what seemed like celestial, draconic, and infernal beings together.
Yeah, so Clyde looks at this, and like that's part that you can't encode. You're showing an object off, so everyone see Alexis showing off, talking about apples, but showing off a chimera. And they're trying to play it off as when you mix species of apples together.
Like if you tried like putting a
Yeah, it would kind of look like,
Granny
if you think about how,
Smith with
let me
a-
use an analogy. If look at this chimera, imagine these 3 different apples together. Yeah, this is how you get a crossbreed. Clyde's like, that's dangerously close to necromancy, but it's not. I'll check with the Kelmberites. If he truly is practicing necromancy, like refusing to have his soul, die,
right.
then you're welcome to reach out them. That's useful if you need things such as resurrections or help with the undead. There are still a few hunters out there that are not as retired as I am.
Okay. I also think it might be. I think that Jimmy
Looks to the shirtless
Yeah.
man-child in the back, yeah.
Maybe an evolution of these combinations, so something to be aware of.
Okay. I mean, he just looks like a guy to me, so we'll
Yeah,
play it by ear.
just so you're not surprised if any weird stuff happens.
I don't know if anything surprises me anymore, Alexa.
That's fair. I'm sure your kids keep you.
It might surprise the shit out of them. Yes, that's true. Sure Silas will thoroughly enjoy asking him endless questions.
Yeah, how is he doing? Has he gotten his cuts and bruises in for growing up?
He's slowly toughening up. He might end up being just a homebody. I don't know. We'll see when we get in his trial. He's a bit too young. I mean, Anna here went to the trial a year early. There's this rivalry, this subtle rivalry between them.
And she'll kind of like turn her like face away from like Maple and Anna, so the sense you can't really see. You're like, in your opinion, who did better?
It's like, well, clearly that would be Little Maple. I mean, the way that she like tore up this frog.
I'm putting a twig in Anna's hair right now as Maple.
And it's just like kind of fussing, like, no, don't.
Hold still.
Okay.
All right, so as this is happening,
Yeah.
we put up a few time into the Clyde combo. What is, let's do clockwise. What's Sin? Sin, Solus, like Robin's gonna be a background character until we drop her off. So Solus and Ozzy, that little group over there.
Sin's gonna. So everybody knows that. So what was said is that there's a bunch of dragons coming here at the spot.
Paolo has said that. He does not, however, yell.
Okay.
Should he?
No.
He doesn't. I don't think he's capable of that.
I just imagine
Right.
him yelling. But his voice would crack so many
But
times.
I did ask the question, and Lance did answer.
That's
Right.
true. Yeah, that's right.
So
That's
it was
right.
yelled into the
It was
skies.
By Lancite, the self-proclaimed immortal bronze dragon, the bronze spear, the greatest adventurer Aurora's ever had. Him.
Completely true.
So, Sin's gonna walk up to hello. Not like that.
Just like that.
Oh, like nonchalant, like
I can see you.
slides in. So we're gonna go kill a plant thing and probably some dragon spawn. How do you feel about that?
Meanwhile, like Solus is directly behind Sin, like hands on shoulder, like just peeking out the other side, like
Oh,
Aw.
Solus is behind, right? Solus is doing that.
Solus is here doing good.
Yeah, of which Solus, every time you do that, she's kind of like skirts behind Sin.
Oh.
What are you doing? Sorry, my bad.
It's better. Goes back to her hiding position over Sin's shoulder. Yeah, Paladin, how do I feel about that? Like, is that what you want to do?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
You're not. That's just okay. You're not gonna be like, well, Sin, I'm dead inside, and let me tell you.
So meanwhile, as you're going off, he's like, go ahead, rip on Paolo.
And I see everything, and man, I have all these opinions about what people should or should not do. They put these funky bracers on your hands to make you not be as more stronger than you should. Why are you here?
Here, because this is where I need to be.
For what?
To help you to get to Shirley.
And how are you gonna do that?
By creating barriers, restricting the movement of the forces, of Baal's forces, so that you can focus on what is in front of you.
Okay. That sounds good. So I just lost my train of thought.
Yeah,
sorry.
it's like you're being. It's like, what do you want to do? I want to be helpful. Oh.
I'm like, oh yeah. I'm just like, all right. That's cool, I guess.
Or is he denying you paths, Sin? Is he denying you
Literally
paths?
creating walls. You can't go
Oh
off
my
to the left. You can't go
Yeah.
west. Not allowed.
He literally said he's going to create barriers.
Yeah. Well, what if I don't want to be in that barrier, Paolo?
That would be strange, but
It's like, are you sure? You know?
a choice that you're making. Do you have a specific reason, like, why you would like to go through the barriers, where all the hydras and lesser dragons and like drakes and wyverns and poisonous snakes and pits that go straight down several hundred feet, and then you can't really swing your axe against mud when you're buried underground.
You could try.
Your wraith.
Well, I'm just asking just in case for whatever reason I feel like I want to.
Then you have made a choice to go
That's-
through a barrier and find yourself hundreds of feet underneath ground, and that's unfortunate. I will construct an elevator
What's
to
an
bring you back up.
elevator?
Like, so this is elevation. He like has a little cylinder.
Oh
It's
my
like,
God.
and when it elevates upwards, it's an elevator.
Got it.
Not to be confused when things escalate, like when you get more and more angry. That's more when he draws like his finger like a line, like a 45-degree angle.
Escalator.
That is when things escalate. And if I put you here, it's like a little stick figure Sin goes up. That would be an escalator. So I'm
I
going to
see.
create an elevator, not an escalator.
You know, I kind of prefer the escalate thing.
You would
be
like to
honest.
escalate? I will.
Yeah.
I will see if that inefficient use of a 45-degree angle is better when you take a direct 180-degree drop down into the ground. I will assess the situation for optimal performance. Sin Thatcher.
My God, you're so boring.
Yes.
Now,
Yes, I
I think
am.
out of character, the big question is Sin going to sass him about the gig deal like she sassed Gig about the gig deal with Ford?
I didn't make any deal.
Are you going to tell Paolo that she talked to Gig?
Oh yeah, so I talked to Gig.
How did that go? He says, as though he doesn't already know.
I'm about to say, like, I mean, you probably already saw it, but
I have already seen this.
yeah.
However, how do you feel about it?
How I feel about it.
Indeed.
Just kind of like taking a little moment to like kumbaya. Like, I don't the same as I was, but like more angry, I guess.
I see.
I don't know. I just want to
So he like literally has his book open, so you feel angry.
You know, honestly, I'm gonna be real honest with you, Paolo.
No, please lie to me. I do not
Not
like
a
it when
lie.
people lie to me. But I will say with sarcastic flair, I love it when people lie to me. That was humor. That was not the truth. I do not like it when people lie to me. Ha.
I mean, I appreciate you trying, but are you gonna put more shackles on me if I like say something that doesn't align to your whatever it is that you're doing?
No, in fact, I have a gift for you, which, by law, I have to provide all of you with a gift. But
By law.
By law?
Captius takes out his notebook as he's hearing this and is like writing that down.
He's like, by law, must give gift to people.
the bylaw is
Don't
like,
know what
well,
law.
yes, if I gave one person a gift and not others, it would be favoritism, and that is not the point.
Oh. Okay. That's weird, but okay.
So it's the back, like, it's so weird.
So what is it? What is it then? What's it for?
So as everyone's having the conversation, he goes through his cloak and he pulls out a key made of silver and crystal, and he hands it over to Sin. The gift that I made for you is a key.
Cool.
Wow. It's really nice.
It is. It's very, very powerful.
What does it do?
Effectively, if there is something that you are bound to, you can use that key once to be unbound.
One time. So then after that one time it's gone. I can never use it again.
That's correct.
That would work for these?
It would work for those if you choose to use that. It would work for a deal that someone might be bound to. It would work for a soul that might be constrained to or in service of.
Captious in the background, like, what?
Oh.
And he's like,
It is an extremely powerful artifact you have there, as it allows you to get out of many strings. So you have to ask yourself, Sin, when you're ready, what it is you wish was not constraining you or someone you care about.
Like Captious is like staring down that key, like, I see that key. I see it.
How do I use it?
You.
Well, I just know.
Well, Paolo doesn't try to be facetious and sarcastic, but it does come up as condescending as Paolo. It's like, well, you point the key at the thing you want to unlock, you put it in the thing you want to unlock, and you turn it.
All right, smart ass.
So it comes in different ways. So if you want to unlock those very well crafted, bracers that you have, you would point at the bracers and you would unlock it, and it would no longer be attuned to you. You would no longer have need of them. In the case of a soul, you would point it at the soul. And it's very metaphysical at that point, so the intent is what works in things that are less physical. Same thing with contracts. I guess you would need the same intent would manifest the contract, and then you could, say, remove your name from the contract. It is meant to unbind that which is bound.
Why are you doing this again?
Because it's important for you.
Right. I feel like there's more to this, but thanks.
You're welcome.
Put it in
What
my
can I
pocket.
say except you're welcome?
And as Captios is writing things in his book and whatnot, and he looks over to Captios, super excited. Captios, I have something for you as well.
And Captius, so just to get in the mindset of where Captius is, because I think this is really important, right? Like, at this point, Captius is, there's one piece of him where he's like, do you remember the scene, I don't know, in like Harry Potter, where like Dumbledore doesn't want to talk to Harry because he knows Voldemort can listen in?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Captius is like, I don't want to talk to Paula because Gig can listen in on our conversation.
Mm-hmm.
That's one. And then two, he's like extremely frustrated. No, he's pissed. He's pissed at Paulo because he now knows that Paulo intervened in a different situation, right? And didn't intervene in Captios's death. Like Paulo could have come and stopped Captios from dying.
Mhm.
And Paulo claims that like, oh, Captios is so important to like help Ford and XYZ, but obviously he's not, right? Like in Captios's psyche, he's like, obviously I'm not that important to this fucking guy. So like kind of like fuck this guy to some extent.
He's got some complicated emotions he's processing.
Yeah. So he looks at Paulo and he goes, what do you want?
I have a gift for you.
Okay. What is it?
So he flips to the end of his book, which seems to have like these endless pages, and he takes one page, which is just like this luminescent light, and he tears it off and holds on this piece of paper. He closes his book, and he takes another one that looks similar in size out, but it's not floating, it's not super magical, it doesn't look that way. He flips to the very first page of this book, he puts it in like a bookmark, and he closes the book. He holds this book and he gives it towards Captios and said, the Mysides were very first librarians. They are responsible for holding all of the lore. One of the first things they ever created was a book to capture a copy of all the lore that they've created and access it rather easily, which later became, and he points to the book that's floating, the Book of Mysidia. There's been only one other book ever created, and it is now finished. And he hands it to Captios. To do is with as you will.
Fuck.
It's like, that's a good gift. Damn it.
Yeah, but it's also a gift that Captios knows that Gig will own if he takes it, right? Because Gig can be like, I want that book. And Captios has no choice but to give him that book.
That's correct. Because you are owned.
Yeah. So Captios is going to look at Paula and says, I don't want it.
Okay. And he looks over to Alexa. It's like, Alexa,
Yes.
this is Captios's. When he's ready for it, would you please give it to him?
I will.
He gives the book to Alexa. So effectively, Gig can't take it now.
Because it's not your possession.
Not until you
It's it.
ask for it. Right.
Hmm.
And then looks down to Alexa, who's now holding this big-ass fucking book.
Like, well, now I got another book.
Yeah, I'm
from,
about to say.
book.
Alexa.
Another book.
I have something for you. And Nuru.
Oh. Little tiny white raven looks all excited. Gets a gift. Nura rarely gets gifts. It's an exciting time.
And he gets in
Fluffy bird
really
feathers.
close to Alexa, I might add. Like, could hug Alexa.
Oh.
And what he does is he puts a necklace on Alexa, which has a very small, like, crystal on it. It's white, a very white crystal. And then puts one on Nuru as well. Very silver and gold, and a very cut gem.
So Nuru is wearing bling now?
Nuru is wearing very small raven bling.
Good.
Bling bling.
Captios would know that this is very rare, like custom-made jewelry from Upper Crystallian. Like, those are out of circulation. Like, the Mysides are gone. They don't make them anymore. Like, this will get you closer to Nuru and allow you to merge with Nuru to become a very large raven. And to make it clear how big this is, he points off to the sky, and like a cloud appears, and we're talking about like great owl size. Like, everyone could get onto Alexa's back and fly like an eagle.
Oh, jeez.
As you progress, the need for new heights are made accessible to you. There are certain ports in the sky that can only be accessed that way.
Thank you. This will help solve a lot of problems for issues to come.
Yeah. Like, meanwhile, like, Soul's like, oh, what'd you get? What'd you get?
Like, it's shiny. See how shiny it is?
And
Well, you can talk to him, you know. You can just
Like,
push
Soul's
no,
like,
no, I couldn't. No,
push it.
no,
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 God,
no, no! It's just like it's fighting you. No! It's like whenever when you're trying to like meet like Neville, it's like I want to, but I don't want to.
stronger than you.
No, and then when you actually go talk to them, you get real nervous and ask real bad questions, and it just.
All right, so you literally push Solus.
Like
Solus
into Paolo, like the back of Paolo.
Yeah, in the back of Paolo, and like she like collide, and she's like beat red. She's like, I did not ask for this. And she's like, Paolo turns around, looks at Solus, like, I have something for you, but there's someone who's been here very patiently and traveled very far that I have to give this to first. And she's like, just words fail her. Rolf, Sievert.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Paolo in the city.
Rolf Sievert, as you already just stated.
Indeed. I have something at the request of your benefactor. Points to Lance, who's lancing it up. He reaches in, he pulls out a compass. It's about the size of the palm of your hand, and currently it's spinning around rapidly, and hands it over to Rolf.
Thank you. What exactly does this point towards? It doesn't seem to be pointing north. I mean, it's spinning in circles. I don't think we're on any iron.
That is true. As a great navigator, you can appreciate what this will point to is not the poles, but rather something more genuine. For you, it would be adventure. If it is spinning like that, you have found it. You will always know where it is your next adventure lies. And if you ever get lost, you can refer to this to find out where you need to go.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry I don't have a gift in kind. Is there anything I could do to be of service to you?
You can help these fine people take care of the infernal threat, which is surely a demonic plant that comes straight from Avernus, threatening to take care of a greater portion of Arhor'ha, turning it into plants that only wish to devour life, drink its blood, and propagate to other places such as the Sword Coast.
Sounds a little bit rough. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of regret asking if I could be of service.
It's like, what will they?
It's a promise. An equal task for an equal gift.
Excellent. And then, so with so we got Rolf. Who did we miss so far?
Solus, Ozzy, Anna, Maple.
Yeah, the kids don't get. I don't think there's any PC that was missed. So checking my list, checking
Robin.
it twice. Yeah, well, Robin does get something. So Robin has been very canned in the background. So Paolo reaches out, kind of pats Solus in the head. It's like, I'll be back. And she's like, okay.
He touched me.
It's like, I am never gonna wash my hair. Goes over to Robin and doesn't say something very out loud. That said, Alexa would hear because Alexa has ears
She hears everything.
So Alexa hears, and if someone else would like to hear, feel free to roll perception. The DC you're looking at a 17. And says, I understand that you need options, and that this one is not the correct path for you. So, gives her a scroll. This will take you back to Crystallis, if you so choose to. At which case, Paolo steps back and looks to Ozzy. And Ozzy is much like Captios, a bit conflicted. I need to kill this guy. Fuck this guy. No, redo that. I hate this guy.
I need to fuck this guy.
After I
And I need to kill this guy. This is not like murder, fuck, kill. No, it's none of that. It's
Yeah.
bad
Not
phrasing.
at the same time.
Not the same time.
Oh my god.
That would make this distinction. These are the
All right.
important distinctions to make.
No. It's the
Phrasing.
legal order of these things.
Phrasing.
It's the legal order of these things.
So
Is there any
So
legal
it's
order?
is this the reason? Senpai noticed me. Why? All right, so it goes to Ozzy. Ozzy's going through some conflicted thing. He's definitely gripping that big old pickaxe a little tighter. And Paolo goes down to Ozzy. He kneels down, so he's more at eye level because Ozzy's not tall. Neither is Sin. Like the Thatchers just have the short gene. And leans in and whispers something to Ozzy again. You're welcome to try here. It's DC 17. Obviously Alexa would. And he says, I'm sorry, and I forgive you. This will allow you to take all excess energy that you're not capable of storing yet until that you are. You should have had this a while ago, but you didn't. And now you have it.
Oh, I don't like that he said, and I forgive you, because I know. Oh, no.
And he puts the necklace around and clasps it on, and Ozzy's like, you're weird, okay? You're a weird guy doing weird things. You're just being weird. So it's like, I know. So that takes care of Robin. And then, like, you know, obviously there's this fangirling situation that's going on with Solus, right? And then, after all this, Paolo goes over and stops at Solus, like, oh, my turn! And suddenly she gets more sin-like. I'm like, all right, what's my present? Paolo looks down at Solus like, the final gift is yours. And his robe is a lot more like a long jacket. So he starts taking his jacket off. He's got clothes
Not
underneath.
here, dude. Not
To
here.
get naked, like, it's naked
Jesus
time.
Christ. Wrong place.
He says, she's like, ah!
Not again.
It's like the background goes like nothing but crazy colors exploding. It's like, what is going on? And he has like the equivalent of a shirt, like a small shirt on underneath. It's like a white t-shirt.
And pants.
He has pants. Yes, he's had pants prior to this.
You just mentioned shirt. I just had to double check.
His robe is like a long jacket, right?
just
Trench coat.
It's like, exactly. It's, if you think about a modern day trench coat, that's more true to what his robes are like. So he's taking off, effectively, his fancy-ass trench coat. And he puts it over Solus, and he starts clasping it together, putting it over her. He's like, what does it do, Paolo? What does it do? Does it shoot lasers? Does it summon angels? Does it, can I just catch fireballs by just saying, fireball? And then Paolo finally stands up. It's like, it keeps you warm. I hate you so much right now. Just she's effectively like over it at this point. She's like going to send like so much.
Boys.
Boys. Just
Man.
and it's too big for her, so it's like draping behind her. It's like just, everyone gets something
muddy.
cool. I get a fucking coat.
Yeah, but
Hey, some girls kill for
His
fur
coat.
coats.
What does Sin say?
it's his coat though.
Yes, it's more symbolical, I think, than
Does it smell
material.
like him?
Yeah, it does smell like him. Yes, it's like
What does he smell like?
Yeah, what
Stardust.
The fuck
What does Stardust smell?
You get to assume what you think Stardust smells like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so on the note of like the coat and Stardust, high perception check. But Alexa,
Yep.
you happen to notice that Lansay's been doing a good job of scaring off all the birds, except for one that still remains, which is a large white owl.
Would I have any idea of what? Because like it's kind of the idea like this owl is either embodying someone or symbolizing someone at this point if they aren't like
More of a Captious knowledge question, but you are absolutely welcome to roll religion to see if she does. No.
yeah. Yeah, because I think right now Captious is fangirling a little too much.
Yeah,
help
we
her.
we create a new fangirl and we broke with the other one.
Yep.
There has to be like the equal balance of it. No, it's an owl.
It's an owl, okay.
It's a stubborn owl.
It's effectively an owl. Yeah, an owl that refuses to leave. This doesn't know what's good for it.
And so just kind of like make a note like white owl won't leave. Like just like a oh that's weird. Okay. Make a note for later.
The owl wants to try challenge the dragon.
Right. Caw. Well, I think the owl would win.
She doesn't have photographic memory like Captio, so she has to write her notes for stuff like white owl. won't leave. Weird.
Yeah. So at this point, like Solus is like still getting over this. She's like just kind of like storms off for a second. Like I can't even right now. I need a minute. Like her hair's literally like literally standing on end. Like it's up. It's over. For those that spend like that month with her, that's like her mood ring. She's got mood hair.
Like, oh, shit's going down.
She's frustrated.
Real good job, man.
DePalo?
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. The real good jobs? Well, he looks up the sky. I feel the cold rain of a coming storm. She'll need it.
Of course you do.
He's like, yes.
I know everything.
In that little confusion, you would hear Robin cast a spell. And she would, the equivalent of, we see Dimension Door, which is like blink or teleportation, and she's gone. She didn't say anything. She hasn't really introduced herself. She just decided and she's gone.
Oh, well, that's also an option, I guess. Not everybody's cut out for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, like Alexa turns around, she's like,
Who was she?
A traveling companion who appears our line of work was too much for her.
And you guys must go through some rough times. What did I sign up for?
Well,
Lancite and Brontrony like turns over, like was Captius is like figuring out like the width of like his thigh. Adventure, rough.
That I did, Lance. That I did. Let's go.
And like Alex will look to Clyde and Alcina because she doesn't know much longer they're going to be staying there.
Yeah, they're looking like they need to move on. The Robin leaving was the good. Hey, someone's left. Does everyone else need to leave? And they're like, we should probably go.
Oh, they started it. Oh,
the leaving has started.
And she'll look to both of them and be like, before you go, I have a way that I can get in touch with you that might be a little bit safer than a raven. But to do so, I would need you to write your name in my book. And I would like both of you to do so in case I need either of you.
Clyde's like, and they're not talking thieves' can anymore, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, we're not your personal, personal masons. But I think we should stay in touch. And ravens can get intercepted. And sending spells can get kind of expensive. And there's a limit to them. So what are you proposing?
If you and Altina put your name here, I can essentially do a sending spell to you. You would respond back to me, and it would just be down in writing, which would eventually disappear. It's essentially a cheaper version. If there's a problem, if something's going on with Jimmy, if there is something that we need to discuss, it might be a little bit more of a secure way of doing so.
Can we initiate a conversation to you?
I don't think you can initiate a conversation to me.
All right. Well, I expect you to be checking in periodically because Jimmy is an important member. Jimmy Mason. We're gonna adopt him. Little JM.
How about just once every 2 weeks, I'll send a how is Jimmy
Alcina's
doing?
like, you better go ahead and you need to send messages like every 2 weeks.
Yep.
If you're not there, we're gonna worry. We're gonna worry about you.
We're gonna cut your cell phone bill.
That's right.
Cut off your cell phone.
Be very. We're not gonna tell. We'll be very disappointed.
Yes, of course.
You want to make your mother cry?
So Clyde and Alcina are all about that.
Okay.
And as they're like, I guess, loading Jimmy up somewhere, right? He can walk now, I guess.
He can walk. Yeah.
I'm gonna go up to Jimmy and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, Jimmy. See you, man.
he goes over and sees like all this affection that Lance is doing and like attempts a hug. So it's like not quite a firm
body
hug.
slam?
It's like just like a
And
no. It's like
Captain
it's like a hug without any tension. It's just very like loose because he saw the motion but not the
like
embrace
noodle
part.
arms, like
it's
the
like,
arms
just-
are there.
It's like goodbye, sister.
and I'm gonna actually hug him back.
Okay. Then he understands what it
Yeah.
is, and you can actually feel the character growth where he understands you have to put more pressure, and you actually give a hug.
Aww.
Yeah.
Oh,
You taught
You
him
taught him how to hug.
you taught him how to love.
And I say, stay safe, my friend.
You too.
Trying to keep that friend theme
Friends.
going.
Yeah.
It's like, friend.
You-
Captain doesn't have a lot of friends,
He's
so if you can
getting
find
lots
a
of 'em
brand
now.
new person, yeah, exactly.
It's like, can you also? 'Cause I'm sure he's here in the comments. Can you also write to me?
I can't write to you, but I can talk to you.
Okay. Yeah, we should do that. We should keep doing that.
Cool.
Cool.
I agree.
Awkward silence.
Like, yes. It's like, can you write, Jimmy? Can you?
Can you
It's like,
read?
it's like, well,
Jimmy
Can you read?
I guess I should be going. And then he goes over to Clutch. Like, we're going soon. Just he's like, can we go now?
It's gonna
It's
be
like, but
awkward.
Yeah, it's
I
like
did the thing. I gave the hug. Is it not time?
it's like this is when you leave, right? It's like no, you gotta wait a while longer. You gotta wait till your ride, your Uber arrives. Fuck. I guess we're just hanging out at the curb together. Okay, so that happens. The Masons would sign the name of the books.
Now I'm gonna go up to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Zen.
I was just gonna say Maple is gonna fist bump Rolf before
Yeah.
they go.
What would
Bye,
Anna?
dude.
What would Anna do?
I mean,
Bye.
and I'll walk up to him and she's like, open your eyes.
Millions of lies that they tell you every.
I'll do my best.
She's like, and
Eye on the prize. I got it.
just be safe, okay?
Can't promise that. I'm about to go die.
Can you try not to?
That's the plan.
Okay. And she'll just kind of turn around like, that's about all I can.
Bye.
Bye.
And then she'll kind of give him a little like I imagine she has like little charms or like essentially like little fox hair tufts. And she like hands him one like be smart.
My strong suit.
Fox hair lapel. Just
It's like a little tiny like kind of like a keychain thing that has like it's like little like a fox hair tuft, so it's like orange with like little white tips at the end. She's like, be smart.
I'm adding that to my equipment.
as we speak.
She likes to craft stuff. It's not quite a friendship bracelet that was going to take her an hours, and they're like, hold on.
At this point, Paolo makes an observation. It says, Alcina is a very powerful druid. And Alcina's like, why'd you say that? Like, just gives him the eye.
Oh yeah, I pull out this.
The arm that you had in your bag. I got his arm. Hold on.
What
And Clyde's
the fuck
like-
is that?
It's like Clyde says, powerful, but not hungry.
Not to eat it. You fucking no.
So travel partner, why is there an arm in your bag?
Well,
So Clyde's like, they're traveling with an army.
Oh my gosh.
Dad jokes, go.
April's just
going
like,
to be a
"Ah."
dad.
The kids are like,
Not again, Dad.
God, Dad, stop embarrassing me in front of new adventures.
She's like, so Sin's like holding this arm, and she looks to Rolf. She's like, well, this is a good opening conversation to mention don't do anything or say anything stupid to this guy over here, because you end up like this arm. So
Where's the rest of them?
he's
Ozzy's like,
Oh my God.
I'm taking a step behind Lance, next to Captius.
Lance is like, oh, he wouldn't try anything in the presence of the great immortal bronze dragon.
Alex kind of looks like
By
that
Lance.
may be exactly where he'll try.
Ozzy's like, oh, I've been waiting for that.
I
Icy Sin has gone over to Ozzy.
I take the arm. I just pat him on the head with it.
We're all
I think
for
that dude wants to
Ozzy.
fight you.
No, Ozzy. with
Oh,
Ozzy.
okay.
Good job.
Would have been a little traumatized
Really
from
nice.
that.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can do anything with this, but I mean, if you can make him not undead, that'd be cool.
Clyde's like, yeah, undead is bad.
Well, I mean, like, okay.
Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. He takes
Good,
the arm.
good.
Thanks. I've always needed a hand. He just takes the arm.
Maple's like,
Good.
oh!
He's like, he gives the arm to Alcina. She's like, what? What's your final zinger? It's like, nothing. I don't have anything. Come on, we gotta go. I wouldn't want to exercise my right to bear arms here.
Oh gosh.
And then the kids are just they're now the new Solus. They're like, just god damn.
Yeah.
Traumatizing your kids one joke at a time.
Yep.
That's how you know you're doing it right.
Okay. And at that point, Team Mason plus Jimmy plus Dell's arm, they wave and they go on their way.
Do they
back
wave with Dell's arm?
I mean, Clyde does.
Can I give the arm a high five?
You can give the putrid arm of the fallen adventurer a high five. Just to go like literally.
Good luck, arm.
Literally, Clyde's like, man, I've always wanted a weapon with some reach, and just kind of gives you the high five.
Fucking Clyde.
How are you thinking of these? How?
Did you like preemptively write these?
No, I'm just that bad with dad jokes.
How many kids you got?
Which makes it
know
worse
of.
when you think about it. Yeah, none that I know of. Welcome terms and services. If you would like to submit a possibility that is the case, please put a comment, like and subscribe. At least like and subscribe.
You're 3 subs. Come on.
Yeah, 3 subs. Like, well, my subs went up. I guess I gotta go fill out some paperwork.
Jeez.
Administrative costs.
Administrative
Oh,
costs.
no.
That said, it's a good time to say you guys need a quick bio. It's we're
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
2.5 hours in. All right, so I currently have the time at 5:30 Eastern. Will give us 5 minutes. Back in 5.
Yeah, adventure time.
I love you, Boobala. Sorry if I'm a little loud. They look excellent. Holy shit, can we get some of those? Ooh, those would be perfect.
Trying to do the Yankee thing, but I don't wanna.
Do you wanna go downstairs and get one of Dad's beers out, and I could just stop tomorrow and get more beers to try it? To make sure it fits?
It will.
Okay.
It will.
I just didn't know if you wanted to check. Because you don't want to go up fully. You want it to be like
Yeah, I know.
80%.
Right?
No.
And while we're on Be Right Back, I get back a little sooner. Thanks for hanging out, Hippo. We got Kos and Io in the chat, and Del in the chat. Hope y'all enjoying yourself.
I'm eating a burrito.
Eating a burrito.
I ordered Chipotle and it came here like 10 minutes late. So like I was like planning to eat it before the session today, but it didn't work out. So
What is- All right, now the important question. What is in your Chipotle burrito?
So I got double steak. I got brown rice,
Mm.
black beans.
Mhm.
I got guac. I got
Oh.
queso.
What's
I
your
got
thought on the
le-
queso? Like, I think that their old formula was like crap, and I'm trying their new one. I'm okay with the new one.
The new one's okay. I really like Cadoba's queso, the
Oh
spicy Diablo
yeah,
queso.
Qdoba has the good queso. God.
And then there's Moe's is decent. Moe's is like that middle ground. Moe's has the best guac though. It's not even close.
Moe's.
Is there Moe's by you?
I was about to say I haven't had Moe's over where I'm at. Let me see if there actually is a Moe's in my state. How is Moe's spelled? I'm spelling like moose, which cannot be right.
Moes.
Moes. Like Moe's Tavern in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Got it. There is a Moe's Southwest Grill. That's a bit of a ways away. Let me see if there's one that isn't like an hour drive.
Just open it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like culinary adventures. So I think like not Sunday because Sunday is Father's Day. But another time I'll give a check out. At least one of my two, when COVID stops, job sites has a Moe's close enough that's within driving distance for like a lunch.
Nice.
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
have
Moe's-
good. They have good
Guac and chips.
good guac and chips. Good. I'm always on a good guac hunt.
I make my own guac. So like that's usually like where I go, but like guac's really good at Chipotle.
Oh,
It's
they
not
have guac.
amazing, but it's solid. It's definitely passable. I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
like the guac at Qdoba.
Yeah,
It's
but
too
Qdoba
much
does
tomato,
have.
too much onion.
Yeah, it does have good. They have good queso though.
They have the best queso.
Best
Nothing
queso.
compares to the spicy Diablo queso.
Well, it's good that I go to the, please sponsor us T-Bell, I guess. Please, Kintaco Hut. That happens to own that chain. But yeah, love me some good Mexican food. Probably the best I had when I was living in the Southwest. It's so good.
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah, I think it was Roberto's. There was a specific Roberto's chain where they did their guac really good, and they had these taco bowls. God, I could just, it's more like a food trough, really. Just put your face in it and just eat the food. And the
Sounds
shell
heavenly.
is just optional.
How
the shell is
do you like burgers?
rare.
Well, there's a place by me called White Manna.
Ooh.
It's on all the diners, drive-ins, and dives TV shows and all that. Like it's the
Oh.
number one burger on the East Coast,
Well,
and it's
then.
down the street from me.
Ooh.
They're like little slider-esque burgers. They're
Oh,
loaded-
like White Castle? Like that size?
Like- yeah, but better.
Yeah, but not White Castle, right.
Yeah.
Things I've learned about Dell, this dude's definitely a freaking foodie.
Yeah. If everyone has like, cool, pick your trope. What's the foodie? Yeah,
Yep.
pick your trope.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. By any, it gives me
No.
some culinary options to work with.
Yeah.
All right, so we're at time. Let's circle back. It was a good time to say your goodbyes to several PCs, well APC and a lot of NPCs, which leaves us with the existing
Journey
ones,
ahead.
which is Lance, with Captios and Rolf, Alexa, Palo, Sin, Ozzy, and Solus. Solus is, as far as the NPCs go, Solus is cooling off. She's her reality has been shattered. She's kind of disappointed. Ozzy is like, you can tell he's scheming, which for someone like Ozzy is not. It looks like challenging for him. It's like asking like a kindergartner to play chess. It's like, when do I put this through his skull, sort of thing. But there's two of them. Can I put them both through their skull? What if I ask them to lay down, like head on head? Like, that's a good idea, Ozzy. Yeah, I know, I'm so smart.
Good.
But he's not saying any of this. It's just
Yeah.
you got smoke crackling coming out of his ears with him like overthinking this, which is just
I try
Being
thinking.
like, yeah.
Can I make a map of the surrounding area?
Yeah. As you travel, I assume you're making maps.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
wanted to.
Yep, you have a map of the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Palo and Lancite are having things. Lancite's as everyone is going to the next chapter in their adventure, I too must depart.
Thank God.
You sure you can't come with us, Lance?
No. This is your adventure, Rolf. Your first, second, grand adventure.
Huh? I will do you proud, Lance.
Do not die. But if you do die, they are very good at excising arms.
They do keep arms.
They do. They're well armed.
Well,
You're not Clyde.
actually, not
I know.
anymore, but
But Clyde says it as though he's not making a joke.
So how would, Lance is about to depart, how would Captios like prove that all the measurements and stuff he got were Lance's? Is there like a magical way that he would know how to do that?
I would imagine, like, yes, that Captious, since he's such a good, like, capturer, like a scientist of information, some variants of, like, prestidigitation, cantrip spells, to kind of, like, to validate against his physical measurements.
Why don't you just ask him to sign the measurements?
Well, that's what I was going to do, and I was going to use like the spell at the same time.
Yeah.
So, Lance, before you go, do you mind signing these measurements here? I just have to do a quick spell when you sign them for proof.
Are you asking for my autograph?
Yes.
Excellent! He goes for, like, the quill and great panache and, like, almost throws the fucking thing like a dart with as much force as he uses it. And he signs his name, Lancite.
And I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah, it's like, Lancite! It's like, it takes up, like, a good third of the bottom piece of it. Like, Lancite! The bronze spear!
I take out my quill, rip out a piece of paper, I sign my name, Captios Bama, and I hand it to him and I say, my name's Captios Bama, keep this, because you're going to know my name someday.
But I know your name, Mr. Shit!
And then all of a sudden, Captios is like, oh, what am I saying? Like, he just, like, doesn't know how to say the right thing, right? He's basically saying, like, I am going to be great someday, so keep this autograph, but he just botches the entire thing.
Yeah, it's like, I'll be great one day! I've already introduced myself as holy shit. And then he holds this and says, were you responsible for that storm?
I helped.
He puts out like an arm on Captos and shows like, son, when someone says if you're responsible for a storm named after you, you say, looks at Sin, because he feels like that Sin would be able to provide the correct answer to this.
fuck yeah!
Fuck yeah!
And so Captios is like, fuck yeah.
Oh no! With feeling! Fuck yeah!
Fuck yeah! And his like voice cracks.
Work on it! Rolf! I charge you with getting this man some feeling behind his fuck yeah!
Fuck yeah, Lance, I got this.
Yeah! It's like, I'm holding
Captious,
on to this.
Open up your throat hole and exclaim.
And Sola turns around like, what? Even her hair is like, what? Like two giant bunny ears, like, what?
How else do you teach someone how to yell?
Use your throat hole.
Supporting anything but open up your throat hole. Open your throat hole real big. You gotta accept the fuck yeah.
Lance is like, I go for glory, for justice, for adventure. And he like jumps off the ledge, like, because he's Lance, right? And he becomes a very large dragon.
Jesus fuck.
Yeah, it's like, oh, excuse me.
And he flaps and flies further. Yeah, he's huge. He just flies over the Festered lands.
Captios is like running after him for a second, like, wait, I forgot to take measurements with like this form. As he's
Hold
like flying away.
on.
Ozzy's like, take measurements of his skull.
Good.
And he...
Ozzy wants to outfit
Captios
his
doesn't
team with his
respond
skull.
because he's scared of Ozzy.
Yeah.
Whee!
Bye.
He's gone.
Holy
Miss
shit.
you.
Oh,
So
good.
So...
Sin walks right up to Rolf, all up in his face, looks him straight in the eye, and then looks him all over and like tugs on his clothes. Can you fight?
To be determined.
To be determined.
So
I can shoot lightning out of my hands.
Can you hit your target?
Sometimes. I've been
Oh.
working on that.
So all you can do is toss lightning at things. Sometimes.
I can always toss it. It depends whether or not it hits. I'm working on it.
Okay. Well, he's probably gonna die, but I think the rest of us will be all right.
Oh my god. It's just like,
She
oh.
walks back to Solus.
You're a very astute woman.
Something like that.
I look at Sin and I go, Sin, just like with Robin, all these, and I basically Rolf up and down. All these rich boys and girls just tend to be extremely weak-willed.
Hey, I take offense to that, sir.
To prove it
It
out
is the
there.
only thing
And I
I'm
just
strong
start
in.
I take offense. I say, then prove me wrong.
I plan to. First, we have to teach you how to properly yell "fuck yeah."
Ozzy's back like, burn.
Sin's laughing too, like, oh, damn.
While rich people tend to scream and explain and exclaim about their accomplishments, the rest of us, real adventurers, just go about our day. So I've never had to yell "fuck yeah." Humble excellence.
What about those three? They can yell "fuck yeah."
Alex is like looking at this intense struggle that's happening. It's kind of like goes in between. It's like, how about while we're helping you, Rolf, hit your target, you can also help Capdio say "fuck yeah."
That is a
Nah.
good plan.
One's a little bit more imperative
It's
to
like,
your survival, but the other one's in spirit. I'm a
Nah,
little
and I
concerned
just
about your
walk away.
survival.
Just walk away.
I've just walked away at this point. I'm like so over like rich, Capio specifically, not
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, Capio
Yeah.
says. Yeah.
And Alexa kind of like looks at Rolf, especially after like what Captius has said about like how people like remembering like how Robin handled adventure and everything. She's like, so you know your family, you were like merchants, right?
Yeah.
Have you fought anything? You said that you've known Landsight for 15 days. How long have you fought with those powers?
About 14 days. I blew up a frog, a gigantic frog. It nearly killed one of Clyde's daughters
Have you
when I
done
blew it up.
Have you done anything else?
I've shot at trees. I'm pretty good at hitting trees.
Ozzy's immediately like, yes, fuck trees.
And just starts pissing on one.
Yeah, it reminds him he hasn't marked his territory, so he steps a moment off to go piss on a tree.
So it's like so a frog and trees is what you've hit so far.
I plan to learn on the job. If you would be willing to help me, I'll appreciate it.
Okay. You do lightning, so
I can also make campfires. I'm pretty good at campfires.
great. That'll be very useful. We have 2 other people that can do that, but having a third is great.
Solus, like, who's effectively like over it in this oversized trench coat, just leans over to Sin's like, he's gonna die, isn't he?
Oh, yes. So yes, he definitely is.
Gonna prove you guys wrong.
I'm gonna prove you wrong.
Alexa, like maybe while we're traveling, I can help you with a little bit of target practice. And
Much appreciated.
I use magic as well. It's just a little different than yours, but I imagine.
I learned you have to keep your eyes open. That is a very crucial step.
Yes.
Solus adds in a sin, maybe we should help him not die.
Yeah, you're right. I turn around and I rip out a bush and I just yeet it at him.
Oh,
Keep your eyes open. Dodge it.
Yeah, surprise!
do I have to make a deck save or something?
You can react to whatever you like, yeah. Or anything that's in character. Alright, well.
Gosh.
Good. Think
So I'm
fast!
changing my- Gonna change the dice color.
Yes, I think,
It's
yes!
the right thing to do. And Alexa kind of looks at like a little bit more of a dilapidated tree. that's there. So everything looks like death of what
It
I've gathered
does. Yeah,
of the
it's
area.
very the Deathlands. Yes.
And she's like, "Do you mind if I see what you're working with?" And she points at like a tree. She's pointing at this tree right here. She's like, "Have at it."
So then I'm gonna use my cantrip lightning shot, which is basically firebolt.
You can absolutely hit a tree that's large and immobile with that 14.
Good.
Told you I got trees down.
Neat.
All right, and let's see. I'm trying to see what else I could pull up. Like, let me do. Captios, do you have anything that might be a little bit more mobile that we could use as a target? I know I'm looking at my spells. I'm like, do I have anything that I can just like? I don't think prestidigitation can make me summon like a tiny little thing running around that's not actually living.
Yeah.
You could probably make a target farther back.
Let's see. It's a shower sparks, puff of flame.
You're thinking minor illusion.
I was thinking, yeah, I just want like something like.
I'm gonna make a camp bonfire
Okay.
just to like prove I can make a bonfire.
So I think that's like the one thing Alex is like, that's cool. Cool.
Don't
It's
touch
not.
it. Fire's hot. I learned that one too. But when I was like 4.
Ozzy's like, good. Excellent. Messes with trees, creates fire.
So it says
Maniacal
I can
smile.
create a non-magical trinket or an illusory image that can fit in your hand and that lasts until the end of your next turn. Can I use that to like throw it to see if you can hit it?
Like a coin? Yeah, you could do
Yeah,
that.
like make
it
like a
lasts all of
coin.
like 6 seconds, but go ahead.
Yeah. Just something to
Yeah.
just kind of see how he can do.
So you're gonna like
all right.
skeet shoot the air with like, here you go.
Essentially, she just wants to see how he handles stuff to kind of be prepared for what's in the future. So she'll hold her hand up, so you can see the coin.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw this.
I see this. I got it. I will hit it. Throw
Okay.
it.
She throws it up in the air.
Go ahead, roll to strike.
I
Well,
did.
Yeah, a 19 will hit a coin in the air. Of course, it goes through it, so you only know if it hit because it's, you know.
Luckily, she has at least perception that she can see if it was in the right area.
Yeah,
So it's a
it
small
would have-
target.
would have-
She's like,
it would have struck the target.
she's like, I'm just hoping for in the right area.
Got the coin.
All right,
We're improving.
good.
I'm improving.
And keep in mind, for the purposes of your rolls, you might want to add I think you get the bonus to lightning, or is that level 6?
Level 6.
Okay.
And so like Alex is like, okay, as we travel, I'm probably just gonna do like that. We're just gonna train like that for a little bit, okay?
Sounds like a plan. I love it already.
She's like real concerned, like after seeing Dell just get like exploded and everything. She's like, at least maybe this person might not die that way, but let's not have them die in battle either. Like, all right, just throw discs. And so
Thank
when
you. I appreciate your help, by the way. Would you like to try and breathe fire for a little bit?
I do not, but thank you.
I
For
do.
the option.
Ozzy and like Sin both same time?
So then I go up to Sin and I
Wait.
cast Dragon's Breath.
Okay.
What does that do? Like
Just gives you the ability to use.
for how
um,
long?
It lasts for a minute. So
she's gonna
10
run around with like
turns.
fire coming out of her mouth.
Yep, as like a bonus action, so it's like exhaling.
yeah, it's a bonus action to deal 3d6 of your type of lightning, fire, cold, acid, or poison.
I turn around and I breathe fire on a tree.
Ozzy? Oh.
You have to choose it at cast. So what are you letting her breathe? Breathe fire?
Yeah, I'm letting her breathe fire.
Okay. All right, so you can breathe literal fire. You just breathe fire? It's like, why are you asking that question? Of course I want to breathe fire.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, in what direction are you breathing fire?
Oh jeez.
I want to go this way.
All right.
That tree.
That tree. Well, so go ahead and describe your what this looks like, or sounds like maybe.
I stand there and I take a deep inhale and I just exhale, just like my entire, just full force of lung, and just fire comes straight out towards this tree. Good. Good.
There you go. That happens.
Useful, aren't I?
Fuck yeah, that's awesome. I want to do that all the time.
If the need arises, I will definitely grant you the ability to breathe fire if I'm able.
I like them.
Alexa just looks at Sin concerned, like, oh god.
Don't give me that. Look what? Look, that's useful. That is useful.
I'm not saying it's not useful.
You're just jealous.
That's it. That's
Oh.
What? What are you gonna do?
nothing. Just
It's almost like, oh, that's how you know when she's mad, when nothing's wrong.
So just like any girl.
Solus like hair like sticks up, not like every girl, like Alexa.
Oh my god.
Do not bundle me in with that bitch.
Good.
Awesome.
A little bit of Nova like just leaked out.
Yeah.
Isaac, I am so sorry.
God.
So, where are we supposed to be going? I have no idea where Shirley is. I assume you guys might have some vague understanding.
I know we're on the precipice of
Biles land.
Biles' lair. So like out of character, like do they know kind of like what direction? Like is there something they can point at, like
Across
an
the river.
intense cave, like over there in that ominous cave?
No, you need to get past this. The first thing is to get past this damn poisonous acidic river. That was your first thing you're trying to do.
Okay.
And then you were looking to find it.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, like we don't quite know the exact spot, but we have to get past all this.
So, I'm a little tired of walking. Can you turn into that bird thing he let you do, that guy Paulo over there? And just fly us over there?
I first want to figure out where we're going.
Thought you said over the river.
Like where we're gonna land, and that there's
Yes, that is probably important.
And we just saw an immortal dragon fly over, so I'm gonna probably make sure there's nothing else flying that's gonna attack me once we get over there. But it's not a
Paulo
bad
makes
idea.
an observation, or things from the ground that will still shoot at you.
That too. The giant bird, while very appreciated, and she looks at Polly, which very appreciated, it's not always going to be our go-to option. We still have to be smart and safe.
Dejected that Rolf has to start walking again. Not his favorite hobby.
She's like, not all paths are going to be easy.
That is true. This is not an easy path.
Ozzy's like,
Yes.
this is literally a river of what I can only assume is acid.
So, on that fun note, Alexa will send Nubru out to essentially scout, kind of get a feeling for the area, what land might be safe, and any things that might come about they need to be aware of in that area.
Sure. You can always resummon Nuru, correct?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you send Nuru out because that's your intent. Nuru does get a distance in. You can see that there is a bit of land between this festered land and the coast, which also looks like the death. But he doesn't get too far before he is shot with, we can only assume is like acid or poison, and crashes.
At what point does Nuru get to?
He's a bird, so you can fly pretty far, probably like a mile or two to the. You're traveling in a southwestern direction, so he continues to travel southwest.
And like Alexa's like sitting there, channeling Nuru, using it as like an as a scout, and as soon as Nuru goes down, you can almost see like a physical reaction, as if like her heart has been crushed, like her whole entire being just kind of like implodes, and she crumples over for a second.
Are you alright? Alexa?
That looked painful, whatever happened.
Paolo's like, she is in excruciating pain currently. On a scale from 1 to 10, the amount of pain she's in is about a 7 to an 8. If you're being accurate, 7.283.
Would you like some water?
And it's like she's very quiet because she's always been very smart with Nuru, and it hasn't happened yet where Nuru has gone away. She knows that she always can bring him back, but this is the first time experiencing it. And so you can just see her sit there, and like a tear goes down her cheek as she's just kind of breathing and accepting what happened and knowing the next steps. But it's like it's not safe. I need I need time. And she'll get up and start walking south, kind of towards this whatever this is,
Tree.
and just kind of stand there, like brace herself on it. It's like it's not safe. Just give me time, and I can get Nuru back.
Ozzy's like, of course it isn't fucking safe.
Can't you just keep your mouth closed for like 5 fucking seconds, Ozzy? Can you just do that for this group? Yeah, good. I'm enjoying it.
Good.
This is not my strong suit, so if anybody wants to go help her,
I think she could definitely use some help. That seemed pretty painful. Paulo said it was a 7 or something on the pain index scale.
So like Solus goes over. It's the good bean.
yeah.
Yeah. Just rubs Alexa's back.
All right. Well, I guess we got to cross this river.
Hmm.
Gives
Got to
Alexa
figure out
some
how to
tea.
do that.
Yeah, like Alexa needs a short rest to get Nuru back.
Hmm.
So she needs an hour of your time. If so, she's in like essentially she went into like an emotional coma of sorts of like.
Are we taking a short rest?
Then are you taking a short rest?
So, given the size of the Festered lands,
Whoops.
Captius is going to kind of calculate how far, right? Because there's an element of if all the dragons descend on the black dragon, what happens with Shirley, right? Like there is a calculated understanding of like how much time will have passed after an hour before, like how much harder this job will be.
Yes.
If we do it in an hour later.
So the idea is like, what does spending an hour cost you?
Yeah, because this is like from the retro too, right? Like,
yes, that time continues forward.
Yeah.
Do you have a concept of it? Not with your current intelligence. You have means of finding out. I think part of Alexa was like to scout, but there are other means of intelligence. You do know that dragons are convening for some sort of dragon battle, which is your window to go take care of Shirley.
Surely.
So if you show up and say Bile is not defeated or not preoccupied, your chance of getting to Shirley is good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess we don't have the hour to spare. Captios, is that what you're saying?
I think if we take this hour, we lose a significant window of our ability to time our attack on Shirley, is how I'd put it. So like it may not affect us, but it may affect us.
So Rolf is going to go over to Alexa and ask her, are you able to continue without your familiar, or is this something so essential to you as a person that we need to spend the hour and possibly lose our window?
Like Alexa, that like she was just zoning everything out, so she wasn't paying attention to anything that they were saying. at all. So she just looks to him. He's like, Nuru wasn't from just.
I understand. Nuru was a part of you. It must feel like half of you is being ripped away in a moment, and with excruciating pain, I'm sure it left a physical impression on you. But it seems like our adventure is very time sensitive. If you tell me that we need the hour, then I understand and we will take the hour. But Captius is saying we should probably get going because of how time sensitive it is to hit this moment where we can get to Shirley.
Alexa looks to them and like, my large bird form won't be an option in this situation.
That is true. Do you think it would make up the hour that we'd be losing? I
And like
defer to you.
seeing that everyone is like essentially waiting on Alexa, who was like took a moment to give into her emotion, like something that was very rough for her, and is saying like, hey, we need to move on. She kind of pushes everything down, and she goes back to like her demeanor of professionalism. She's like,
when you do that, like Solus like just grabs your shoulder and she's like, Alexa's gonna take all the time she needs to take to process the things she's gone through. The same we do for anyone else here.
That's why I asked her, Solus.
And it's absolutely an option that she's welcome to take. Solus looks at Alexa. If she tells us that. Keep in mind, like, you spend an hour getting Solus's like mental and emotional health together. Like a month.
yeah.
Yeah, Mom.
The problem we will hit is we will need to get an hour to get Nura back at some point. There is a large amount of scouting and resources that he provides by my side that I cannot provide without him. So it's either taking the hour now or taking the hour later.
So, like, Captios is Panger Bon Yo Yo Meow is like, looks offended. And it just like hops off of Captios' shoulder and it marches itself right up to Alexa and it squeaks indignantly. Like, excuse me, I am a Panger. How dare you not consider me in your plans? For I am
What a wonderful creature.
Just squeaks at you.
I'm gonna go pet Panger.
And Panger just enjoys it. All sources of positivity, including the pets.
Sorry. What do you want to do, Alexa? It's on you. I will follow your lead.
Alexa turns to Paolo. It's like, can we spare the hour or do we need to move forward?
Don't ask him. Just make up your own mind, Alexa.
You should listen to your friends and counsel.
What do you want to do?
I would like to have Nubra by my side.
Well, then we park our asses here and we wait. I
Yeah.
sit down.
I'm cool with that.
I was like, I'm not cool with that.
Well, nobody asked about for you. Sit down. I grab him. I pull him down.
Yeah, it's like, ha, 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 ha. But he does sit down.
So we're taking the hour?
Yeah, I guess.
Captius?
So.
Captive says, I've said my piece. I think it's going to minimize our ambush time or our like timing. Gonna make it more risky. You guys want to take the hour. I'm not going to go alone.
Alexa looks to Captios, like knowing that he's obviously he's not happy with this choice. And she's like, look at it as an opportunity to plan before we move forward. We are resting, but we are by the area that we need to cross. Now we can get a plan together.
Captios looks at Alexa and says, How long was Nero up in the air for?
Minutes.
About.
Minutes?
Couple minutes, right?
Yeah.
What is the chances that if we try to use Nero to scout again, the same thing's going to happen?
I'm not saying using Newer to scout this area.
But what you just said is you use Nuru as an ally to scout, right?
also-
That was like the biggest thing that you said you would provide.
So let's
Nero
look.
is
This
a-
is like right. This is Captios in like a not charismatic but very like logical and like calculated situation, right?
Mhm.
like a strategist. Yeah, he's like, you've
Yeah.
lost a pawn. You've got 8 more pawns. Why are you upset? Sort of thing.
Alex is like, Nuru is like my right arm. I can use what he is to you guys as a scout, but he gives me the majority of my abilities. Without him, I am using my left arm, so I can help, but be significantly clumsier.
Why would you say that? Your perception skills, the things that have gotten us out of everything, wasn't really because of Neuro. In the vault, Neuro wasn't wholly helpful to us. You were helpful to us. You were the
Have you-
one.
Have you ever seen Nuru leave my shoulder? How
Yes.
frequently?
Just before.
How frequently does he leave my shoulder?
Like 30 seconds ago.
I would say Neuro
Oh.
3 seconds before.
Hey, Alex is like, I'm gonna stab Rolf. It won't be Ozzy this time. It'll be an angry warlock.
So just for out of character understanding, is there something you're getting at
So
that like
Out of-
like deep?
out
I
of
don't-
character, almost all of like her warlocky spells from like a Raven Queen, you need a Raven. The Raven gives her the boost to a good chunk of all of her abilities. So she is significantly less powerful without her Raven. But it's also a part of her. So she like it's like losing her right arm.
So it's kind of like, I guess, an analogy is, it's like going out to battle without like armor. One, it provides you some sort of confidence and comfort that allows you to go into battle, but it also protects you. So there's from my understanding, what Alexa's state is that there's 2 angles to it, and you are asking her to go out in a weakened state, but at the same time, at the cost of the hour is the currency you're working with.
Right, the battle's already started.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to spend an hour putting on your armor, or do we want to just ride out?
It's like, do you put your makeup on before the party? The party has already started. Come on, let's go.
Right. So Captius just
Too
sits
real.
down and says,
The armor's better.
so at that point, Captius is like, I feel like you've made up your mind. Okay. And he just sits down and he says, Rolf, do you have a map of the Festered lands?
Can I roll for that or?
You go ahead and roll for it. What makes the most sense is you have an idea of where it looks like from the coast and what you've had from land up to this point.
So cartographer's tools?
Yeah, go a cartographer's test, yeah.
Intelligence?
Just a tool check. Like, it should be based off events.
Okay.
You get to choose. Well, you seem to have lost that specific map in the sea wreck from a while ago. So you lost the sea version of it. You only have what you have when you were coming here from the lands, which is not very helpful.
I don't have anything on me that can help, Captios. It seems like I lost part of that map when my ship went down. It's probably somewhere at the bottom of the ocean right now.
Very soggy.
It might be broken. A fish might be eating it. One
Out of character,
educated
that's
fish.
Out of character, that's a hilarious roll. In character, Captius is like, not unexpected.
Not unexpected.
So if we're taking the hour break, I'm gonna summon Brian, the octopus.
Brian
my
the
friend.
octopus. All right.
Everyone else has flue fins. Need to get my.
Everyone's returning to floof power. That's right. Except for, like, I guess Sin's floop is a bat.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just like petting the bat.
He's like, excellent, Wraith. Excellent.
Ozzy's doing the same with his pickaxe.
He's like, excellent. Unnamed instrument of death. The Great
Like,
Destroyer.
Have you given it a
Yeah.
name or no?
No, I did, but I forgot what it was called.
Okay.
It was something Reap.
Like Alexa looks to Captain. Like, I know you're not happy about this.
The Del Reaver.
What are your ideas for getting across the river? There's something, I would say, a mile and a half away from here that is able to shoot things from the sky.
Did you see what shot you out of the sky?
No, it seemed like a poison dart almost, right? You said like a
bolt, yeah.
like a bolt, like it was like a poison, like almost like bolt coming from the ground, but I couldn't see what it was.
Captius is gonna go based on all the dragon books. He's gonna try and figure out what that could have been.
Yeah, I think with all that time, like Captios having a photographic memory would be able to figure this one out. There are creatures that you fought within Shirley's lair area that had ranged attacks that were very barbed and poisonous. So you're probably dealing with some of Shirley's forces. There are also creatures that are indigenous to this area that would spit poison and acid. And that's another reason why there's not as many flying things, because plenty of things in the ground can just ground them based off them being less durable than ground creatures.
All right, if we're gonna use this hour, does someone want to come down and help me scout this? Come and help me scout this river, see if there's a way across.
I'll go with you. I don't want you to die. That'd be bad.
I appreciate that, Sin.
Ozzy will also
Wow.
I'll also go with you in case we need to take down some trees.
All right.
And actually, if we're gonna take the short rest, I never rolled my portents, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that now.
Okay.
That's cool.
That's fine. Keep in mind, again, like, know thyself, because there are your NPC benefits, which from our retro we have pushed on to making sure that you guys are aware of them and how they apply.
Nice. Good roll.
I love a good crit of some
good-
sort.
A good 16 and a good number, an uno.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you instantly fail this. Whatever it is you thought you were doing, you failed.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
I'm a-
So, as you explore, it's just not to fuck with cardinal directions. We'll say it's north, but you are traveling in a southwestern direction. As you go north, as the map goes, that's where you came from. So that's where you're familiar that there's like a several foot drop, like very cliff-like, that goes to the river itself. The river does a pretty good job of like etching out the land to make the drops rather sharp and hazardous from the smoke. The southern location is the part where you have yet to truly explore out. And as
All right, I guess we're going south, Sin and Ozzy. Rolf, you want to come along?
I'm making a familiar.
He's casting,
okay.
casting a spell.
Right.
Solus provides emotional support to Alexa. Paolo stands and reads a book.
He's intellectual support.
He's intellectual support. So as you go south, you notice that there is a natural ramp downwards to what we'll call like sea level, or like river level, which is the shallowest point between it. Appears to be. I'll draw a little line. Like right here is the shallowest point, but it goes against a cliff, so that would mean that like this, those are also shallow points.
Like shallow to walk? Or...
Shallow as far as the most narrow part of the river.
Ah.
You could definitely feel like you could walk into it, but
you're walking into acid.
yeah, it feels like you'd be
Yeah.
walking into acid. You're right.
Not the good type.
Yeah, not the good type. Not the trippy anime type. It's the you melt type.
Yeah.
Also, because you guys aren't horribly blind, you do see this thing. Since you've got plenty of time to discover all that, there are snakes, large anaconda serpents that are coiled around the area. And they look at you. Like they're not making any attempts to go over and like eat you, but they are very aware of your presence.
And they're on the other side.
They're on the other
river.
side of the river, right?
Well,
Would I know if those things can come across?
Go ahead and make a nature check.
Captios knows nothing about nature. But we're about to see.
Well then.
Oh, he knows something about nature.
Yeah.
You
So
read
the
it
answer,
in a book.
the answer to that is based off of these like large constrictor poisonous snake-like creatures, based off of their markings, how patient they are, and all that, is that they absolutely could come over and probably swim over the river to say hello. But based off of their behavior, not unless provoked, so like being territorial, as opposed to being like outright aggressive. And you have yet to evoke their territorial nature.
So we could cross this and deal with a big giant snake, or go a different way.
With a
perhaps?
21, you'd also know that they're not solitary predators. There's
Yeah.
likely more
Oh
than one.
gosh.
They're not pack like a wolf, but they're definitely not solitary,
Which
They
is
know that-
weird for snakes.
which is weird for snakes.
Unless they're mating and they form a mating ball.
It's true.
Oh.
Or perhaps
Oh.
they're bound to a dragon and dragon slayer.
Much less likely.
In real life, it's like, excuse me, gardener snake, what dragon do you serve? I see that there are 6 of you. This is unusual.
Tell me your master's name.
Voldemort.
Yes.
Rat King.
So at that point, I'm going to look at Sin Nazi. I'm going to say, probably Biles guys right there. Those anacondas. Anacondas.
They don't want none. That's right.
Yeah, and do you have buns?
Son.
Did you bring meat buns?
Captius is not. So
Captios is flat. No thickness here.
those are probably Biles, not only sentries but first line of defense. So little worried about crossing here.
I was just like, I am finally gonna get to do something with this pickaxe.
Yeah, I mean, we could just kill them and then problem solved.
If we could provoke them across, and I'm talking to Sin and Nazi, not.
Uh,
Do you think we could form a bridge with them if we kill them? Kill enough of them.
So Ozzy's like, let me see here. If you take the length, and he literally tries to like mimic Paolo, and it comes up this really bad bird. Says, you try to take the length of the stick, and you go across like a rope. Oh yeah, just walk across it.
Fashion
And-
boots out of his hide.
And I imagine in Capios' mind, like,
He's
he can kind of confirm that.
yeah. I mean, as ridiculous as it sounds, you can visualize spatially how big these things are. You probably could create like a bit of a bridge or make them like a rope something, especially if they're buoyant in some way. You could. I mean, they have to at least be, logically, from your high big brain, they'd have to be somewhat resistant to poison and acid
Yeah.
to be able to go in the river.
Yeah.
that's true.
And need to be able to float in some way.
And to swim, correct.
Yeah. So we could just create a bridge out of a bunch of dead snakes if we're willing to take that risk.
I'm more than happy to take that risk.
It's also, like, gross.
All right. How do you want to do this? Do you want to wait for the others? I asked Sin because I know what Ozzy's answer is going to be.
Fuck no.
And you asked me, and just do it right now. Just throw a rock and see what happens. They're right down the river. Worst case scenario, you start screaming like a little bitch, and then they'll come running.
I was like,
Maybe then my
I'm
throat will
sorry.
open. Maybe then my throat will open and I'll be like, fuck, 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 right?
yeah.
See, there you go.
You have to have the yeah at
Open the
end.
throat hole.
Yeah.
Open the throat hole.
Yeah, this is your chance.
And I'm
to-
like pouting now.
The guy's like, fine, I'll just open my throat hole.
For the snake to come.
Alexa will walk down because it's not a ritual she has to do. She just has to take a short rest
Right.
for the raven to
You
come
have
back.
to recover. It's like you've had too much to drink. Slow it down. Drink some water. You're
Yeah.
done. Yeah.
Do I
And
get to
so-
come down too or no?
You're in the middle of
Oh, no,
doing
you're-
a 1 hour
Yeah, you're-
ritual that
Yeah, yours is
involves your-
different.
Your arms,
Okay.
your voice, and your focus. Yeah, yours is
Okay.
Yeah.
different.
Yep.
So Alexa's still like just moving a little bit slower, just she's dealing with shit. She kind of like sits down at the edge and she just stares out and tries to get a good feel for their whole surroundings, like because she knows that they can see things, but she knows that she can probably see more. And so she looks out and tries to get a real feel. So like I know that there's a snake here. I think she's trying to get an idea of roughly how many snakes are in the area and like patterns, movements, kind of what else might be there because they're too close to be what attacked Nuru.
Yes. So
she's-
one, because everyone abandons Rolf, like Paolo like remains, like just stands a little closer, being like, well, if someone decides to ambush the new adventurer, perhaps I'll be around and tell them to go fuck off. So Paolo just reads a little closer to Rolf.
Guys,
it's-
telling me you're gonna protect me, leave me be.
Right? We'll be good, we're gone. It's like, yeah, so because you're an absolute and utter radar, you notice that there are 2 snakes that are on the other side of the shore, but what people aren't seeing is that there are 2 snakes in the water.
Okay. Can I tell where are they like constantly moving around? Or
They are constantly moving around, but from a generic sense, because it's only something that you detect, is they appear to both be north of the
North.
river.
Okay.
So like 2 in the river that are north of your location as the map looks. Again, you're going southwest. And 1 northeast on the other side of the river, which is like, I'll ping it because it's visible. It's over there. And if you weren't completely zoomed out, it's just very far in the northeast corner of the map.
Gotcha. So she'll look to Captius like you have the snake that you see there, and there's 1 northeast, but you also have 2 in the water currently. They're farther north, but they are moving. So it's harder to pinpoint when they're going to stop, but that is 4 snakes that you potentially run the risk of running into.
So
Snick
about
snicks.
Snick a snack. It's a snack.
the question is, should we provoke them? Here's the thought. We're going to build a bridge of snakes. We're going to take the snakes.
It's like, hear me out. Bridge of
using
snakes.
That sounds like a Dell
across this
plan.
entire.
Right. We have to have Dell present and in spirit. Captios is having him live on with a snake bridge. Go ahead.
Because right
Cap.
now this is the shallowest, narrowest point on the river, and there isn't a very good way for us to get across.
So to do so, you would require the ranged people to essentially draw them in towards us and
Yep.
target us,
I'll
and
do one
then
moment. Go ahead and RP amongst yourself.
okay, and then have us get the hell out of there so that the melee people can do their attack.
I mean, I think we would also.
Like we would also help, but like just not
Yeah.
be right there because they're going to go right for us
Right, exactly.
because we are the only ones I think can attack them from a distance. And it'll be a good time for Rolf to show what he can do with multiple snakes.
Except I'm in the middle of a
Well, no, like you're going to be regardless. Like it'll be once the hour is done. But do you think we can take on 4? They seem to be territorial.
now Captius. It's now the time for the fuck yeah.
Just really loud.
Yeah, just open up the throat hole. Fuck yeah.
And like looks to Captius because she knows that he's smart, but also to like Sin and Ozzy, like, do you think you could take on all 4, or do we need to try to do one at a time? Like if there's a way to strategically pull one so that we're not getting attacked all at once.
I mean, it's really hard to say. I never fought a snake before, especially one like this. It's possible we fought bigger, scarier things in the past.
These look pretty big.
That's what she said.
So Buck Alex was asking both Sin and Ozzy because they're like the
Well, I
big
saw Sin's sassy face. I'm like, oh, you must have asked Sin something.
the big front people, but asking, do you think they could take on all four at the same time, or should we be smarter about it and try to pull one at a time? So like maybe like attack a little bit further south, pull just the southern one to them, like try to keep the attention down there, or if that would be possible.
I mean, it's easier to focus on one or two at a time. Like I think Captius, based off that nature roll, would know like it's better to try to provoke one and funnel it a bit. Like
funnel it up the ramp.
Exactly, because those things are like rather sharp slopes. Like I mentioned in the one shot that things weren't quite sheer. Like these are very sheer slopes because acid is etching them. So that also creates like a very natural wall. Yeah,
like if that was gone, it'd be like a canyon
of their
essentially.
Strength. I mean, you'd worry about snakes like constricting you, eating you, poisoning you. So to reduce the exposure tactically, like Captios would be able to know and relay that information over. It's smarter to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we should start with this guy farther to the south, and that'll be our first action.
Okay, so in the middle, because I will say that if you do this, that will take either Rolf out of...
No, not right now. Like waiting till the end
when the hour is done.
Yeah.
Okay. But see, if you start right now, like, Rolf has to either not be in combat or lose that spell slot.
No, yeah, it's waiting. Like once it was basically taking this time to at least form a plan.
Okay.
To know what to do. And while they're on like the short rest, Alexa will still be like monitoring the ones in the water to see if there's like make sure that they're kind of staying further up north and get a better feeling for their pattern. She'll kind of point out to Captius like, okay, it's going up there, to help them understand who to pull and like when to tactfully attack.
Gotcha.
Each of them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like in a video game, when you're trying to stealth past something, you want to establish the pattern of the of what the creature is doing.
Is the acid flammable?
Does someone try to light it on fire?
I don't know.
Just curious.
We haven't tried yet.
It's more of you can learn if you try to light it on fire.
Okay. I didn't know if there was like a specific chemical composition for it.
Yeah.
I don't know if acid is. I don't think it's flammable.
Some of it is. Like hydrofluoric acid is extremely flammable, especially when exposed to high heats.
It has to do with the active combustion in the chemical, yeah.
Sulfuric acid is very flammable. Nitric acid is not because it's basically stable as an elemental composition. Oxalic acid is very flammable, but only in high heat. Over 200 C.
Well, now I know because knowledge is power.
You always learn something new in Dungeons and Dragons. Nowadays, the combustion
I think
points
the question here is,
can combust.
Should we just hit it with some fire and see what happens? I think that's kind of what we're...
You hit the problem of if you hit it on fire, it's a whole river of acid.
I was just like, yeah.
Ozzy's like, I see no problem in this.
So then you have
that's an in-character question. Ozzy in character has no problem with this.
It kind of takes away the Ozzy, how are you going to get to them? If it's a river of acid and fire, they won't come over here. Or they'll all come over here because you just lit a whole entire river on fire.
All right, so
it's like, dude,
what we're going to do...
I would like to also point out, since we're going kind of in the lands of science, that when you burn something, like acid, it becomes fumes. Right.
Yeah.
Technically, the fumes would be what's combusting.
Which it doesn't sound good. It all sounds bad. Maybe you can like do a little like cup of the acid and then put it somewhere and put a little fire on it.
So out of character, it was more for if I cast fireball, will the entire river ignite?
Oh, I figured.
I think that you'll have to have an offline conversation with a former player of IO on how ranged works. Like when you have range attacks like flame breath or fireballs, because we play it pretty much like you can't point to a random location and be like there, and you will probably destroy other things like an entire body of still alive people in the bottom of the temple.
It's fine. It's fine. It might have happened once. It was fine.
Like,
I've
you've
since
killed 50
learned-
people. I'm like, fuck.
I've since learned you target specific people, not just an area, because you kill people when you do that.
There's a time and a place for a range attack. Or I should say an area of effect attack. It is very
Yeah.
destructive.
Always and often.
Always and often, you might have a very angry party when you cause mass destruction. Or a very happy party, depending if you're sin. Yeah.
And Ozzy.
And Ozzy, yeah. You'll have an evil party that will appreciate your actions.
All right. So I think the plan, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, is we're gonna funnel them up the ramp, right? And Ozzy and Sin are gonna lie wait at the top of the ramp. One at a time, we're just gonna try to provoke them, and then ranged attacks will come from either the sides or because they can't, I imagine, come up the cliff side.
Not easily. Yeah, if they
Yeah.
do, it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, so like maybe have one of us here,
Yeah.
and then because we've got Rolf as well, have Rolf with you, Captios. Like Alexa can go here. And have
Yeah.
Rolf and Captios up here, and then kind of like Sin and Ozzy waiting here and here.
Yeah.
Ready to go. And then Solus back here just doing the pray to Jesus, hope everyone lives.
She does like praying.
Like, please don't let them die. Please don't let them die.
She's very
Yes, I mean-
prayer oriented.
Yeah, let's do it.
And
All
we're
right.
starting with this one first, right? And then we're gonna
Are we doing the ones in the water?
the ones in the water are further north,
Oh,
correct?
okay.
Correct. And ones that you can't easily see.
Yeah, so let's go with the ones that we
Okay.
can see, and that's a little bit closer to our direct line of path here.
Cool.
Has it been the hour yet, or?
It's
I
the
start?
hour when you guys declare it's the hour, but I will say the out of character thing is that do you want to start combat at with 30 minutes left?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, that well, it's more of it will take longer than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Chances are, yeah.
Yeah, especially fighting 4 large snakes.
What we're pulling.
Basically, if you do that, you likely will go over. So, does anyone have anything they've got going on where they can't go over? Because it is a
I'm
Saturday.
fine.
As long as we don't go too far over, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm
I
okay
think that's
with
fair
going
for
over.
me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But to make up for our lack of D&D.
With a longer session, yeah.
Yes.
Combat
More-
has
more
a
D&D.
lot of dice and shenanigans.
Never gonna say no to more D&D. Well, I'm not the DM.
Yes. I was.
DM,
Like,
however, will say no to more D&D.
we've
Have you tried?
we've actually tested that theory out once about how much is too
Yeah.
much D&D. There is a too much D&D.
There is.
What was the limit? Do you guys know?
7 hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think about it's 7 hours. Like everyone was like, "Oh my god, it sounds great until you do it that long." And we've also how many days in a row you can do D&D without it causing great problems.
How many is that?
Those 2? 2 or 3?
The third day is
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So what was it? 3 7-hour days?
no, they were regular session times. Like they were.
Okay.
Yeah, they were
Got
like
it.
normal session times, which are 4 hours, which is the sweet spot. Then things start falling off a cliff, and by hour 7, you're like, I gotta fucking go before I kill them.
Usually, like realistically, we can probably go till 8 and be fine. Anything past then is when it's more of your brain gets tired. Like you're doing a lot, you're thinking a lot, and like you're trying to like be in the zone.
You'll
So,
become
like-
very mechanical, which is not why you play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's not go past 8. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's murder some snakes and
We're
make
just
a
gonna
bridge.
murder them quick.
It's like the snake happens. Well, I guess they just kill you all.
Oh, everyone's rerolling new characters.
Everyone's now the snakes. I guess it's the new adventure.
Let's praise the snake god.
I guess I'm working for Bile now.
Evil campaign.
Evil campaign. Yeah. Basically this party, but please continue.
Okay. So is the hour up, guys, or
Do you want to
Yes.
clear your arrows
Hours
over?
up.
All right.
Okay.
Get in position. Put your tokens where you want. Explain what you're doing. Also, keep in mind, like, know thyself. So you'll be telling me what the groups are.
Right,
I will
so
get this ready with giant constrictor snake as one of the things already there.
Is Paolo able to assist, or is he like just being Paolo in the corner? Like,
Paolo
is
is Paolo is part of your groups.
Okay.
He's
Yeah.
got stuff.
He
He's
does
got-
have stuff.
What does he do?
What doesn't he do? He should be accessible on everyone's companion
Yeah,
tab.
he is.
So for me, it's just a little box, and it just says Palo Medici, and then nothing else.
But if you open it up, like double click, Palma
Yeah,
City.
it's just still white.
Interesting.
Interesting. Under the bio info, there's nothing?
Yeah, it's just white.
Hmm.
I see his picture, but none of the words.
Well,
is
I'll
weird.
let you know he's got nothing for
He doesn't
Yeah,
have
I
anything for
figured
Rolf
currently,
yet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
If
I'll
you'd
go-
like, I can just drop it in Discord here.
so we should probably do split us up by range and melee. It's probably the smartest way to keep us if we're doing split groups. So Rolf, Captios, Alexa, and then I would say Paolo, and then Solus, Sin, and Ozzy.
Yeah.
Works
yeah,
for
like
me.
that. Yeah.
So Rolf, Captios, and Alexa, you said?
Alexa and Paolo. And then Solus, Sin, and Ozzy.
You're gonna separate Solus and Paolo?
There's no
Hard.
physical way to make the groups somewhat equal.
Your choices. Paolo will remember this.
Well, because I
Um,
would have Solus be in the range group, but then it's just Sin and Ozzy by herself. Like, there you go, Sin and Ozzy.
I mean, no, I'll go. I can go with Sin and Ozzy because I actually play off Ozzy really well.
All right, so let's keep Captios.
Because Sin and Solace's is also pretty good because it clears a condition, and these are acid snakes.
Cool.
So let me ask
So,
you this:
insult-
who would you rather fight side by side and start thematically before you go mechanically? Like, who
Yeah.
would you logistically feel the most comfortable fighting side by side if you had to make two groups? Let's start with that.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you based on like our conversations, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable with Rolf, right?
Right.
Like,
But in that theory, I don't think anyone feels comfortable with Rolf yet. 'Cause
yes. So Rolf is kind of like, great. I'm neutral. I'm the base neutral. Where do you want to put my neutralness?
Yeah.
Because I need to
think-
build a bond with you
I
first.
can go into melee. Like, I don't mind.
I think like knowing that he does like magic, like Alexa would want to keep him with herself and Captios. Be like, hey, we.
I also like to point out that choices have been made that the party morgue has no melee, like with the exception of Sin. So like when you break up the groups, you're gonna have that issue regardless.
Yeah, you're gonna have. But it's more of like starting out. This is all we know. Let's.
all right.
At least that's how she's thinking. Because of specifically how we're attacking right now.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
So I think unfortunately we have to
That's fine.
split
I just
up
wanna
Solus and Paolo.
Not spend a lot of time on initiative groups.
Yeah.
Ideally.
Fair.
I gotcha. So amongst the groups, because we have to roll, I have a +3 to initiative.
Well, I need to
That
figure out what
-1.
exactly it is you've decided, so I can put them in there.
Gotcha.
I think it's Rolf, Solus, Paulo, Alexa, and then Captius, Sin, Ozzy.
All right, so Rolf, Solus, Paolo, Alexa. Is that correct?
Everyone cool with that?
I don't know. But I need to know so I can put this down.
That's
This is
why
the
I
know
just-
thyself thing. Peeps.
It's really on you, Cap. What do
Yeah,
you
that's
feel
fine with
more-
me.
Yeah.
I'm fine with anything. Yeah.
Yep,
Go
that works.
once.
Yes,
Going
that's fine.
twice. Okay. And then everyone else is Sin, Ozzy, Captios, Solus? No.
No.
Is it
Ozzy.
Sin, Ozzy,
Ozzy-
Captios?
Ozzy, Sin, Captios, yeah.
Ozzy, Sin, Captios. Okay. So party of 4 and a party of 3.
So I'm rolling initiative for us, Alexa. I have -1.
Okay.
I think I'm rolling initiative because I have a 2.
Yeah, I think Sin, you have a 3.
Well,
And that's bad.
What?
Excellent.
That's worse.
What?
I like
Oh
how
my
you roll a 1, but it's
God.
still better than the.
all right. So the Snicks go first, and seeing your intent to attack, they do a thing, but nothing crazy. So they're effectively taking the dodge action. Go ahead, Sin. Like I'm assuming like you're doing like a little wall here with Ozzy.
Yeah. Well, I'm not ranged, so I can't.
Correct. So really, it's what is Captius doing?
Yeah, it's really up to.
You can probably
Um,
hold your action until the snake gets
Oh, yeah.
within melee range, is what I would suggest, like, if you're going to do attacky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll hold action for Captius to trigger it and to see if the thing comes over here, if it gets into range for me to hit it.
yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, maybe this is just more mechanical, but I can't see anything over the river. It's all dark, right? So I could
Yeah.
cast.
It's not that it's dark; it's that your vision goes out to a certain degree before it gets hazy.
Mm.
So you can see the target.
You could walk up, cast, and
Cast and then
back.
walk back, yeah.
Yeah, movements. Well, no, he can't because he's up on a cliff.
Yeah.
So effectively, you can see it, and I can do this to make this easier for everyone. Because never mind. Because you have human vision, which looks
Yeah.
ridiculous. I forgot that it's 40/20. So let's do this. And it starts. Better? Looks kind of
Yes.
grayed out. All right, we'll do that. Sneak a snick.
All right.
Sneak a snack. Yes.
I'm going to try to hit with a firebolt.
Fire upon.
Firebolt.
You got this.
Okay. Yep. So you hit. Go ahead and describe your attack. You have the first shot. As it will
So-
singe off some snake.
So Panger, so I'm going to roll Pangers also. At the
Mhm.
same time as me, you see both of our eyes glow red, and you just see fire shoot out of my hands, and you see just like almost like a wave shoot from Panger.
Panger wave. Which also hits.
And I
Nice.
believe that's a 1d10 for Panger.
Yeah, I'll take the first die roll, which is a 5. I can just mouse over the 6, and I'll tell you what
Okay,
the first
cool.
one is.
In addition to that, yep, no, that's right. Cool. So you just see it, and it just singes the snake, and I guess the snake like looks over and hisses. Yeah,
Snake,
that's a
snake.
fair point.
Okay. So they don't have any like held actions; they're just dodging. So, Sin, there's nothing for you to beat down, and Ozzy is also like, yeah, come on.
Yeah, are we able to have Ozzy hold his action until the snake comes up, or because he's the NPC, is it just
It's kind of like a loss. He is holding his action. He's holding the line with Sin, but there's nothing to smack.
the hit? Okay.
All right, Rolf, Souls Palo, Alexa.
Okay, so I know Solus has is the radiant damage. Okay, I was just double checking everything. So Alexa will hit it with Eldritch Blast twice, and she'll do radiant damage to it.
To the one you can.
The one I can, yeah, the one we're focus firing on.
Okay, go ahead. That first one hits,
Nice.
and that second one also hits.
Okay. And then it's radiant damage. So for Solus, roll 1d6 twice. And then a member of the group can gain that much temp HP, right? If I'm reading that correctly, because I did 2 hits of radiant damage.
It's by attack.
Okay. All right, and
Whenever
I'm going,
a member deals radiant damage, so
yeah,
you do it twice.
and I will give that to Sin right now because she's in the front lines.
Nice. Okay.
So I'm gonna shoot lightning at the snake with lightning shot.
Okay. Snick a snick. That hits.
Nice.
All right, describe your combined salvo as you pelt this snake.
Gonna keep my eyes open this time. Set my feet properly. stick my hand out and just shoot a bolt of lightning straight from my hand right into the snake's scale, like on his side, I guess.
So singe, sneak a snake. All right, this sneaky snake is sad. It's very unhappy about its snake existence.
It doesn't like just all of a sudden like surprise.
Yeah.
Here's some
Surprise!
shit ton of
Fuck
damage.
you.
So one snake crawls out of the water.
Yep, there it is.
Oh. It's like right there.
Yeah, it just so what the party sees is that from the river there is thrashing within the water that causes it to vibrate, and then the head just peers out with 2 eyes, and the acid itself drips off of him onto the ground, causing mild fumes into what's left that it can go ahead and etch into, and it begins to coil around the side of the wall where Alexa and Solus are. It actually did not take much of its movement either. This one, however, is right on the heels.
Oh,
Yes.
I meant to give me 1 second. Forgot to roll Paolo's dice here.
There are no go backs, so unless it's a start of
Okay.
initiative thing, you've lost it. That's a know thyself.
Yeah, that's a yeah. All right, I'll remember to do that next time.
Okay.
So are they climbing the wall, or are they?
They're currently
Like-
not yet climbing the wall, but you can definitely tell that they're all about wall climbing. One slithers across the river very quickly, and the one you've been pelting
Oh.
like comes across. So I
The
think
plan was target
Sin,
one at a time, and they're like, but how about all?
Sin has a held action, so go ahead, Sin. Go ahead and hit the one that slithers up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna whack.
You got this.
This thing.
Whack with all your whacking might.
A 17 does hit, and a 20. Well, with the held action, you don't get the extra attack. You
Oh
just get the
shit,
one.
that's right. I'm sorry.
But the 17 does hit.
I have it. Okay, so 11
Yep. That's right.
damage.
It's very mad. It's quite the mad.
Yeah.
The one along the wall tries to slither up and attack Alexa. However, you have much cover as it does that, so it'll attempt to attack. It'll attempt to bite you. Well,
Oh,
even well, shit. Okay, I think
Yep.
even with cover, what's your armor class?
15.
Yeah, that's the cover. Even like the +5 cover wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
It slithers up the one near Alexa, and it bolts. You can see its like jaw like crushing against the ground nearby you, and it bites you on your thigh, dealing 17 points of piercing and 3 points of poison damage.
So 20 total, right?
Correct. And it's doesn't quite have the momentum to grab you, but it does like a whip, like bite you.
Cool.
It's a very awkward position for the snake to be in. Can I help you in your time of fireball, Del?
Sorry.
It's like you see it, you're like, I can see exactly what you're planning here.
yeah.
My bad. I thought it was hide from others.
Yeah. The other
Do we
ones,
work from center of token?
I get to choose where it puts. So you
Okay.
choose token, I put it where it is. Sin, Ozzy, and Captios. They have effectively moved.
So
Oh.
in sorry, go ahead. Then.
No. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, if Capios casts grease on the wall, will the snakes slide off?
So they're. I would say that if you do cast grease, it would make it very difficult for them to attack, like, effectively giving those attacks disadvantage while they're attacking people that are on the top of the ledge, as opposed and disadvantage and cover. Currently, people that are on the ledge have cover.
Got it.
Like I'm thinking I'm gonna give him is like 5, so more than partial, like the 3/4 cover.
Yeah. And because we have cover, we can take a step back without provoking.
Correct.
Attack of opportunity,
Yeah.
right?
You do not provoke attack of opportunities. while you're
Okay,
up
good
there.
to know, because I'm like, I want to get out of that spot.
Yeah.
I can't.
I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna cast grease on the wall. So that
which wall? The
one in front of myself and Roll.
Got it. Okay. All right, it's all greased up.
And then, well, let me just, sorry, I'm just marking this on the sheet. And then Panger will continue to cast Force, but he's going to cast Force on the one in front of Sinanazi.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack for his action.
What's force do?
No, sorry, Firebolt. It's a I think it's Force. Yeah. No, it's radiant damage.
It is radiant damage. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But that's okay, because, well, for Solus's ability, is it anyone in the group at all or anyone in her initiative group?
I think it does state as initiative group, right?
Yeah, it's in it group.
Oh, the group. Okay. Just want to double check.
All right, go ahead and describe greasing up that wall. And Panger's like, pew pew.
So Captios has a new technique for greasing up the wall, where the grease ejects from his mouth.
Oh.
Opened up the
down
throat
onto
hole.
the
Yeah, opened up the throat
Yep.
hole.
Exactly.
Guys are grease guys.
And it just greases the entire wall. So now you see the snake, and it's like slipping. It's like trying to hold on.
Solus is so far away and like fighting for
You're
dear life, but
throwing
even
up
she says that, she's
grease.
like, gross.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me just put some
And
grease on this for you.
Captios takes a step back.
Okay,
Um.
which is now Sin and Ozzy.
Yeah. Can Ozzy do the limit break thing on the snake that's like closest to Alexa?
I would do it on the one in front of you. We need a focus fire.
He would have to move past the snake to do the one that's near
Okay.
Alexa. So if that snake dies, he can.
So I would say focus fire on the one in front of you first. Because if we, it's just a smarter move. We've got a lot of them to handle.
All right. I guess I'll hit the same one again.
Okay.
Would you want to see if Ozzy can hit it
Well,
first?
there is a crit.
Oh, well, there you
Fine.
go.
So
yeah, this
it's a crit and a hit. Are you doing anything else in addition to that?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay here.
Is it dead?
20.
9.
Yeah, it's dead. So go ahead and describe like just destroying this.
It's like
your crit alone kills it. If you want to
so then
follow up attack something else.
Oh. Okay, so then
Maybe have Ozzy do his thing on, if that's possible, the snake in front of Alexa, and then use that last hit on it after it's down.
that was my plan. I'm going to if Ozzy can do the limit break thing and see what happens.
The one
with
near
that.
Alexa?
Yeah.
So he has to step out. And he does. His Ozziness.
Oh, I can't read that. Oh, there we go. I was like, it was just yellow. I'm like, what?
Yep, so that would
And it was
not
sin, it
paralyzed. It's
adds
stunned, not paralyzed. So yeah, it does. Oz would come up and just brain this thing on the head. So that means your attacks get advantage, and it does not get to do an attack on its turn.
Okay. Yeah, and then I'll use that second attack with Wraith on the snake. the
Dude
snake.
McDuderson. All right. So
Yeah.
describe yourself and go ahead and describe like Ozzy as you tear through the front, so to speak.
getting bloodlust.
I will bring Wraith up and slam this thing right on its head, and it just pummels its face into the dirt, and the thing just like dies. And I looked at Ozzy. I'm like, "Go help them out, attack them!" And he's like, "Okay."
He's just so emo about it. I guess I'll get no bloodlust. Fine.
Sin already killed one. I didn't even get one down yet. Jeez.
Yeah, just like a big grin, like, "Come on, Ozzy."
Stealing the kill,
God.
huh? So Ozzy would then come up and like just brain this thing across the head, and just entire body begins to vibrate as he has the pickaxe still in the the snake. Snake's vibrating, and then you hit it. Vibrate the snake. At least it's not the southern snake. The southern snake's all greased up.
Yeah, and then Sin will, while he's doing that, come behind with another strike down with Wraith on the same one.
Just burning snake bits everywhere. Snake steaks for days.
I mean, snake is supposed to be good.
It actually is. A little bit like gamey, kind of like rabbit.
The foodie would know.
Yeah.
He's like, actually.
Yeah.
I've gone camping.
I've done things.
I've eaten
Yeah, like
snakes.
normally you eat marshmallows, not fucking snakes.
Depends on where you go. In the long dark, you get whatever food you can take.
That's true.
Yeah, pretty
All
sure.
right. Rolf, Solus, Paolo, and Alexa are.
All right, to make sure I don't forget Paolo's roll, let me roll it real quick. Which is 4, and so it's added to all of them.
Yes. It adds it to every single thing that's in that list.
Okay, so Rolf, I know you can't see this. I don't think you can.
I
So-
saw the Discord thing, so all
Okay.
saves, damage, attack rolls get +4.
Mhm.
Yeah, so everything gets +4.
Yeah.
So that's just good to know for future things. I mean, Alex is gonna stick. So I do have a question. If I move back like here, do I still get covered because of this?
If you move back there, you can't see the snake.
Okay, so I have to
If-
kind of pretty much I have to stay there.
If you want to attack a snake, you have to be at the ledge, correct? Because
Okay.
you can't go through this ground.
That's fair. All right, then I will stay there, and I will continue to do the pew pew Pikachu.
Pew Pikachu.
I choose you, Pikachu.
Oh, well, it is stunned, so you get an advantage against the attack.
Pew Pikachu. I was thinking about it.
So that is a hit. That's a hit. What's the total
Yay.
damage?
So that'll be 18 total damage.
I'm gonna take off 18, and only 18.
Wait, hold on. You're making it sound like there should be more. Give me a second. Hold
Yeah,
on.
there's another D6 from Solus' synergy. And you can pick 2 targets instead of 1.
All right, it's slowing down combat. So
No, it's not. No, I'm sorry. I'm just missing where that is. Can you radiant or not? Instead of force damage, you gain resistance to radiant and necrotic damage. I
Look.
just not.
Look at Paolo. Look at the bottom of Solus. The very last one.
Ah, gotcha. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong spot. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so roll additional 1d6 when using Builder of Light and pick 2 targets instead of 1. Okay, so then that will go to, I guess, this one and this one. And then an additional d6 for both of them.
No.
No?
So what is Builder of Light?
Yeah, I'm just, oh my
Roll an
god.
additional D6.
So again, I'm sorry, but it's slowing down combat. We're gonna have to let it go.
Mhm.
Okay.
I highly recommend
Sure
taking the
that-
time to know thyself and read this. So what effectively happens is you just do the attack.
Okay, that's
We can
fine.
cover it in after talk.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'll roll the 2d6 for Solus's healing, the temporary hit points. So give me 1 second to roll that. And that'll be 7, and I'm gonna put that just on myself real quick.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna move to the edge around from the snake, like right over here. Hold on 1 sec. Right over here. That's 20 movement.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna cast lightning bolt and aim it through these
Mm.
snakes.
hmm
No?
Oh no, you keep going. Sorry, I was understanding the move. I get it now. For next time.
All right. So if it's lightning bolt, It's a save. So, all right, one saves.
So one takes half.
Yep. So go ahead and describe casting a third level spell.
So his first time really utilizing this spell, he's a little bit hesitant about how effective it's going to be, but he feels like it's as good as time as any to give it a shot. He keeps his eyes open, he plants both feet, and instead of just one hand, he pulls both out kind of like this and shoots a lightning bolt that's about 3 times the size of his regular lightning shot in size, and it goes 100 feet straight, 5 feet wide, and shoots straight through the snakes together like in a straight line. Does that ignite the grease?
It does not ignite the grease, no.
Okay, just making sure.
Alright, so that takes care of, let's see, Alexa. Is there anything else you'd like to do with, say, bonus actions, movement, Solus, or Palo stuff? Before we move on to Snicks.
No, we had Paolo do his thing. I now understand his skill, so I know that for next time. Solus did her thing, which is the healing.
Did you add the +4 to damage to each of them, Buck, or no?
Nope.
No, I did not, and that was my mistake for not adding that in. So we'll remember that next time as well.
That's why I asked how much damage it was.
Yeah. Paolo's new. I'm learning his jiggly bits. No, that's not.
Jiggly bits.
I can't remember.
Phrasing.
Panger just makes that sound like they're like.
I was going for the spell effect that I put on the map, but yeah, that too. All right, which means Snicks are up.
Snick a snack.
All right, Snicks are
He's a
up.
cold-hearted snake. Look into his eyes.
I also appreciate that you wrote snacks, just like a
Thanks.
snack.
No problem. So this
Snick
Snick
a
was
snack.
was a stun Snick, so it does nothing. But this Snick is not stunned, and it goes forward. I saw that it looks like Keptius pulled back from the edge. Rolf moved to a different part of the edge, which means the first attack goes to Sin.
You can do it, Sin.
Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
that's
You can do it.
what?
So
Live.
the first attack...
Oh, fine.
Yeah, so effectively what happened is the snake instead of like goes like attacks you, and Sin, being the badass that she is, dodges, but it's like a lot of rope, right? So it just goes over Sin and then starts constricting around her and drags her to the river.
Oh.
So you take a total of 11 bludgeoning damage as you're constricted, and you start to sizzle as you go into the acid. Starting with 6 points of acid damage.
Ooh, the max possible amount of acid damage.
Yeah. So that's...
This second Snick would be effectively waylaid by Ozzy. So let's see what happens if he also gets pulled into the acid. He does not.
Good job, Ozzy.
He's learned. And then when the snake goes over, he just like jumps back so the snake doesn't coil around him. But that is Snicks. And Sin, you are wrapped around Snick. You are 360 Snick smell, plus acid. Sin, Ozzy, and Captios.
Get that sneak smell. Don't forget that you have that bonus HP, so like just let you know that.
Yeah. I
Reminding you.
I subtracted that. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Can I? So I'm in the lava.
Acid. Your Avernus is showing. Yeah.
Can it be lava? I just want.
It feels like lava.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Because I can't swing or anything. Because I'm.
While
consider-
you're grappled, you can still make attacks, but they're at disadvantage. I do not believe that it keeps you from doing any given attack when you're in a grappled. Yeah,
Do you
you're restrained, so it's the condition restrained.
I am restrained. Okay.
Do
Yeah,
you have
so
any like movement, like Misty Step or anything like that that can get you out of that situation, or you pretty much have to
she's
struggle?
not the
with it?
ninja.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking. I'm just.
She has a
No.
club.
I want a hellish rebuke because I can do it as an action instead of like if thing, but like I'm afraid I'm gonna set the entire river on fire. That's my concern, and then I'll be in acid plus fire plus snake.
Lava, acid, fire snake.
That's right. It's really the Festered lands here. Just good times.
Which I really don't want to do. I'm gonna try. Can I just try to like get out of being restrained?
You can. It's a standard action to do that, and it's either athletics or an acrobatics check against DC 16.
If I rage, will that help me at all?
Rage gives you advantage on strength checks,
strength
including
check.
athletics.
Oh, so that would help.
It would.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It looks like
Oh
wood.
yeah. Okay. So
The norm for most barbarians, the problem is you have to keep either being dealt damage or deal damage, but you have the bracers that you hate so much that would keep dealing damage to you.
right.
But you
is
hate them so
damage.
much.
Emotional
Um,
damage.
1 point of pain.
So Sid gets dragged into this acid, and this just pisses her off. This is not how she wanted this to go. So she
That's fair.
enters rage mode, and she tries to rip off this snake that's like wrapped around her while she's in this lava, and it burns. Like
Okay.
a bad time.
Despite all of your rage, you're still just a snake in a cage. Go ahead.
Oh my god. So it's you said athletics.
Yeah, with advantage because you're raging.
Hey.
Yeah, it's good timing for it too.
Yeah.
That's 26 will do it as over the 15. So you get your movement back. Yep. So your speed is now no longer 0. So it's back to being, I think, like 40 as a barbarian.
Okay.
So you,
Get
you
out
rip,
of
you
the
rip out
acid.
from the snakes.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the hell out of this.
All right, you will get a sneaky snick attack of opportunity as you leave its snick range.
That's right.
Yep.
That's okay.
Okay. It snicks you. And it sneakily snicks and it misses.
Fucking miss it!
It's flailing around from its small but feisty.
Like, hey, I had you. That was.
It hisses, flailing around.
Okay.
All right, so that was your standard. That was your move action. I don't think you have any bonus action economy.
No.
Oh,
No.
it's important to ask, what rage mode are you going in? There's 2 types.
Not the breaker one.
Okay, so you're going Aegis mode? All right.
Yes. The non-deadlier of the 2 rages.
Yes. Keep in mind to know thyself for what that means at the start and end of your turns, because you do take and heal damage.
Okay.
Anything else for Team Sin?
Well, you got Ozzy
Which
Yeah.
and
includes
Captios.
Captios and Ozzy.
Yeah, it was like, or the
Oh.
other 2 people in the group.
Ozzy's going to attack. Which one, Sin, do you think he should attack? The limit or limit break or whatever.
Limit break.
Maybe the one that's already still up by the wall by the other.
Yeah. Okay. So he's going to limit break north.
Okay. Fantastic.
Oh.
Yep. So you get to see the snake gets effectively Ozzy'd. Or effectively gets delled, not Ozzy'd. It gets Ozzy'd, yeah. So it
Blows people up.
yeah. So the same thing happens. The snake is already like vibrating and thrashing. As you can see, the red begins to grow like an infection around it, and then a loud explosion.
Oh god,
Just like
there's gonna be so many snake bits just everywhere.
it's alive if you want to call it that. It's more like a wild flailing lump of flesh at the moment.
Jeez.
It
Got
does
it.
kind of have a face in the fact there's one eye left. Some of its head is left. Majority of its body is just exposed and looks like, gamey snake meat that looks partly cooked, so you can just like rip some off and have snake jerky.
Mmm.
From
Oh.
Capios's perspective, does it look like it can attack, or is it?
It looks like it could attack, but extremely ineffective, like not very effectively.
Hmm.
Like it's missing an eye.
Got
it's
it.
missing a good portion of its body. It's got like a fang.
I've learned anything from like zombie movies. You got to make sure that you double tap. So you.
All right.
Double tap that.
Then, fuck it. Capios's eyes turn red again, and all of a sudden you see a giant fireball just like start to form above the two snakes near Ozzy and Sin.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try to draw this. It's a 20 by 20 box.
It is a 20 by 20 box, but I need to know like what your intent is, because ballistic weapons like that don't always go as precise as you intend.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Is it okay if I change it now?
What?
I think it's your first time using fireball, so it's a good time to learn, right?
Okay.
Awesome. You can eat it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna hit
Steak.
the other snake with a fireball. Panger's gonna hit it with a firebolt.
You're doing fireball, right? Not firebolt?
Firebolt.
Oh, you're doing
Firebolt.
bolt.
Bolt.
Okay.
Okay.
I was about to drag the fireball. I was like, well, here's a fireball template.
Which one are you
Um,
hitting? Like, do you want to ping them?
I'm hitting the one closest to me.
Okay.
So that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Just know something really good.
That I tapped it. Did it hit?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So
That definitely, that first one hits.
that first one hits, and then there's going to be extra damage from Ozzy too. So this is Panger's.
Which one are you attacking on that one?
The one.
South of Ozzy?
Yeah.
If
The
you-
south of Ozzy.
The one south
If
of
you-
Ozzy, that'll miss.
Oh yeah, because if you attack
Okay.
the one on Ozzy, it would hit.
Then it's going to do extra damage. It's going to do D6 poison, D6 cold, D6 force. So I get to choose one.
No,
Right.
you roll all of them with Dragon Force. But I'll say that the poison won't do damage to these snakes, so just 2d6.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll just roll 2d6.
Yeah, when that's cumulative. That's not just one at a time. Like, you get to roll all of them with Ozzy.
Ah.
But it is a poison snake, so it's like.
Yeah.
All right, so how much damage am I doing to this southern snake? This slippery southern snake?
Looks like 12.
12.
All right. It is not amused. It hisses. It asks for Harry Potter. Okay. That takes care of, looks like, everyone in the group. You guys good? Your turn? Describe your shenanigans.
The
So-
shenanigans were high.
Captius is taking a second to calculate whether a fireball would cause damage to other people or not. and then says, you know what, we're not going to do this. So instead switches again, eyes glow red, Panger's eyes glow red, and shoots firebolt at the snake. At the same time as that happens, as Capios's hits, something triggers right next to Ozzy where like ice starts to form on a part of the snake. And what was the other one? And it somehow gets like hit by like an invisible like bat.
Mm-hmm. I think it's the first time you're seeing Dragon Force in action with Ozzy. So
Yeah.
A lot of the way that it comes out like on the snake is that it comes from his like weapon. So as he like pulls back from the explosion, there's like an ice like shard that comes out from it, right? And then like it's hit with like a force for like projectile. So you have this huge icicle stuck in the snake.
Right.
You can definitely see that it comes from your magic, like it pulls from your firebolt to like ignite and create.
Got it.
Yeah, it's like as
Yeah,
though
just get
Ozzy is
fancier.
using your energy to just do more damage.
Cool.
Nice.
Speaking of use your energy, do more damage. Rolf, Paolo, Solus, Alexa is up.
Well, I'm gonna first just do like a quick hit to try to kill this little snake buddy.
Wait.
Roll Palos first,
Palos.
right?
Yeah, I was about to type that in too. And it's roll 2d4 plus 2.
Yep.
Well then.
All right. And so I'm gonna hit that one first.
It's 1d4 plus 2. 2d4 is healing. So it's going to be a total
okay.
of 3.
Yeah, so it's
you're
1d4.
confusing that with healing potion.
Thank you.
No
So then it'll be the 3,
Correct.
not 6. Okay. And I'm gonna do. Give me just a second to hit the button. You can do it, Pikachu.
Yep, that works and obliterates the snake that's close to you.
Okay. And I'm going to, just because I have it and I now understand how Paolo's thing works, his is more healing, not more damage. So.
Well, it's augmenting Solus's thing, which is healing.
Yeah, so his is an additional 1d6, and you can pick 2 targets instead, is what his thing is. So for hers, it's the 1d6, and I'll be rolling 2d6. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do that now just to have it out of the way. And so if it's 7, that means I can give 7 to one and 7 to the other. Do I have to split it?
No, 2 people gain 7.
Okay. So then I'll give 7 to Sin. Because you're keeping, and then can I give 7 to Ozzy?
Sure. He doesn't like it, but he'll take it.
He's like, I'll take your healing.
Yeah. So since Paolo's like, how is Paolo doing this? That's cool mechanically. Like effectively, Paolo is just standing there, like flipping through a book, and as you cast spells like that Eldritch Blast of yours, you can just see like a pulse of like radiant energy, like a shock through, and, like through the ground, like kicking it up, giving it actual like radiant energy behind it. And when a lot of that hits the air, you'll see that Solus, who's like a builder of light, is then using all these motes of light to create these matrices of the shield spell effectively around everybody.
Gotcha.
There's more material for her to work with.
Good. And then it looks like we're focusing on this one right now. I know that one pulled Sin down for funsies.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like we're hitting that one, so I'm going to do another Eldritch Blast at that one.
Also hits. What's
All
the
right,
total
and then
damage?
that'll get +3, so that will be 15
Okay.
damage. And then I'll roll 2d6 again. And that'll be 6. So I'll give you only have 7 on you right now, right now, Sin? You got 7 temp HP?
Yeah. Oh. Yes.
Okay, so get 6 more because it stacks up to 20.
I put it in my slot.
And then does anyone else? Who else should I give the other one to?
Yourself?
Yeah, yourself or
Did
Ozzy.
you get hit pretty hard?
Yeah, then I'll give the other 6 to myself. But I don't just want to keep healing myself kind of thing.
Mm. All right.
Okay.
So that was Alexa's part of Team Rolf. There feels like there's like a name in here, like
So it's
Raps.
Raps.
it's 13 to extra 10 points then.
Yeah, 13 total.
Mhm.
So then I'm gonna target the snake right there
Snick.
with lightning shot.
Snick. He's Snicks is old.
So I assume 29 hits.
29 does hit a Snick, and most dragons, yeah.
And so it'll be 13 damage.
Yep. And
Alright.
then I'm gonna roll the 2d6.
Oh no, so the 2d6 is for radiant damage. So
Oh.
Alexa is able to change her to radiant.
Oh,
Yours
I
is
missed-
still lightning damage.
Okay,
Yeah.
I misread Solus's initiative. No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 13 damage.
Did you add the 3 from Paula?
Yeah, so it'd be 13 total.
Okay.
Bueno. All right. Anything
We're
else
understanding
from
the
Team
groups.
Raps?
I think that's everything.
I like how Sin Ozzy, like Captius, is like the sock, and Raps and sock.
Good.
Well, now it's time for snakes. Snakes versus Raps and socks.
Or rasp and socks. Raps.
No, Raps.
No, okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Snicky Snake is not amused by Sin's snickiness. It's like, get back here.
He's like, I had you.
What's your armor class, Sin? That may
It's
hit.
17, yeah, it hits.
So you're out as a
Oh my god.
It's like, God damn it!
So you're like, I'm free! It's like, get back here! Alright, so you take 14 bludgeoning damage with resistance, that's only 7.
I'm glad I gave you that.
But it
HP.
drags you much further into the
Oh,
acid
no.
this time. And you don't have the type of resistance that negates acid damage. So, on top of the 7 bludgeoning with resistance, you take 9, which is unmitigated, which is acid damage.
Okay.
As you see like Sin go underneath the river, like flat thrashing around. And the snake's like, no.
The dick move, Snick.
It's like, you're gonna go to the other side. Welcome to the other side. The other side's got acid. Sin, while you're down there, like flashing, you can definitely see like bones at the bottom of this river that you're like in.
Oh.
So definitely, if picked up the snick tack, it to just drown things in acid.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see.
God.
That said, this snake would legitimately do the same thing to Ozzy. And it's no.
Oh, jeez.
It effectively does the snake like, I've got 2 fangs and I'm gonna get you. I'm like, I'm a hero and I'm gonna dodge. So the snake like lodges its maw in the wall. So you can get advantage against it because it is teeth in wall snake. So Team Sock.
Team Sock.
Team Sock.
Set the sock free.
Well.
Do you want to try getting out?
Okay.
Well,
Well,
the
first,
person-
go ahead.
Oh,
You
I
take
was gonna
damage at the
say-
start of your turn, I think.
yeah. Well, it says at the start you. In addition to all effects you would get with a non-frenzied rage, you heal 2 hit points at the start of your turn.
Mm-hmm. So you take 1 and then heal
at the
2.
end, yeah.
Yeah, you get the 2 at the end, assuming you live, which I think you will.
I would fucking hope so.
But the
Okay,
interesting
so-
thing is that you'd lose temp hit points and gain real hit points.
Well, she lost all her temp, I thought.
Yeah,
Are they all
I
gone?
lost
Okay.
them all.
Yeah.
A
She had
nuance for the
13.
future, since that's your healing in this group, evidently, is just soulless.
Yeah. I will try to break free again this time. As
Okay.
well.
Go ahead and roll. Because we are running a little bit late, 1 quick second. I need a quick fire break.
How
Oh.
dare you?
Yeah, same.
Well, all right.
Is this
I'm here for you.
Oh, I got.
So am I.
I would like to go pee too.
It's me and you, Puck. We're just gonna
No,
sit here.
I'll hold it. I'll hold it.
No.
Just
I
as
mean,
a
it's
heads up, Sin, I also have the 16 from the portent, so that automatically would break you out, and I have inspiration.
I would double check that the 16 would automatically break you out because the other one was like a 25, so we don't know what the DC is.
The target is grappled, escape DC 16.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it is right there. Oh, dear. Yep, there it is.
Let me just roll
Okay.
the athletics then and see what happens. 'cause-
Yeah, I think that's fair. Ah, you're good.
You're fine. Can you just like pirouette out of there?
Yeah.
Like, get out. Like, yes. Beautiful escape. There's judges in the back putting up the 10. Like 10 out of 10 escape. Great job. So then you can escape, but then that's like your turn, right? You can't really bonus action it, hit stuff or anything.
She can move.
I have a bonus action to hellish rebuke something.
Okay.
Well, you can move too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, get out of the
So the snake is
It's like, the good news is that I'm
In the
drinking
wall?
about 3 liters of water. The bad news is I am drinking about 3 liters of water.
Yeah, it's hit or miss with those.
nice.
Sin
Is there something in
Critted
that,
her
or
escape.
just
It's Mio. Mio energy.
Yeah, I
Listen, I-
created my breakout of the asshole snake.
Oh, yeah, you absolutely do.
she
can see
really
that.
wanted to get out of there.
Yeah.
She,
All right, so
And
for
since-
your action, you break out. Go ahead, Captain.
if the other snake's fangs are in the wall, you can probably get around it without provoking an attack of opportunity, right? Like slip by.
Of that snake, yeah. But the second you swim away from the
Oh,
snake
yeah, yeah.
that had her, yeah.
So you can get back up to the ramp, I think. Then
Oh,
does that make sense?
yeah.
Yeah. The river will be considered, for the terms of like movement, difficult terrain. So every 5 movement out of it or into it is considered 10.
Okay, so
Oh.
essentially this is 10.
You can go 30.
Yeah, you can go
I
30
can
total.
go 40.
Because she's
No,
a
it'd be
barbarian.
40's my
No,
We're
but
saying
with
you-
the it's
the 20.
it's too difficult.
Because we're saying
So-
because one square is 5 feet in the river, you can go 30 total because that 5 feet would be 10.
She's
feet.
saying she can go 40 total because she's a barbarian.
Yeah.
Right. We're letting her know like the distance right now because normally it's 40, but you
Mhm.
have to go through 5 feet of river,
So just
which
go
would
through
make
10.
it 10 of your movement speed. So you can go
35.
total. 35. Sorry, 35 total.
Yep, you could do that. You can get next to this.
If that makes sense. We're just trying to let you know like how far you can.
If your intent is to be next to the other snake, you can be next to the other snake.
You can
You'll
get to the
get
other
Yeah.
snack.
an attack of snack opportunity. Yeah.
From the one that dragged
Snickertunity, if you
me
will.
in?
Hmm?
From the one that dragged me in?
Yeah, you get a bite. Like it can't constrict you, but it can attempt to bite you.
Okay. Well, fuck that guy. I'm moving.
All right. Well, he will attempt to snick bite you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think you. Regardless, I know you want to hit it, but I don't. think...
He does snick bite you.
Oh,
Yes,
he bit you.
yeah.
Which the
Bit
poison
you.
you don't mitigate, so you take a total of 5 piercing and 2 poison, so a total of 7
Okay.
with your resistance factored in.
Can I bonus action Hellish Rebuke one of them?
You can bonus action Hellish Rebuke. Well, it's a reaction ability, right? So you
Yeah,
can't
but
use
with
your
the,
reaction.
With the feet, I can do. Oh wait.
Yeah, it's tricky. You can use it as a bonus action when you attack, which you didn't do, or when something
Right.
attacks you as a reaction. But you can't use reaction abilities on your
Okay.
turn.
All right.
That's
never mind.
otherwise
So-
that's how I'm rolling. You just can't use reaction abilities your turn.
Yeah.
It gets very weird.
Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Then.
Yeah. Like when it constricts you, you can be like "fuck you," and you can do it then because it's dealing
Yeah.
damage to you.
Okay.
Hmm.
So you said that was 5 damage.
A total of 7,
7.
factoring in your resistance.
Okay. I'm hanging out here then.
You
But
could
I
have
also
gone to.
keep-
I think you could have gone the other way, Sin. By the way.
Like to hear.
Yeah.
Why would I run away? I want to fight.
Okay, that's fair. That's actually a fair point. You're not Captios. You're Sin.
I think it was more of if you go here, you won't be in the range of this thing to drag you in again. So like you can
Oh.
take care of that one first.
No, I want to go in.
Nope.
Okay,
Well,
all right. You go.
It's
right
the water
ahead.
park at the Festered lands. So I'm just getting back on the ride again, going back to top
Yeah.
slide.
This is great.
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right, so that's
All right.
Sin's part of the turn. What about Captius and
Ozzy will
Ozzy?
limit break. Ozzy will limit break this guy.
All right. Okay. As you do. So it is paralyzed as he just takes that. It's already in the wall, so he just takes a nice section of neck and goes thunk. You can see the pickaxe like go through one end to the other. It starts to vibrate again. He's just holding it in there,
God, it's such a concerning mental picture of just like,
piercing the neck of the snake.
oh.
Been sending it vibrating everywhere.
That's right.
And as it's just like vibrating, Captios again, eyes red, is going to shoot a firebolt, and Panger's going to go meow on its side.
It's like boom. It's advantage because it's stunned. You do not get the free crit, unfortunately. I don't think it's gonna matter.
It's paralyzed, right?
It's paralyzed, correct? So that's free advantage on the attacks.
Hmm.
It is an instant crit if you are meleeing.
Hmm.
All right, so that does hit, and that one hits as a result too.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's amazing.
Nice.
And then we're gonna do the extra 2d6, right?
Correct, because it's Ozzy being Ozzy. I have to double check if it's each time you do damage or just once. It's each time, specifically Captius, not Panger.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I gotta take the only the 5 from the second one because it's only 1d.
Yep.
1d, so 7, 15,
20.
20
7 plus 5
plus 8.
plus 8. So it's 12 plus 8.
Okay, yeah, 20. It's dead. Go ahead and describe killing it.
With Panger's, so Captios hits it, Ozzy's maul comes back, the snake is like on its last breath, and all you hear is meow and as Panger hits it with with the last force, and it just kind of topples over.
Decapitates it at the neck.
Mhm.
So it's a
And,
snake in a
and I'm
wall.
just sitting there,
Is
just
it-
petting Panger.
He frills up. He's proud of himself as the snake head is like in the wall. This fangs in wall. Okay. Which Bream's team wraps with a snake in the water.
Right, let's do roll 1d4 plus 2.
Well.
Oh, of course. We're just keeping nice and low. Keeping it good. Low thing. So I guess I'm gonna keep doing what we're doing. So go hit this thing with Radiant Eldritch Blast twice.
It's not broke. Well, yes. Pretty sure that hits. Dragons. Also hits dragons.
All right, and so that's going to be a total of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 damage total.
Okay.
And then
It thrashes
rolling.
in the poisonous water.
But should I just do 4d6 total and then split that into 2? Or should I? I'll do that.
Yeah, unless you want to pick like 2 different targets and then 2 different targets in the second one, effectively. Well, guess it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. Doesn't really matter. So Sin, you're getting 7 temp HP again.
Hey, thanks.
And then I'm actually almost at my break. We're the only ones that have been hit though. No one else is really. So I guess I'll just give it to myself. We're the 2 with that only damage. Okay. Because that gets me right to 20. Okay.
Cool.
Go, Rolf. Do your lightning of doom.
Yeah, I'm gonna lightning shot the snake in the water.
Snake in the water.
18.
The 18 will hit. And
8 damage.
Yep. It's a sizzly snake. You'll find out now because you have to attack something in the water. Will the river ignite with electricity? The answer is no, it does not. It sizzles. It does not ignite. You've also been
Awesome.
shooting it with radiant, which is like light.
Yeah.
Also does not ignite with radiance.
And then I think that's everything.
Snakes. Well, I'm just gonna roll because I mean it's pretty obvious what's gonna happen.
Sitting, you're right there. It's just like, I like this.
This time it however misses.
Get fucked!
Oh my god.
It goes in and finally goes to get Sin and does not do so this time.
Then you can
Finally.
hit it this time. You can actually attack it. She's gonna go like all
Murder
crazy
it,
mode.
Sid.
Go team
man.
size.
Go.
Burn.
Here we go.
Now, do you want Ozzy to hit it first so you can get extra advantage?
I already have advantage on it though with the
These
rage.
are just thoughts, or you can just go crazy.
One is
Okay.
an auto crit, however. That's
Yeah.
paralysis. Or not advantage to hit, auto crit, which is different. But you
Yeah,
risk
'cause
that he can go really well and kill it, so that's the real
Yep.
question.
Yeah.
He also
fuck
could
that,
It's like, no! Don't you help Ozzy!
Fuck you, Ozzy.
Fuck you,
don't get to
Ozzy.
kill anything.
No, that thing comes in, tries to take a bite or whatever the hell it does, and drive me in. And Sid actually dodges this time and brings down Wraith to beat the shit out of it because I'm raging. I get to do it 3 fucking times.
3 fucking times.
1. Oh shit. 2. Fuck yeah!
Alright, so you got a crit to contend with.
And 3.
Okay, so the crit hits, the second one hits. So go ahead and tell me what kind of damage we're talking about here.
Oh god, hang on, I got a calculator.
Yeah, you have a lot of sources of damage, correct?
Yeah, so let's see, 9 plus 2 plus 9 plus and that's a crit, so it's 27 plus 27, right?
No, the extra damage is already calculated in there with the +2 and +7, right?
Oh! I knew
Because
that.
it's extra dice, yeah.
So it's 50. That's not right.
51.
Did all of them hit?
The first one did not. No,
first one.
16 does it, yeah.
16 does? Okay.
13 would not have, yeah. So all of them hit.
So all 3 of them. Oh, fuck.
Yeah!
Okay.
73.
12.
She's doing it. She's doing it. She's like, I get mad.
Wait, how did you get 68? Because there's the rage damage. Wait, no, that's +2. But that's doubled with the bracers.
If you're doing the right rage, right?
Which
Because
rage are you
you're the
doing?
one that just
Heals.
heals you.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so I have 67.
Also, you don't get that last attack because you chose to not do a frenzied rage, right? So you wouldn't get the bonus attack. That's a frenzied rage activity, which is a breaker rage, but you're in the non-breaker rage.
The last attack, what do you mean?
You get 2 attacks, because attack and extra attack. Your third attack is your bonus attack, but you only get that if you're frenzying, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
You're
so you're calculating the
So it's
first
just
the
the
first 2.
Okay, sorry. So
I think it's still dead, all things
It's
considered.
51, I think, without the last one.
Yeah. So, are we settling on 51?
Yeah, because like
Do
22.
we need to do you do like a DM math check?
no, it's right. It's right. It's 51. It's 51.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure it's 51.
I just
All
double
right.
checked.
You
Did you kill the
you
snake?
do kill it. Yeah, it's actually very close to hit points, but we have to check. So, it's dead. Please describe killing this thing.
So after being dragged into this river of acid twice now, and it burning a lot because it's acid, Sin is over this fucking snake. Very much over it. So it comes back to like do its thing, and she dodges it, and she's like, I don't fucking think so. She takes all that rage of this and just beats the shit out of this snake. She like whacks it from the side with Wraith, and then brings it up, and then comes down onto the face of it. Like just
Splat.
just splat. Yeah, just
Snick.
splatting.
Snick pissed.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's snake pissed. It's very pissed to snick.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then all the snakes they're gone. There's no snakes in the area. You have exterminated the snakes, and it's
Just
quiet.
their dead bodies are lying there. Right?
That's right. Very Final Fantasy VII, right? Like the Midgar Zolom. It's just lying there. Just surprise. Which is where we'll stop. Yeah, which is where we'll stop and go to After Talk, as you have murdered the final snake on Snake River.
You did snake murder, Sin.
Hey.
Sin snake murder.
Snake murder. I would like to give shout outs to, of all things, Zoom for not crashing once.
Good job, Zoom.
Yeah.
Good job.
Even an elongated session did
Yeah.
not crash.
We
It's true.
pushed you to the new max, and you did not fail us. Also, Hippo, Panda, and everyone who's here that's chatting within the stream.
Yeah.
We'll go over to After Talk. Right, meow. I'll see you guys there. Beep boop. All right. I gotta first unmute my damn self on for this to make any sense to unmute myself here. Yeah, true.
Yeah. Always.
Always true.
All day or day.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Now, snick a snack.
snack time occurred.
Snick a snack time.
It's true. Well, for After Talk, the best moments, your favorite moments. We're short somebody. Where's?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Pop.
Puck.
No cap.
No cap. So we'll start off while we're reconvening the planet. With Alexa, what was your favorite moment?
I would say my favorite moment was Landsight's existence. Just,
Yeah, they say
Just-
great characters larger than life. He took it to an extreme.
it's everything was just yelling everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just nice to it was just like a fun time just to have that like huge difference between like Paolo and Landsight and being like, well, this is fun times for you. So yeah, I just really enjoy kind of getting to see Landsight and like Paolo having to deal with other people with more boisterous kind of personalities. Seeing him play off of that.
Just acknowledging it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This is happening. I can't really stop it.
Truth. Yeah, Dell, who is now like, I guess Rolf. Rolf, favorite moments.
I mean, Lance is always fun to be around. I liked Clyde's dad jokes a lot. They were very eye roll, and they fit my view of him towards his family. I also like the different gifts that Paulo gave out.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like they all fit like each person very well, and like I like the whole Captios play on not actually wanting to accept his gift for good reason, because it seems like that's something you'd have to actually think about, and that's Captios' specialty.
How about you, Captios? What's your favorite moment so far? Xeni just hopped in. Alexa's favorite moment was Landside's general existence, and Rolf's was Clyde's dad jokes and the gifts.
Yeah, the gifts was definitely pretty awesome. I like how Rolf is playing his character, right? Like, I think you've done a really good job of like being timid, but also being like, I'm gonna be an adventurer. Like, I think that's like how you've played that whole character has been solid. And then, I don't know, for some reason the idea of like Sin getting pulled in, like getting out, and then getting pulled in again.
Okay, yo-yo.
Yeah. And then at the end, just
Murdering.
smashing a full, like, I don't think it took any damage throughout the whole thing, and she just like smashed it in one attack. Was pretty amazing.
Aw, yeah, them barbarian crits. Bop, bop, bop. It was injured, but yeah, that was more than half of its health.
Oh,
so yeah.
Yeah, I think like Alexa hit it a little bit, and Rolf hit it. Like we all got like maybe like a quarter of its damage down, but then she did like 3/4 of the damage. She's like, I will do
it. It was very much like the encroaching Hydra effect. Like here it comes, and everyone pelts it, and then finally Sin like just slaughters the damn thing, which is Sin's specialty.
Which I just imagine if what was it? Ozzy was actually the one to kill it. She'd be like,
God, like that was really the side effect. Like, no, I'm gonna kill this damn thing. There's no way I'm gonna let Ozzy kill it. If there's even a chance of Ozzy killing it, no.
Yeah, it's like, it can give you better advantage. Like, no.
Ironically, you didn't need the auto crit because you crit on your second attack. Which is a good reminder of like how Sin works. Like, always recklessly attacking unless you get advantage on your attacks, sort of thing. Which is good. Speaking of favorite moments and Sin, so Sin, favorite moments.
Yeah. I mean, I did like creating the snake at the very end. That's always fun, especially not allowing Ozzy. So that means that I got 2 kills from this fight. Just saying.
You got 0.
Huh?
Yeah,
No, Ozzy. No, he got 2.
Oh, so
He'll say he got 2 at the very least. Like he blew up one's brain, and the other one was with Captive. So in his mind, it's 2-2.
Yeah, like he blew up its brain, and like Alexa did the final thing. He's like, "Oh no!"
Oh, it was just writhing. You were gonna count that? Yeah, it's twitching. I guess I get the kill. Let me stomp it down while it's writhing around.
So it was that, but actually one thing that wasn't said that I actually really enjoyed was Alexa and Nuru getting shot down, and Alexa's kind of walk through with that. And I think my favorite part of that is just Sin being like, don't fucking ask Paolo about what you should do, just do what you want to do. And that's just emanating like what she learned from the Alice in Wonderland bullshit. Just like, you know, and so I really enjoyed that, and I'm glad that she kind of made that decision, even though like the things that Captius had mentioned. I'm glad that you ended up doing that. That was fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's one of the only times that she's chosen like emotions over like doing the smarter thing. Like she was like not going to be able to make it, and she knew it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, I could push. Yeah, like her like pushing it down, then Souls is being like, no, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop doing that. Right.
Like don't push down.
I just
your
enjoyed
emotions.
seeing that other side of Alexa in that moment. That was nice.
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. talking points, Alexa?
Well, I'm very interested in. Oh, I know a very good talking point. So hey, Sin, you got a key that yeah,
Oh,
break one bind. How is Captios? Is Captios seeing that? Because he was next to her, like when it was given to her, so he did hear it. Like, has he started to think about trying to talk to Sin about? Well, because he can't really say anything about his deal with Gig. So is he trying to play anything with that, or like does Sin have an idea of something she would want to break? Like, would she want to break her deal with Gig, or does she want to keep it for something in the future?
I think it's a very powerful thing.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how you use it. So I'm definitely gonna have to sit in my shower for a couple of hours and think of that one. But I definitely, depending, I realize that the Captios thing exists. And I don't know how this story with our characters will unfold, but it's always an option. Like right now, Sin's mentality is she's gonna hold on to it, not do anything with it for right now. But I think she's gonna kind of start thinking about like, what could I use this for in the future?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Whether it
I
is
was thinking of solace.
From what though?
Isn't she combined with things? Wouldn't that like sever the bond or no?
No, so she is combined with parts of her own soul. Like that was the whole thing. She was separate from.
Yeah.
When Sin killed her, she essentially broke her soul into pieces. And so she's now a whole part, but now she's like struggling with understanding like how to combine those things. So she's not really suffering by being connected. She's just kind of trying to figure out her new existence now because there's two things that had a chance to live separately for a while. Something I am curious about is the idea of Jacob White, because he, in theory, like owned Sin or Ford. Would that key help get rid of that? Because that is something that may be a problem in the future, or like maybe something coming up.
Maybe. Yeah, but I think I don't know. Like I feel like a lot of those things that she wants to like break on her own, again without like the fucking key kind of thing, like do it on her own without like outside help. But I seriously think that is a super powerful tool to use depending on how you use it.
Absolutely.
I have some ideas, but like I gotta sit and think about that one.
Because I think one thing
meditate in an ice cold shower and just think.
Because I think just one thing that just like deals and stuff in general that you may not be aware of, like what the terms are, because you aren't really aware of all the terms of Jacob White and you. I think a lot of Safina and Gig, how Gig brought him back to life, and Safina had no idea about this. He just like appeared and thought that everything was fine, and then at the very end, Gig was able to kind of man him like a puppet.
Yeah.
And it was something that Safina couldn't control. So I don't know if that will ever be a situation that you will find yourself in, whether it be... I doubt it would be Gig. I don't think Gig would just control you. He's big into, like, specifically not controlling you, but I don't know if Jacob would kind of stoop to that level, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I don't know.
And so I think that's just something to think on.
Yeah. That's why I kind of just like to hold on to it for that, like that last, like, fuck you kind of
And
thing.
it may be something, I mean, I never want to use Paolo for the game break. He can give me all the answers, but it might be worth asking him if he knew, if he could let you know, like, what happened when you were taken by Jacob, so you have a better understanding of what that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I never considered asking him about it.
Because I doubt Jacob's gonna have a fun story time with you.
No, yeah, of course. No.
Listen to my tale.
Listen to my tale.
Fuck you.
3 weeks earlier.
So it's just something to consider because we don't know
Yeah.
what kind of terms were put in there, and I doubt it's in the books of like, on this day a child was given to Jacob White by this person and this is what was said.
Yeah, yeah.
Kyla might be able to give that information for you.
Yeah.
Those are my thoughts. That was my biggest talking point that I had.
Rolf, talking points.
I'm very curious about what else lies in the Festerlands and if we're gonna actually get any rest time. I know we took a short rest before, and it seems like now that we won't get to take something like that later, we kind of just have to rush through a little bit. Almost like we burn the action economy of a short rest early.
Time economy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm also very curious about what's going to be in between us and Bile's lair. It just seems like those snakes were pretty difficult already, and like we literally just started. So it's going to be very interesting how that unfolds. I like the combat heaviness though.
Yeah, Paolo wasn't joking when he's here to keep you from getting like devoured.
Yeah, and then you have like those definitely weren't the things that shot Nuru down. So it's like, what are those things? Because they're like a mile out. Like, how are we going to get there, and what are we to expect?
I was thinking like dragons or something, like shooting like poison breath.
Well, since you mentioned there's kind of like an arrow, I kind of thought like a plant just like spit and shit. Like,
yeah, there were plants that specifically did that. If you recall back from your first encounter with Shirley.
Yes.
And they were assholes. And there were a lot of them. So I think someone like Clemens charmed one, just for fun.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. They like were in a circle and they were like all up in the trees and they're dicks. I remember that. We were trying to save Nova that we thought was non-crazy Nova.
We thought was soulless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out in the end, just not that time. Keptio, talking points.
Do you mind explaining in non-Captios understandable language what that book was?
Yeah.
Like just based on what he told us.
Yeah, something that like would be well understood. Effectively, you have a mobile library. Like any information that you want to put into the book, which part of it is kind of like Death Note, like figuring out how it works, because he knows that Captius likes a puzzle. So the most obvious piece of it is that you can, whatever you record in there is like early, like DARPANET. Like you can just store it and get it back. You don't have to bring a library with you as long as you have this book, which was very historically accurate. Like for like, he was like, oh, I remember this. This is like the Battle of Gettysburg. It's like, that's how like the Masidi family like started by being librarians. The first thing they created was this book, not because they were great, wonderful, build a statue out of me people, but because they were looking at an efficient way to organize a library.
It greatly has information in it.
It has some information in it already, like, although like you haven't read it yet. But so it's like there is information, some information in it already, because Palo is Palo. But the most thing is like do with what you want. There's only 2 books in existence that are like this.
Right.
I just appreciate that like Captious is like Google, and now he's been attached to the internet. So it's like, Google. Like, here you go.
Ogma's like, well, if you need to find religion, welcome to the halls of Ogma.
I mean, it's definitely interesting, right? I think I was like, as a player, I was conflicted because like that's a really great gift, but it's also like there's just so much weight behind getting something like that that like especially Capios' state right now, it doesn't make sense to have it. And I'll probably have a conversation with Alexa later, basically being like, look, you'll know when the time is right and when I'm ready to take that. Like, do not give it to me, even if I ask for it before that. Because he's probably so scared that like Gig is going to want that book or Gig is going to want something that at this point he's very like, just don't. I think the other thing is like there's so many questions he wants to ask Apollo about everything that's gone on with the dragons and Bile and Jacob White, but he knows he can't. Like he can't do that because A, Gig will get that information, and two, he actually is just like pissed at Paulo.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that Paulo's like, oh, I don't get involved in any shit, and then got involved in the whole Sin Solus thing, but then didn't come help him, even though he like spent like literally that whole week with the planning, like with Captios, like showing him things, teaching him things. It just like takes Captios back to how he was discarded earlier in his life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
It does.
So there's a lot of that going on. Alexa, what was your present again?
It was a pendant that she wears, and so does Nuru, that it allows her to merge with Nuru to become a giant-ass raven.
Right. That's interesting, right? Because like it feels less Paulo, right? Like it feels less celestial or less solve a problem than I would have expected.
It weirdly enough, it does feel more like solve a problem because I think of, at least out of character, what I've seen Panker do. Panker can essentially turn into a giant version of himself and fly. Paolo has used that before. And of course, I doubt that Panker is going to do that at any point in this season. But
Sure.
That is something that he has done. And he gave Robin a way out. So I feel like he gave that to Alexa as a way of knowing that this is going to be something they need.
Got it.
Like, I have a feeling you're no longer going to have portals. This is going to be the next best option I can give you.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes into like her bond, which it does feel very something very poetic about. As soon as she gets something that draws her even closer to her raven, is the first time that her raven dies, and she's like, "Fuck."
Yeah.
Privacy.
Okay, got it. And then I think for Rolf's character, I definitely like the way you're playing Rolf.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I think it's very difficult to play a character that doesn't know a lot of stuff. At least for me, right? Or like, how should I rephrase it? I think it's difficult to play a character that isn't sure that they want to do what they're doing. Like, I think everyone else in the group is like, this is what I'm going to do. And Rolf is very much like hesitant, which I think is like a cool new dynamic that we have in the group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think those are my big talking points.
Sin, talking points?
Yeah, I feel like I want to go back again to you, Captios. I feel like you kind of like downplayed yourself a little bit with the mention of the gift that you declined from Paolo. Because I thought that was fucking beautifully done and super clever. Like thinking ahead of time, considering your deal with Gig and all that, and kind of declining that just based off of, well, Gig might take this and use that, and just saying, nah, I don't want it. I really liked that part, and I just felt that was really interesting how words, you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I think that here's the thing. I think I always knew that I was going to act that way with Paulo for that reason. So it was just a natural extension to do that with him.
It
Like
is.
where, with like Dumbledore, it literally came from that whole Dumbledore not talking to Harry.
Yeah, like I can't. Well, it is interesting because like the book is just very powerful, and for Captio's he's made it known that he wants to be a known wizard, and that is something that could definitely further him. So it takes a amount of restraint and understanding of the situation to say no in that time. Like something that like Alexa struggles with is knowing that she can't ask Paolo all the questions that she wants to, and you've essentially been given a mobile Paolo, and you said, like, no, I can't have this right now.
Yeah. Character growth, right?
I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder if by you declining that, if that will key off somebody who's more perceptive, like Alexa, to like, what? That's kind of like weird, you know?
Or
even
more
ask,
insight
right?
related.
Ask like,
Yeah, I'd be like, why did you decline that? You know?
I mean, I know when Captius talks to her, she will bring it up because it is something that she kind of understands, but also is like, but it's like something isn't quite connecting. She just can't figure out what.
Yeah. Yeah, just like out of character, the way Captios needs to play this, right, is like you guys have to figure out that he has this deal without him telling you.
Because he can't
So
say.
like, so he can't
Yeah.
say anything. So like, how does he do that, right? That's
And he's like doing the thing
half
like
the
you
battle.
should. It's like I never lie, but I'm lying, right? So something's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
Yeah. See, like if you knew me, you would know this is wrong, right?
yeah,
Look into
exactly.
My eyes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I am curious as the DM. Now Alexa has the book. If Alexa's gonna respect Captios's like I don't know honor, privacy, like of not looking at the book, or if her investigative roots are gonna get the better of her and she's gonna examine the book.
I know for as long as she can, she's going to try to respect his boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
That's not saying that she will not eventually break, but as long as she can, she's going to try to respect it.
Mm-hmm.
There may come a time where, like, she really needs to know the answer to something, and we'll go to it. But I can't predict the future, so I'm not quite sure if there will be, like, a stressor for her.
I'd say talking points we like walk down the NPCs. We kind of hit on Landside a bit. I think he well dominated a good part of the sessions. It seems like every session has there's an NPC to focus on, so to speak. This session definitely was hi, I'm Landside. I'm larger than fucking life. But it's interesting thinking about the other ones as we roll forward to the Festered Lands finale. So. Yeah, like I'll give it open form. Like let's walk them down real quick, as I will very directly mention that the way your agency has been with the world, which includes characters of the world, are coming to a crux that build your rising action for your third arc. So general thoughts on let's see. I'll start with everyone's favorite asshole, Ozzy.
Love him.
Yeah, I love Ozzy.
Real concerned about him, just as a...
I agree. I'm a little bit weary of Ozzy. I know he just killed me, so I do have good reason. But I also worry about him getting us into trouble. Because I think given the opportunity, he would have tried to fight Landsight right there, like 100%. And if we actually stumble upon Bile, I don't think we're going to be able to stop Ozzy from just going and smacking the dude in the face. Bile's a dude, right? Or Bile's a chick, or...
Dude,
Bile has not been gender defined.
do not try to identify their gender.
Then it's a dude, because everyone's a dude.
Okay, if you wish to assume that, go ahead.
Good.
No, I meant dude as in gender neutral.
Okay. A non-binary dude hyphen et. Got it.
Dude is everyone. Is
My cat's a dude. My chair's dude.
I am
All I can
As-
think of is Prinny's in Disgaea. when he
Dude.
said, "Let's go, dude."
Let's go,
Sorry,
dude.
Yeah.
I am very interested because Ozzy didn't go after Lancite.
Mm-hmm.
However, he now knows that Rolf is Lancite's vassal.
Yes.
I technically don't look like a dragon, I guess.
But like,
Rolf, like it was straight up like announced.
yeah, like you were,
Like
you were.
there's no subterfuge when it comes to Lancite.
There was a processional essentially.
Facts.
So, I'm interested to see kind of how he's going to deal with Rolf. I'm very concerned that he might try to kill Rolf.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just real concerned about it.
If Rolf dies, I'm gonna just haunt Ozzy.
Riot
on
is
two
just a
characters.
graveyard behind Ozzy. All of Dell's characters like fuck you and you in particular, Ozzy.
Well, plus I'm also super concerned because, reading the prose, we saw that Gig wants, Paolo gave Ozzy the gift, the whole gift giving thing.
Mm-hmm.
Paolo gave him a gift that allowed him to be able to siphon the extra energy, which is what he was supposed to give to him when the fight happened with Ozzy and the dragon, but instead Gig was there. And I'm really concerned because Paolo said, "I'm sorry and I forgive you," which leads me to believe that Ozzy is going to be successful in breaking Paolo because he said, "I forgive you," and Ozzy hasn't done anything to have Paolo forgive him for.
Murdering Dell.
Yes.
That's the obvious answer.
But so the wording in there really concerned me. Really threw up some warning bells of why?
The flags
Yeah.
they are flying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Paolo kind of loses it all the time, so Paolo would already know, pretty much, essentially probably know if Ozzy is successful, and it just kind of leads me to believe that Ozzy will be successful. And Ozzy and Paolo are traveling with us. There's a lot of thoughts I had about that.
Sim still hasn't told Ozzy that he's a brother.
You have not yet, that's
Yep.
true.
Yeah, I need to. I just haven't found the right moment to be like, oh yeah, by the way, we're siblings. It's just a thing.
I'm actually curious if Ozzy attacked Paulo, if Sin would even try to stop him.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good one.
Mm,
Given the prose that just happened, or the text RP that just happened.
Any response there, Sid?
no, you guys aren't gonna get any spoilers from me.
Because here's what I will say.
know.
I'll tell you that Capios can't help, right?
Yeah.
If this is something, if anything, I imagine that Gig would not let Capios help Paulo. So, I'm curious to see every single... If it came down to a point where Ozzy took his pickaxe, because he can see Paulo now,
Yeah.
which is very different from any other time,
Yeah.
and just tried to hit Paulo with it, what every single person would do.
Yeah, let's skip down because kind of like the Ozzy Paolo conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What would everyone do, or do they even know?
Alexa would cast banishment on Ozzy. Be like,
Oof,
Oh.
woof.
Oh. That's a thing. Yeah.
yep.
I mean, honestly, it would be a struggle because Sin also knows how Solus feels towards him. So,
What? You mean Solus has feelings towards? No.
yeah. So it's really disappoint my bestest friend ever. Or
Yeah, but isn't this the whole point of that conversation of Gig? Fuck all
Exactly.
the external rationalizations for something.
Exactly. But that's
Oh no! Don't start figuring out now. Don't be tied to what your best friend thinks. What do you think?
Yeah, but that's the enemy that she's always having to face, right? So that's the
Hmm.
Hmm.
I feel like Rolf doesn't have like a dog in the fight because he knows who people are yet, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like I would step in either way. I might try and make them not kill each other if at all possible, but that's not really my skill set unless they want to eat a fireball to the face. Or maybe I make unlimited bonfires between them.
unlimited bonfires. Ozzy's like, yes, I get a red carpet on my way to killing Pello.
For what it's worth, it seems like Ozzy hasn't shown any malicious intent towards Rolf. In fact, like liking his fire and his ability to grant the breath of fire. So
Oh yeah, he's
no
all pro Rolf destruction. Yeah.
yeah, so there's no like real like horse or not horse, but you know what I'm saying.
No
Like,
dog
I
in
don't
the
really
fight.
have yeah, basically.
Interesting. Yeah, and Captius feels like he wouldn't be allowed to because of the deal with Gig. Or we find out real quick if that's true or not.
Yeah, exactly. Like if he could help, if he didn't know that it was Gig was requiring this of Ozzy, he would probably help Paulo. If he knew, he'd be conflicted. But I have a strong feeling that like in that moment, he wouldn't be able to help.
So like it's really Alexa helping.
Yep. And her first reaction would be to get Ozzy the hell out of there, so she'd immediately just banish, like, nope, try to stop him before he can even get to Paolo, because she's seen what that weapon can do.
Oh god, yeah.
So she's like, not even trying to give him a chance. Yeah, they're like, I have to stop him before he can get close enough.
I'm really concerned with the aftermath. So Paolo dies. What happens then? Like, what happens?
Well, it's the idea that
and all
Is
of that.
Paulo even capable of dying?
he's getting broken, which is a little different. Like the idea of Solus got broken. My biggest concern is he's essentially getting broken into building blocks
Like
that are then being given.
You can't really kill a rock, but you can turn it into sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's being given to Gig.
I just
Like
had
my
the
biggest thing
craziest
is,
thought.
Yeah. Is it sand?
Oh, like it's just thousands of pieces of Paulo talking.
Oh god! That's basically what happened when you get Panger, because there's like thousands of Panger bonds.
thousands of Pangers for free.
I'm just like literal pieces, like chunks of flesh, just.
Oh
talking.
god!
Oh no! Oh no!
Ugh, very very Superman too. Just shoot it into space.
But it just makes me wonder, like, what I still like. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is Gig trying to do with Paolo's pieces? Like, why?
It could have something to
Why?
do with the other infernal threat. We haven't touched much on that, on the fact that there is, another big bad infernal type thing in town.
Yeah, in Avernus.
Yeah.
From Avernus, not in a...
From Avernus.
I don't think anyone like in character has connected those dots. I think it was talked about like out of character a bit, because the connection with Shirley is to Gig that we've talked out of character. I'm like, yeah, but keep in mind, Shirley was also like everyone was offered up as tributes to some person in Avernus, like a higher lord.
Yeah, that the brawl
party.
was for a birthday party, but not for Gig. It was for someone else, and we don't know who that someone else was.
Someone possessing Jacob White's body.
Like Jacob White's real concerning. Like Alexa was trying to get a feel for like if the dragons were alerted by. Like I think that was. I don't know if Lancite was the best person to get that information from, but she's like, when is she gonna be able? Knows she's gonna be able to talk with the dragon like that? So she's like, are like, do you get like dragon senses? Are they tingling? Like, do you have any sense of like the danger? No. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it kind of goes into like the dragon culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you did learn, if you go down that list, like what the Council of Dragons or whatever not is, like they had some sort of process for determining that bile was kind of
need to be dealt with.
Yeah. Or being like challenged, and those that heed the call are present.
Well, what's interesting about that, right, is that, like, if Jacob White truly has the soul of the immortal white dragon,
Mm-hmm.
and it is a similar situation where it is a, like, it's like a prisoner situation, then I feel like the dragons would do something about it.
Yeah, but they're dealing with like one situation at a time.
I
Mhm.
have
Maybe,
a
but they
question.
didn't know anything about it, right? Like, he was
Well,
just like, that name doesn't even ring a
Landsight
bell.
didn't know anything about it. Again, like, it's hard to judge Landsight's reaction, I think, on the other dragons. I think that's kind of like the hard part, is like understanding his personality and kind of seeing how he reacts. I have a feeling others might know, and we can't just go off of
positive
him.
that it was forced, that he's not
Well,
working hand in hand.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, is like, maybe the White Dragon and Jacob White are in cahoot. Like, maybe it's a more cahoot situation.
That's
I don't
what
know.
my thought process was, that he got to team up with a dragon, not that he was forcing himself on this dragon. I felt like that would have required a response much sooner and much more
Yeah.
severe, particularly with the telepathic communications between all the dragons. That means that the white dragon would have to have been present, just based off the fact that he wasn't mentioned as someone missing, and that all the dragons, he said, unless he just missed.
Right, because like, in my mind, I don't know, right? I don't know what the hierarchy of things that are bad is, but like, I imagine one dragon dominating another dragon versus a human dominating a dragon, right? Two very different things.
Yeah.
Mortal
I imagine-
versus immortal.
Mhm.
So
So it's
I was
interesting. I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. Like, it's one of the things I don't think we're going to get a definite answer for a while.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something to kind of think about and really theorize on what exactly the power dynamics are, and who are like the pawns. Like, something that Alexa brought up in like the text RP. Like, we're doing something. Like, we're doing these things because we believe it's the right thing to do. But how do we know that we are not really just moving the pieces for another person? Like, we believe that, yes, getting rid of Shirley will help, but it's also like the green dragons are fighting the black dragons, and getting the green dragon out, like Alexa knows that it will end in both the black dragon and the green dragon being too weak to do anything. But does that mean because their power is going to Jacob White? Like, are they really just furthering his agenda without realizing it?
I think anything that weakens the dragon flights or the groupings of the immortal dragons benefits not only Paulo but Gig as well. It seems like it's a little bit of a triangle between the three sides, and I know we talked a little bit about it in the season 9, that we do lean infernal because of Ozzy, Sin, Captios, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that we're inadvertently being chess pieces for either Jacob White or for something that Gig wants, because Gig's entire thing is using other people to accomplish his goals because it's the most efficient use of his power. Another infernal thing, devil, demon, whatever technically he is on the plane of existence, and that makes him probably a little bit defensive / scared, as well as Jacob is partnering with a dragon or enslaving a dragon and has his own goals, and seems also a little bit anti-Gig in nature. Hence the fact that I think there's more to the statue. How he had the statue in his vault that depicted like the
Called the
disgrace.
Gigrath?
Yeah,
Yeah.
called Gigrath. So I do think that it behooves Gig for us to defeat both Jacob White and weaken the immortal dragons at the same time.
All roads go back to Gig.
Always.
Well, I mean, he is technically the world.
Yep.
And
Literally,
there
all
are-
roads go back to Gig.
Well, cause I think something that I always just kind of keep in the back of my mind is that, like Bucky mentioned, kind of at least what you wanted to do with the next season was having two different sides, like having Alara cast like that group, and whoever two would follow be with them, and then like our current group or however like the dice roll or whatever. But having those two groups and then having them eventually come together, and I kind of have to think like what event would get both groups together, and it has to be something with the dragons because Cass and Alara have Atlas, who is the other side of Elo, and like Alexis, Sin, Rolf, and Captius are trying to go after Jacob White, who is trying to eventually fight like Elo. So it's like it feels like that kind of is where things are going, but like to what level, like how intense is this fight going to get? Like how far is he going to go to make it where those like we're a group of powerhouses, and like that's and Cass and Alara are definitely a group of powerhouses as well. Like to have them come together to fight one thing, like what is something powerful enough to bring it together? And it feels like it's either going to be Elo or Jacob White and Elo.
Another thing to consider to pull on that thread is, if you recall, how Elo is currently wailing
in a mountain.
Mm-hmm. Like
Yeah.
how he got to be in his current state, because he's not defeated. He's just
This is a container, and that was done by Nuya, right? And Paolo helped.
There
correct in
was it was Nuya who set the trap up.
Mm-hmm.
But it was Zeratin, which was the elder elemental of Earth, and that's a Forgotten Realms lore thing. So Zeratin, along with Gig, Paolo, and although it wasn't truly like released, I don't think we're gonna get to that anytime soon. And also an Iolanthe. So there's a dragon and a devil.
Yeah, the same three.
What's the name of the gold dragon? Or did we not name him yet?
Has not been named. I think I've done the Buckley things of like dropping hints, but has not come
in
up.
ARC, I'm pretty sure I know what the name is based on.
Not anymore. Fucker's gone.
I remember the name though. I remember the name.
It is a she, however. So that's,
She.
like,
Huh.
I rode her to victory multiple times when I was getting items from her other base. Yeah, it's, and then the whole thing where, I mean, and I know Sin picked up on this with Paolo and having the very boisterous Landsight just yelling at stuff and all the birds leaving except for one white owl, which out of character we know symbolizes Celestian.
The owl was also in the RP with Gig in the
Yeah.
first season.
So like he's staying
watching.
around them.
Yeah.
See,
So, like,
I thought it might have been Jacob White Owl.
Yeah,
That's fair.
interesting threads.
Yeah, like this is something just from last season, 2 seasons ago. That like out of character, I know that Celestian is represented by a white owl. So having him in both spots is interesting.
He's watching you.
I always thought that was very interesting. What does the rose smell like? Stardust.
Yeah. Yeah, there's I lose sleep on this all the time. It's these subtle hints that Buck has dropped since I've been in the world of Aurora in regard to both Paolo and Gig having some kind of reference to the stars and something with Celestian, the Star Wanderer. I just don't know what that is, but there's something there. And it drives me nuts on the daily.
That's fair.
On that segue, Solus.
Yeah.
Solus.
Oh, she's dealing with her emotions.
Yeah, she's I am really worried about that because we know how like batshit crazy she can get from like go from 0 to 100. So if like the things about Ozzy killing Paolo, like what
will that pull out of her?
Yeah, I'm really scared. Like really freaking scared over that, and I don't think it's gonna go well, guys. I don't.
And if Gig has a deal with Nova and Nova becomes the dominant personality, what does that mean for the group as a whole?
Yeah. Because we have no idea what occurred. Because Solus had mentioned it and Sin had like kind of poked at it, but Solus never like was like said anything about it. But it could also be because she was combined, so like she might not even like really know or not know what's real or what's not with it, or
Yeah, the struggle of like combining two people's memories and figuring out how they mesh together.
yeah.
Because sentient people dream, but is that dream then a memory of something that happened, or?
Yeah.
I'm happy the lake didn't catch fire, or stream, river, whatever it is.
The river did not catch fire. That's very important. Yeah, we all learned something today about acid and combustibility, though.
Yeah.
The more you know.
D&D, we learn all sorts of things. We learn about funeral rites. We learn about combustibility. We learn about food. And that walks down. Unless I think we like by tangent covered Palo. It is kind of funny to imagine Solus is walking around with this oversized coat.
Yo, he's so cute.
It's like, was it Little Rascals when they do the trench coat and three of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone
That's
got cool
majestic
things,
trench coat.
but I got a fucking jacket. That's what I got. Doesn't shoot fireballs, laser beams, doesn't summon like devils or angels. It just keeps me warm. Yeah. On that note, it is quite some time over. I have to get ready for a thing.
I do, and I actually think I'm going to head to bed because I'm exhausted.
Okay.
Tomorrow I shall arc, probably.
Okay. Well, it's been fun. XP is up. Don't forget to vote. Don't forget to check the last few weeks if you haven't voted then too. Because I think there's only one vote on the last 2 weeks. Even the weeks we don't play, we'll still put votes out.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought that we just didn't vote.
No,
on
it's something new. It's like I even put afterwards like, hey, it's actually this is what it's worth for its things like, hey, a community activeness, contribution, stuff like that. The XP isn't so game breaking. It's the one social reward that is very much in the hands of the player, so I want to keep that going.
God.
Yep. Yeah. On that note, been fun. See you all in Discord. Bye bye.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.